Y'all sit back and watch me speak. About to take over your screen. Talking bulls in 93. Talking mom, I'm on TV. Y'all know all I do is me. All I do is me. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and all I know, my money green. About to snap and make a scene. My cup off and make this free. My cup off and make them scream. Go back off for TMZ. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch. Watch me. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Money long, nothing on credit. I got style, don't catch no feelings. All this bread, ain't got no lettuce. I got style, don't catch no feelings. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look, look. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look, look. Look, look. Look, look. Look, look. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Watch me. Sit back. Sit back. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back.
Esta casa não tem porta nem morada, as janelas são fechadas, guardam tudo o que restou. Mandei o recado à lua que agora é só tua, mas ela não chegou. Dizia que encontrei um passarinho que não queria andar sozinho neste céu que se fechou. Nesta casa não tem porta nem morada, as janelas são fechadas, guardam tudo o que restou. Só quero encontrar o meu destino, sem saber bem o caminho de quem por aqui passou. Alvorada que chegou, alvorada que mudou, alvorada que chegou, alvorada que ficou.
From the eye of the Horus. If you Alexander the Great, then I am the Porus. Coming straight from the mud like I am a lotus. So हाथियों का बल कैसे सकेगा तू मुझे रोक अब। देख तू कैसे मैं लड़ूं, तुम लोगों से ऐसे न डरूं। करूं मैं जिससे मैं तरुण, पानी पे चलूं मैं जिससे मैं वरुण। चाहे मैं जीऊं या मरूं, जो करना चाहूं मैं वही तो करूं। आता है तू ना करीब, तू बेटी चीप, जब तक कटे ना तेरी ये जीप। Better believe you gonna bleed, pick up a seat, get your team. I'm the king of kings, brother in arms in a battle. You all gonna die if you act like a vandal. Bring the realms to reality from every angle. This is the public service announcement from Mumbai to the rest of the world. I am a Raja. I am the Raja. भिड़ेगा तो उठेगा जनाजा ना, तू मेरी तरफ आना। आ गया तो होगा फिर तनाज़ाना। ये भारतीय भाषा फिर दुनिया सुनेगी ये तराना ना। 'Cause I am the Raja. 'Cause I am the Raja. I am the. 'Cause I am the Raja. I am the. 'Cause I am the Raja. Look in my eyes, what do you see? I'm more than average man. I'm a maverick, I can grow flowers on a barren land. Break a mountain with my bare hands and step back and cause a literal avalanche. Should have been traveling. आज तो बुझाए मेरी जैसा मैं टरेंचुला ना है कोई तोड़ मेरा जब से पूर्वजों का ज्ञान मिला। मेरे जैसा मिलेगा कोई ना तुअर चाहे जो भी था सबकी कबर मैंने खोदी। क्या तुम लगाओगे बोलियां कम पड़े गोलियां चंद्रगुप्त ने मौर्य या दिला तू लोरियां। Come to me and you just gonna die. That's really a given. I am invincible and you are invisible. See that's really a difference. Get out of my way or leave the world. The choice is yours. I don't kill my enemies, I play with them. That's what the toys are for. From Mumbai to the rest of the world. I am the Raja. भिड़ेगा तो उठेगा जनाजा ना, तू मेरी तरफ आना। आ गया तो होगा फिर तनाज़ाना। ये भारतीय भाषा फिर दुनिया सुनेगी ये तराना ना। 'Cause I am the Raja. 'Cause I am the Raja. I am the. 'Cause I am the Raja. Put your back down on your knees, would you just surrender? Put your back down on your knees, would you? I am the. Put your back down on your knees, would you just
Day number 2 of the Valorant Game Changers Southeast Asia. My name is Tayrawr. I will be your host for today. And alongside me, my panelists, the Tacti Bear, the Wingman, and of course, Quack with me as well. How are you, Quack?
That's nice.
It's an
I
office
just
here.
noticed that. You got the panel. I'm sorry I'm not Vil. You're
Oh.
away from your usual partner. But I'm good. We're good, and we're here today to do the whole, game changer split one thing.
Oh my goodness. It's a very, very, I would say, quick turnout of events from yesterday's matches that we've seen.
Well.
But today it's a different bracket. It's a different team that we're looking at as well. Plus, we got two very intriguing series up here on the live stream for today. And to everyone who's watching, again, welcome. It's day number 2 here, Quack. And so far, with how everything was going, especially with the matches from yesterday as well, how's everything for GC looking at 2025 right here? It's the first time I talk to you about it again.
It's a great way to start off the stream. I'm actually kind of like, I don't know how to approach this subject actually, because it's quite clear, based on how things are going, that we have a bit of a gap.
Yeah.
And it's Falcons on top, right? That's the whole thing.
It's been for so many years, I have to say already, but maybe this year can be different for everyone as well. We do, actually, Tash mentioned yesterday that we do have some imports as well coming into the scene, right? So it's a little bit of a mix-up yet again here at the Valorant Game Changers Southeast Asia, plus a lot of teams, a lot of players also changed their teams. Not only that, changed their names as well to make it easier for us here, Quack, on this stage right now. But we do have a lot of Filipinos playing in today. Some players from Indonesia and even from Malaysia, naming Quack later on. You're playing?
I guess so, maybe. No, I'm not playing. I can't play. This is Game Changers. No. It's not nothing like that. But I think it's always nice to see, just a great representation for all the different sub-regions that we have. Some of them even being inspired by like the,
True
players that have made it to the international stage within Game Changers. So it's always awesome and always fun. But yeah, can't wait to see, how the whole thing kind of plays out.
Yeah, definitely. As we talk about how things will play out, we do have some tournament information. Not only that, we do have the brackets coming right onto your screens right now, ladies and gents. We mentioned that yesterday we do have 2 sets of matches, naming for Falcons winning that as well and moving towards the upper bracket, and Ascend winning the match yesterday. I want to actually touch upon this second match from yesterday, because this is actually one of the longer matches that we've seen from yesterday, right? It's a 2-1. We have prominent players, very familiar faces as well. But for me, this is one of the matches that really made you hold on to your chair and really think, is it going to be PPQ? Is it going to be Ascend winning this? What are your thoughts about this, Quack?
I mean, it's always definitely tough, just because they are very familiar. I think it's lovely and nice that we have kind of like Ascend back together, kind of, whether it's Salmora or Capricious now, and she's back with the team, and it's great that they're kind of putting up these big performances. Meanwhile, for PPQ, it's like they're starting to show themselves a little bit more again, but we need a little bit more of that, given the fact that they were the ones who kind of dropped a little bit. I mean, Sandfire's been around the scene quite a bit as well. True. So, they are definitely some of the top teams that we will have at the end of this split, possibly. But we kind of have to see how they continue to improve as the whole game continues to play out, because some of them are in the lower brackets now.
Yeah, that's true. And speaking of lower brackets, this is today's schedule, actually. It's the lower bracket day, and we do have ECA versus LXE first up on the schedule. And later on, we do have Full Sense and, of course, Mad Army playing as well, which are all fairly familiar to us, actually. It might be something new on the screen, maybe a different team banner, team name, but nonetheless, a lot of familiar members, a lot of new faces as well. And this is what excites me when it comes to Valorant Game Changers, right? We do have newer generation of players coming up, showing up finally here in the scene. And not only that, returning players over and over again. I see some of the players here coming in from the two sets of teams that have played multiple times throughout the years in Game Changers, all the way from 2023. We do have players like what you mentioned, like Quack, that was inspired basically to come in and join for this year. So it's gonna be a lot to look out for here at Game Changers. Not only that, what are you looking out for here, Quack, as we also have a different kind of meta right now? It's a little bit of mix-up in every agent situation scenarios here.
Yeah, it's definitely a little bit of a mix-up. I mean, I think what's great is, compared to last year at least, it just shows that everything has kind of moved a step forward. Now we're seeing that players are picking up to the newer metas and everything. Even the maps have changed, in the map pool. So needing to see that Tayrawr a little bit more as well, but also kind of how you work around, your agent compositions and structures. Is it going to be that sort of double initiator thing? Or do we have a team that's going to pull out double duelist, or maybe it's just Falcons Vega and they might mess around, but I don't know. For the lower bracket at least, maybe something that really works to however the teams have structured themselves, and hopefully that will give them that performance that they are looking for.
That double ini setup is actually still very popular in this scene, I have to say. Yesterday, all of the matches, correct me if I'm wrong, but all of the matches I've seen yesterday uses that double ini kind of setup as well. We're seeing more of Vice, we're seeing a lot of different Sentinels here on the table. Unfortunately, we're not gonna get to see the new agent yet, but nonetheless, it's a lot of mix-ups coming in here for agent selections. But not only that, for the teams that we have right now and for today, we do have Lux GC that also went up against Lilacs in the Swiss stage, and they lost against them in a 2-2-0. Now it's finally time here in the lower bracket to come up to the stage and maybe look out for that win. We do have Amaya, Hibari, Arki, Rari, and Zionlina on this team. And for Echo Aura here, Quack, we do have Red. I'm a little bit shaky saying this. I have to say the next set of words. Donkey is right there as well. I don't want to sing it right now. But aside from that, we have Megan Red and Fluffalito as well, Quack.
Yeah, just all a bunch of really interesting names.
They're getting us here.
Least. Yeah, but I honestly, that's the whole thing about this matchup, is that none of these names are honestly that familiar to us, and that is kind of a positive thing for Game Changers as well. I might be the assigned analyst today. I don't know anything about neither of them. And I'm not afraid to say that. I really don't know anything. I've tried to find, I might have some stats, but we don't really have any VODs. But that's the whole thing. It's because some of them might have some experience with Game Changers before, but they've never really made it to playoffs. So there's not a lot to go off of, but it is showing that they are improving and moving forward. And especially for a team like Echo Aura, it's really interesting because some of them, they've only ever been on this team. They only started in 2024. Quack, as you mentioned, who is the sixth player of the sub, we don't see her on the main roster, but she was inspired to play because of Alexi. So it's things like this that really looks really interesting, and you just kind of wonder how they're going to play, what they're going to look like once we get into the game.
I mean, I get it. Alexi also inspires me to play Valorant every day, right? So at some point, at some degree, if you go into Game Changers telling me that it was because of Alexi, I would have to 100% believe you. But like you mentioned, they haven't, or majority of the players that we have right here, we haven't seen them really come into the playoffs, but they have been here for such a long time already, and maybe this year could be a different storyline for them as well. We do have players like, for example, for Lux, we have Hibari and Amaya, who have played together in a different banner before, GC 2024 if I'm not mistaken, and you have this kind of at least chemistry that you have to build. That's the thing when it comes to the Game Changers here in Southeast Asia. We have a lot of mix-up of teams every single year that you just couldn't find that perfect chemistry that I supposed to say like Falcons have with Eneri and Alexi.
Oh, well.
Right?
Yeah, that's always true. So, I mean, the mix-ups kind of, might throw things off a little bit sometimes, but maybe this is the year where they actually find that team, where they catch lightning in a bottle, and somehow they just have that chemistry together. They're able to work together that way as well. I think what's interesting also is the fact that Lux GC, they also have a pretty experienced coach. I think we could say that, right? I
love the name.
Correct me if I'm wrong, right? I'm sorry, because it's Filipino. I'm so sorry. But yeah, it's really cool because he's got a whole list of experience on his resume. Like, he's been on Brand Sports Victress before, which is the team that Alexi used to be on, right? So it's things like that that really make you wonder if they actually do have what it takes now to possibly punch above and beyond their weight class. They might be here in as kind of the rookies of the whole scene, but if they have what it takes, if they actually have the players that can bring that kind of synergy, chemistry together, or even just individual performances. I mean, I'm keeping my eyes on someone like Xylena, for example, because she is that duelist. She has a lot of first kills all throughout her games, but also quite a high number of first deaths. So we'll keep an eye on how the whole thing kind of shapes up.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to see the IGLs coming into this team. It's all about that decision making that you bring to the table, especially in very risky situations, clutch situations perhaps. And that quick thinking will bring you a lot and further when it comes to this tournament. And I would have to say that it really boils down to really coming back to the foundation as well that the teams have already when it comes to shooting, right? It's something that you cannot really teach and have as a team. It's basic fundamentals for each of the players that has to just come through with practice, with a lot of practice actually. So I'm really excited to see going back to the fundamentals of the teams. Not only that, to see finally a VOD of them here in the playoffs, Quack, and have that something to really look back on, right?
Yeah, I guess that's a really good way to frame it as well, Tayrawr, actually. Thank you so much for saying that. Because if there's anything that we do want to look forward to for today, it's that sort of cohesion. Fundamentals for sure, individual fragging ability for sure, but if the IGL, whoever's doing the calling, or if they show that they have that kind of preparation coming into today's games, or even later on in the rest of the tournament, then that really inspires confidence. I think that's the first step for any proper 5-man team to come in together, because it's very different from a ranked game, right? If you have a team, especially if you're working with a coach like Amaya, I believe, is doing the IGLing, they show that they have coordinated executes, they know how to think ahead of their opponents and change up their setups for the rest of the game. That's really what gives you that sure steel confidence for how we can definitely predict that this is going to be the team that moves forward.
Exactly. Confidence is definitely key coming into this matchup, coming into this series as well. And in just a few, we're looking at, actually it's here on your screens already, as we jump into the map veto. I'm so happy we're seeing a lot more Fracture now, Quack.
Yeah? Wait, are you? Wait, why? Sorry, can I ask?
Here in Game Changers, actually. I just haven't been playing it a lot in rank and not getting it much. And aside from that, all the way from a previous series and the things I've watched. But Fracture, going back here in the map pool again, very happy. And seeing as well that Alexi picks it, I think something about Filipinos tells me that they really like playing Fracture.
Yeah? I am actually a little bit concerned right now. It's okay, so my whole thing, Fracture, it's been a long time since we've seen it for, ever. I can see that based on statistics, they've picked it 3 times, I think, throughout the group stage. So, probably they do have some preference for it. But it is a bit of a chaotic map, right? If you don't know how to work it, it's very easy to get lost in the sauce. So they have to be careful. If they can show that they know how to work, especially the defensive side of Fracture, then that's gonna, give you a lot more confidence into them and how they play. But for a map like Pearl, then for ECA, a little bit bigger. If you know how to work your map control on that one, then that's how you're gonna get your foot in the door. So that's what we're looking at. But then again, if we look at the decider, Lotus, Fracture, some similarities there. So I don't know about you, Tayrawr, but this does feel a little bit closer towards LXC's favor right now.
I do like seeing Lotus as a map, though, when it comes to teams like this, right? It's a lot of challenge, a lot of fighting towards a rubble, for example. It's a fight for control when it comes to this three-side kind of map that I really like seeing coming in from teams, especially when you assume, I am assuming actually, it's just my opinion right now, that this would be much more of a closer match than what we've seen from yesterday.
True. I mean, well, I would hope so at least.
I hope so.
But if I'm being honest, just based on like experience alone, no hate to Echo Aura. I'm saying it's LXC 2-0.
Oh, you're putting down your predictions already at this
yes,
point.
I am putting that in there. And we shall see how it all shakes up. But I just think, you know, they got the experience. If we do have maps like Fracture, Lotus, and, you know, they have shown that they are quite comfortable on these maps. You know, Fracture played 3 times in the group stage. Haven played 4 times from the group stage as well. And those maps can be similar, 3-side maps, or, you know, just maps with like multiple lanes in general. They have probably a good chance, and especially if Amaya knows how to read her opponents and all things like that, especially on Fracture, right? Like tiny little smokes being sent out, and that kind of informs to what your opponents are trying to do. That's already kind of like a pretty good win right there. But on the other side, Echo Aura, if Red is able to match Amaya in that sense, then we're gonna have something interesting.
Well, I just hope for me it goes and it boils down to a 3-map situation here. So we go on full force when it comes to the first series. But you mentioned already your predictions here, and my predictions would be LXC as well, Quack. I just have to go with the stats at some point, at some degree. It's what we have right here on the plate.
Pinoy Pride as well?
On the table, it's the Pinoy Pride as well. But nonetheless, ECA, we're happy to be proven wrong here on the stage on day number 2, right? We see them come in the series, and I'm just excited to see if they really show off, because they haven't really matched up with any, or haven't encountered with any of the top 8 teams that we have here in the Swiss stage currently.
Yeah, definitely gonna be something that we haven't seen too much of, right? So that's just kind of by logic, that's what we would think. But that's that for the predictions, I guess, right? I mean, what more can we say? I do hope that we get proven wrong. I do hope to see a little bit more from Echo Aura, possibly. But right now, it is what it is.
It is what it is. For the panel right here, it's gonna be Lux GC for us. Would you care to share me the scoreline you think this would go to? For me, it's a 2-1. I want a 3-map series. What about you?
Well, I said it before. I don't know if I want to go even deeper into like the actual map scoreline, but I will stay safe and say it's 2-0 in favor of Lux GC.
Okay, a 2-0 and a 2-1 here on the panel. And just a little game for you, Quack. If you would choose a player that would pop off coming into this first game, just the first game right now, since I'm gonna see you later on after this, who would you pick actually?
I think based on stats and everything that we've seen before, possibly Arki or Rari. They are the initiator or sentinel players. So I think Xylena does a lot of, you know, she opens up the space, but then she kind of dies after. The initiators come in to be the playmakers after that. Meanwhile, for Echo Aura, you know, I want to keep my eyes on someone like Megan, I think, probably the duelist player. But apart from that, possibly even Fluffalito as well. I mean, playing as the Sentinel as well, if you are able to shut down someone like Xylena, then, you know, you might have a true game on your hands.
Oh, interesting choices that you got here. I do have to agree, though, when it comes to that making of a decision-making play, right? It comes from initiators. But at the same time, I just have to go and say maybe a smoke or a controller agent would pop off coming into this series, right? It's the clutches to come in as well when it comes to defusing the spike. Yesterday, we've seen a lot of rounds actually that got stolen away from players as well, just through playing around the smoke and just defusing the spike all throughout. It was a little bit chaotic, I have to say, Quack, but nonetheless, I do think that it would be a controller agent, or maybe it could be Rari even, a sentinel, just to make it different, you know? At this point, spice things up.
Maybe. That's kind of what I mean, again, we haven't really seen too much of either of these players, so that's kind of what we have.
That's why we're making story.
Really just
yeah.
Right? Yeah. I'm just going off of the stats that I've seen. I've seen like 5 out of 6 of their most recent games. Arky, the initiator, she's the one on top. So that's why she's the one that I'm looking out for at least. But apart from that, yeah, we're going off of like some of the roles that they play as well. I do see that the controllers
You're right.
don't rank so high up on the number of kills though, so we shall see. I think the controllers do a little bit of the IGLing right here as well.
I know.
So
yeah, true.
it's definitely going to be a little bit tough in terms of roles and responsibilities.
That's why I really was sticking to the controllers and even the IGLs as they try to make the plays here, especially since when the pinging stopped in Valorant through the smoke, right? Everything. It's such a small, minor detail, but it changes a lot. The game itself changed a lot since then, and it just doesn't stop. There's another initiator now. There's Teo in the mix as well. Actually, I do want to ask you about Teho. Thoughts on Teho so far, especially coming in here in Game Changers?
Ooh, well, definitely still kind of impressive, right? Just the fact that you get this ability that refreshes all the time. I mean, Big Time on the desk at Pacific talked about it as well. We always have discussions about this. It's just such a good agent. Maybe not necessarily because of like the damage or anything that he provides, but you're able to control so much more. You get
the
to
space,
spam it
right?
somewhat. Yeah, it's the space, and also like the drone is like a better version. You get to scan, you get to suppress. Like, I could go on, but it's really so good, especially depending on the maps that you play. And Fracture is definitely one of them. We just saw, you were there in Masters Bangkok. T1 was playing the Teho, so there's something to think about.
Yeah, it really just creates so much space around the map, and then add another initiator in that mix as well. It's a lot of control. It gives a lot of control when it comes to map situations like this, and nonetheless, in making sure your entry looks so much cleaner, making sure that you don't have to check this corner, for example, after the salvo has been given away. But nonetheless, I think it's also nice to put into the mix some of the fun facts that we have here with the teams, Quack, okay?
There are quite a number.
Exactly. For Lux GC here, actually, I've heard that they don't even fist bump. What we do is they sing, not like us. Imagine clutching and just like dancing and singing it as well.
Yeah, well, I don't really know that song, so it's a little bit hard for me to but I can imagine the vibes though. And you can even move forward into the second fun fact that we have, which is that, what is this? They fight in their voice comms, but actually not. That's just how they communicate.
No, that's wrong, Quack. They seem to constantly fight.
They seem.
Yeah. you know, I have to show you the culture. This is the Filipino way here, Quack. They seem to be constantly fighting in their voice comms, but that's actually not. It's their love language, as Filipinos would love to say.
Can I ask? I don't want to put you on the spot. You don't have to do this.
Yeah.
But you have played on teams, before.
Yeah.
Can you give an example of what some of these comms might sound like?
Nice one, mga... Okay, that's it. That's the love language.
What does that mean?
Yeah. Nice one, mga tropa. That means like, good job, everyone on the team. Yeah. I'm safe here, Quack. I still want my job.
Is it just the shouting? Okay.
Yeah. Plus, the screaming put my gain into like 300%. That's probably how it sounds like.
All right.
I mean, you've been with a lot of Filipinos already. Like, Daks is also
We've
your
heard
friend.
Some stuff from Team Secret.
Right?
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. You might not know, not like us, but you know beep, beep, beep ang sabi ng jeep, right?
Yeah.
See?
I've gotten that lesson before from Daks.
Exactly. It's the lesson. It matters, right? Imagine Quack not knowing Not Like Us by Kendrick, but knowing beep, beep, beep ang sabi ng jeep.
Yeah. Imagine. I don't know why that's the one song that I do know, but I don't listen to Kendrick Lamar, the Super Bowl performer. So yeah, that's what we have.
That's what we have for the fun facts right here. And of course, for Echo Aura, they also do have some fun fact. We've also mentioned it already, right? Quack, not the Quack that we have here on stream, not this Quack, but Quack is actually just joining Game Changers because of Alexi, but she just joined 1 week before Split 1.
First GC ever joined before Split 1, inspired because of Alexi, and in some of their group stage games, Swiss stage games, she actually top fragged. Could you just picture that? First time playing, you top frag. She's subbed
no
in.
pressure.
She's playing right now.
Okay. She's playing right now as well. So this is gonna be fun. It's gonna be interesting. We're looking at agent selection right here on Fracture, and I'm excited. I'm pretty excited with the Neon pick actually.
Yeah, Neon versus Raze right off the bat. I mean, everything else is pretty much the same, so we're going to have that double initiator like we mentioned. Definitely quite a bit of control to work off of that, but how the duelist will play into this is going to be quite a bit of a factor, because if Xylena has the mechanics, the movement and all of that, that's going to be an added potential for LXC. Meanwhile, for Donkey with the Raze, you know, there's quite a bit that you can do as well. I mean, with the paint shells, if you're able to stall or play certain positions, that can come into effect. So it all depends on how the teams work around this.
Especially the combination of what we have as well for the players, right? We do have the paint shells plus the Teho combination, or the stun coming in from the breach. There's a lot of cool combination that we can do right here, but it's finally time to jump in on the first game of the day. It's gonna be Fracture. That's it for us here in the panel. Tossing you to Chubby Ninja and Daks. Please take it away.
Thank you so much, Tayrawr and Quack. Chubby Ninja here with Daks. And Daks, do you know a single person who doesn't know Not Like Us?
Apparently, Hey, I'm Quack doesn't know.
Do you know the dance? It's... Yeah, Quack, you know, you gotta watch the Super Bowl halftime or something.
Again, like, if it's not Valorant, if it isn't boxing, or if it's not like Disneyland or something, I don't think Quack really knows anything that's going on outside. But hey, Vic, I'm so happy that we are here. And you're here on the casting side this time. I
know.
You're not starting the show this time. What's going on?
I wanted to hang out with the casters more, you know, so this was the only way for that to happen. And now I finally get to cast with you for the very first time, and I like we're in theme.
Yeah.
We're in yellow today. We're keeping it bright. We're keeping it happy and cheerful for the lowers run today. We've got a lot of really interesting players, a lot of new players, like the Jask was talking about. I think we got full representation from across the region here. We even have a player from Hong Kong. That's not super usual. And Echo is just, they got players from every country in this region.
Multinational team right there in Echo Aura. On the other hand, though, I look, of course, at Lux GC, all Pinoy squad. And truthfully, the panel was talking about a while ago, not too many votes about these teams. There are relatively newer faces. But truthfully here, Vic, I look at Lux GC, and especially some of these names are familiar to me through social media. I've seen these players in some of their streams, some of their open qualifiers for GC. Hibari, one to mention, Xylena, of course. And I know they have a coach with JA within that roster right now who's worked with other VCT squads in the past. Very supportive right now of Lux GC and what they can do. But here we have it, guys. Fracture for our first map. LXC versus ECA. And of course, this is Echo Aura's map pick here, Vic.
Yeah, I can see why they picked it. They had a very dominant run during the Swiss stages on this map. And but Lux, you know what? They've had a fairly good scoreline too. They only lost once on Fracture, and it was a really close scoreline. But I really like how they're continuing the meta with Teho, the new meta with Teho on Fracture and with the double initiator. And you know what? I think they say there are only bangers on Split, but I think Fracture is a really close second when it comes to that.
Yeah, Fracture has been... It's nice to see it back, right? It's been gone for
Fracture.
so long.
Yes.
We remember one of the most historical moments happened to Boom way back when, and then suddenly, hey, it's back! Here's the map! I haven't seen this map until this year, honestly, and it's crazy to think. It's crazy to think there's nothing really changed about it.
Yeah, I think that means I'm delighted to have this map back. But what's really cool is that even though nothing's really changed in terms of the map itself, the meta has slightly shifted a little bit with the introduction of Tayrawr especially, and Neon. I would have to say.
You mean Joe?
The Joe?
The Joe?
The Joe.
The Joe, yeah.
The Joe. But the close friends call him Tayrawr, but formerly the Joe.
Mr. Joe to you.
Yes.
You know, you gotta be respectful. And we got 2 Joes right now, you know?
We do. Habari and Quack.
Yeah?
We've got 2 Quacks. We got 2 Joes going on today. We've got a Fluffalito.
Yeah.
A lot of these names are new to Game Changers, but I don't know. It kind of rings a bell when it comes to the caster names.
Yeah, that's true. We have like 2 caster names on ECA right now. Maybe they're subbing in out of nowhere. Just a big little joke, guys, as we're getting into the game. One name I really want to say later on has to be Dun Dun Donkey. That's a good one. And speaking of her, she has to back away because of the missile salvo. LXC putting pressure towards A main right now.
That's right. I'm really going to be looking at the 2 duelists now. With Xylena here on the Neon, she can get a lot of space going in. And of course, the way these comms are built out, it's for speed. They need to push in explosively here. And of course, ECA is waiting for it.
Yeah, and especially the double initiators that our panel has mentioned. The setup from Hibari and Arky are going to be crucial to open up this A side. Flash comes out from Skid though. Quack on the same time. Tries to avoid the stun. That was the answer. And now the response off the Zaylida. A 1-for-1 though as Hibari finds Stun the Donkey in response. And LXC, they're going to take this A side.
Yeah, really clean entry into the site here. They have full control of the site as they get the spike down, waiting for ECA to collect themselves.
Oh. Rondo gets pressed onto 2. Arky though from behind! In the backstab, no one checked the stance at all! And ECA suffering as they didn't check that corner. LXC looking likely to take this already, barring a massive moment from the tower. Arky still waiting. Same time? Same place? Would it be the same result though? Arky now on tap. Arky with 3, Arky with 4! She builds it up to break it all down, and that's a pistol round going to LXC.
Arky making Sands are full control there. Those first 2 kills by Arky from Sands was detrimental to the other team. But then to continue on there, this is looking pretty positive for the size of Lux. But of course, this is the pistol round. And when it comes to Fracture, anything can happen, even on Minigo.
Yeah, I mean, some good utility from Quack, yes, but this is what a free gun does, guys. And the classic at the start, getting 2 first twice in the round. Good stuff here from LXC. And if you notice what our panel said a while ago, Vic, there's a lot of communication for this all Pinoy squad. Lots of words of affirmation that we cannot say on broadcast nor translate as Filipinos, you know.
That's such a shame. I'm sure it's really insightful. Great comms and very encouraging. But, you know, for the other side, I'm assuming they're all calming in English here, not as colorful as the Filipino squad.
They posted a video on Twitter for LXC, and half of it was censored, basically. The other half, well, I cannot say on broadcast, that's for sure. But it looks like they're having a lot of fun, really, Vic, as they communicate, as they play, and that's gonna go a long way when you have that chemistry as a team.
Oh, 100%. And you know what? I have to say, Daks, your region just has some of these sharp shooters coming out of there. So I'm imagining, you know, as long as you're loose here and just coming in and shooting, they'll come a long way here. And they're already in sight.
Yeah, I mean, they have the gun advantage anyway. Confident approach onto A. After waiting out the clock a little bit there. Spikes planted over onto the corner. Fast lane for cover. But a good flank from ECA might catch a few members off guard. Quack and the rest now wants to make this push happen. Salvi finds himself hard. Hibari quick on the trigger. Hibari with a second. The guard is good for 2 already. Towards the spike now. Cyber 8. Wisely done by Fluffalito here. And that's the Donkey halfway on the defuse. Throws their fake. They're just sticking for Ferrari. Perfect spray through the smoke. Arky finishes it off with a high note there. And it's 2-0 for LXC.
Oof. I mean, ECA, nice try there on just holding the defuse down and praying, hoping that Lux doesn't, you know, shoot them through the cage. But It is what it is, and as we go into the third round now, of course, guns back in the hands of ECA, and this is where we're going to see things happen here. We're going to see a push coming through Dish, or changing it up a little bit here with a split push for the third round.
Yeah, I like what ECA is doing. They're going to maximize what they can around the map. Of course, you have the double initiator, you have the Teho, you can contest these corners if you have the utility to do so. And this is where it gets interesting. The Gunki has been looking for this opportunity throughout the past 2 rounds here to play into A main. Now they send Quack alongside her, and they're gonna get control of it for now.
And here they're taking a little bit slower pace this time, moving over to Arcade, giving B-Site a little bit of a try here, a little bit of a poke. Moving on over. ECA does sense a bit of this as their breach moves on over. Getting ready to control the site.
Yeah, the movie surprise fight. It's the lower bracket. This is eliminations, basically. If you go down here, you have no more chance to play off at all. And no chance at all for Fluffalito as well. Stun coming in. The perfect shots there to get tower control. But Red's still around. Hibari gonna go for the plant and support before a retake here for ECA.
I'm out of here.
Yeah, ECA now, like you said, this is a lowers. No one wants to be eliminated this early in the game.
Right here.
And we were talking about this earlier on the desk. How impactful
Launching smoke.
The Jojo can be. But it finds nothing.
Nice shot from Arky! Arky with a spray down! And LXC so sharp on the shots, but it's up to Red now. Ripple here. The missiles yet again. The salvo doing damage. The stun's perfect too. And Hibari puts an X mark on the spots. And to go for a bonus win here.
Yeah, you know what though? While they do have the bonus round here, forcing ECA back onto they're an eco round. A little bit of a Bucky in the hands of Fluffalito, and high hopes to try to clutch the 4th round, but ECA has found ways to come back.
Standing.
We've seen ECA really claw their way back in some of the games they've had in the open qualifiers. But for LXC though, it's such a confident look for them in the past 3 rounds. Faster reactions right now, faster executes especially, and the way that they're layering this utility right to flush out some of these corners. And especially in Fracture, committed angles like Tower, when you're playing Anchor on the site, if you get hit by that Teho stun or the Teho missiles, then what do you even do except just die?
Yeah, I mean... hopefully you fight back, but sometimes you do just end up dying.
Found my wire.
Shooting game. After all, ECA pushing into Dish instead, but not really getting that read as Lux just rotates back into B. It's gonna be a free sight for them.
Rotations is so important on this map, and Lux has been doing such a good job of pulling away these defenders to the other side of the map. They contested the utility on A, they realized the Cypher was around, and they just hauled their way towards B side instead.
Yeah, free sight for the taking. All 5, or 4, wait, on the side, moving out of there, making sure that ECA doesn't come back in to get more space. Oh, another effective rocket there from
Salvo now, and here comes the airstrike. Annihilation into play. Armageddon rather. Finding Skid. And there you go, Lux.
I'm alone.
Yeah, 2v2 here. Rolling Thunder, the response. Fluffalito trying to go for the defuse. And Fluffalito is found by Amaya there. 4-0 now. Lux is on a run.
Yeah, Lux is definitely on a run here. But you know what? Pistols in hand for ECA. Not a bad attempt retaking B site, but this is where I think things will really truly matter. I think, 4 rounds in a row can be a bit painful at the beginning of a round, but I do know a lot of these teams need a little while to warm up, especially the first map. You can see a lot of those jitters, when you don't have a ton of experience competing together as a squad, especially being broadcasted. Sometimes you're not playing at your best self.
Yeah, you can feel the slower start, fortunately for the defense, but this time they're even more active around the map towards B3 this time. Also pick up the orb. Skid getting closer and closer to that Rolling Thunder. But Lux, you notice in the beginning of this round, try to play it silent and then burst with utility. Speaking of, stands out. Controlled after the fast lane as well by Lina, trying to clear out all the corners on the side. Spots on Fluffalito. And it's gonna be a good night for the Cypher there. Spray through towards spawn. Lux making sure they're checking all their corners before committing the plan.
Right, I'm seeing a bit of caution coming from EC here. Quack continues to get a lot of kills here.
One enemy remaining.
Wonderful punish from ECA. Now they have the numbers. Rary here to try and pick up the pieces. But it's 1v3 ahead of her. Neural Theft into play. Gets a spot, gets picked. She knows where these targets are. Tries to isolate the fight, but Skid is there to deny that fact. And ECA, they held it steady, and now they're gonna get around.
Here we go. ECA finally getting that round very much needed to, on top of just the score line, getting that confidence, reminding themselves that, look, this is our map. We have 100% win rate on this map. We know what we're doing. Sometimes it just takes a lot of really good shots, and a lot of that's happening here. A lot of just, you know, drives, peeking, straight up duels here. Very little util being exchanged, and it's just pure gunfights. But you know what? ECA did end up winning that out, and maybe we'll see a little bit less hesitation coming from them.
Yeah, they showed their stuff there, basically, right? It was a dry peek from LXC. They used their utility to clear out most of the corners towards A.
One suppressed.
So when they put it to spawn, it was just too ambitious, I'd say, when there were two players waiting there in the first place. Tayrawr, though, taken here. Does not keep first contact yet again, but it's tough in the angle with the Guardian. Sun comes up, and Xylina slides in to get them both! Perfect dramatic entrance from Xylina. Now, the hot fingers are at the ready. The overdrive looking to find the target. Rary finding Rara there.
Coming through.
LXC, an explosive opening next to the Neon. Quack, though, a small gap in the fast lane, but Arky's even quicker on the shots. It's all up to Fluffalito now, but this 1v3 is looking tough.
This is really tough. Fluffalito does have her utility here, taking advantage of her ult, finding, getting her corpse, getting a little bit more information here, and she can just isolate these kills, but they know exactly where she is. Lux, though, playing it really safe, no ego peeking here. Just wanting to put ECA in the worst position possible, but she does manage to isolate that kill. Mabari getting pushed.
One enemy remaining.
Out of 5.
Lito in a 1v1
happening.
now, but time has run out. LXC have done the job to stall there. And in the end, did you notice that Molly? It wasn't towards the spike, it was where Fluffalito wanted to go. Still works out for LXC anyway, and that's a 5th round for them there.
Yeah, that's right. Lux is very much in control right now. You know, despite all of Fluffalito's best attempts to get in there, but it was a good attempt. And you know, Quack was talking, their caster or desk analyst, Quack was talking a bit about looking at the Sentinels here, and Rari has been doing a really good job stopping you know, their duelists in their tracks. So of course we're having a much needed time out at this point to kind of regroup and figure out what's going on.
I mean, they've noticed here that ECA, they want to use ropes if they can. If they get control of the north or south area of the map, then they're going to use that for the rotation. And you always expect your Sentinel player to watch those flanks. Rari has been doing a good job there with tripwires, especially just putting them in their usual spots to dissuade that kind of push. I've also noticed Xylina now looking to maximize the space given to her by Arky and Hibari. It hasn't been the most successful in terms of the kills, but that round especially showed what she can do alone. A stun towards the site, and then finding 2 of those targets. It's what you were talking about a while ago there, Vic, where you're getting this Neon meta still alongside this double initiator anyway, since you have so much capability to concuss, to crowd control your opponent.
Yeah, her initiators are setting up Xylina really, really well for those pushes and getting really deep into sight really fast. At the same time, ECA does seem to stack onto the sites. Sometimes the wrong side, and they're gambling the wrong way here, but we're going to pick up the orb, just collecting around. Xylina probably wants her Lintikayo back in hand.
You've gotten better at it, huh?
Yeah, been working on it.
Yeah, I mean, we practiced that doobie-doobie-dap-dap off stream way back when.
The best song from the Philippines,
yeah,
apparently. Number one hit.
You've told me that it's only pity when you tell it to someone.
I'm trying to bond, you know, with my Filipino friends, and they go, why would you know that song?
Found my wife.
We know this is a tough angle. Nice stun, but Xylina has him back on the way. Amaya right now finding red instead. And as soon as that happens, Lux as well, they're not fully committed on their push. They wait to see what Rary can get on the other side of the map, and apparently it's free real estate on A.
Yeah, free site once again for Lux. I mean, we were talking about the duelist comparison here, and Neon just finding the site that's free, and they are just reading ECA every step of the way, going to the free site. Doesn't matter if they're on eco or not, they're just going
the Donkey through the door, arcing out with a trade. Hibari as well! Just a gap opens up here for Lux, and they deliver with 3 kills overall. Now one more target. Quack, he is super sub. Aiming for herself in the open queue. The spray with the stinger! Finding 2 on the fadeaway! But then again, time running out. Picks up the Vandal now, doubles in the chambers, the salvo yet again. Hibari with the spray, and that's that. Lux now with a 6th round.
Lux, I mean, we were looking at the predictions coming from the desk. I thought it was a lot for them to be predicting a duo kind of scoreline, but I can kind of see why it's veering that direction now. And again, I would want to see Echo kind of recollect themselves, cool off a little bit, because this is their strongest map in their map pool so far that we've seen.
Yeah, but Lux is no slouch on it, right, Vic? I look at their stats from the open qualifiers. You were telling to me a while ago that they only had 1 loss on it. Other victories, 2-1 in 6 series there. So it's crazy to think Lux, they're so efficient around this map right now. And here we go again. Sands has been so successful for them. They're going to try again with Xylina there.
That's right. Red's going to have to make the right calls. But at least this time the site isn't going to be so free for Lux.
Beautiful scan, actually. They found Xylina with the drone from Quack. And immediately Lux, they make haste and move towards B. They have to be careful though, because the Cypher of Fluffelito is stationed towards tower yet again. And this might work out a little bit better from ECA. They still have control towards spawn. Allows them a faster rotation to go back to B. They send the drone, pulls away the defenders, but ECA, they're not going to fall for it this time. Rary's just looking for a timing here, but there's a bit of noise made towards tower again.
Yeah, they are, realizing that Fluffelito is at B, just collecting all the orbs. They can take their time, they know this. They know how to take control of the site. Ult comes out from Tayrawr here, and again, they're just easing into the site. Oh, there's so much! Tayrawr right now.
Yeah, Tayrawr again. All around, here comes the showstopper! And it's a red light in front of LXC! ECA looking at taking it looks so easy! And a 4K for Dun Dun Donkey says it all, a flawless for a 2nd round.
Dun Donkey. She did it there with her rocket.
They got it all.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Yeah, the show has been stopped here, getting them all here at Sands. Her ace was taken away from her, but I think it was worth it. Worthy cause to get 2 points in the bag for Echo. Featuring players for the very first time in Game Changers.
Yeah, I mean, Echo Aura, we've seen them get bamboozled by LXC all around. This is what happens when ECA is able to stabilize, stay in their spots, and just catch LXC in the act. Now LXC need to be a bit more careful here. The rounds have been relatively close. The money has been tight despite the scoreline. And speaking of, it's an eco here for LXC.
Yeah, this is their first eco since this match has started for their team. But let's see how they handle it here. They're sticking together, leaving Rari on the lurk. Rejoining the rest of their squad. Looks like it's going to be a dish push. I'm out of here.
First from up top, Stealth Drone to clear out the ground floor, but the 2nd floor is the danger zone, and Dun Dun Donkey will punish Xylina so quickly. Salvador making it tough. Maneuvering now. Angel's response, forcing ECA, or forcing LXC rather, out, and ECA have come to collect here. They were ready after the nade, and now they're looking for more. Hungry for these kills. Hibari just seen out in the open.
30 seconds left.
Rary's just trying to do a bit of damage here, but exit stage right, I guess. Quack with 3 in this round. And speaking of 3s, Vic, it's a 3rd round for ECA.
Yeah, 3rd round for ECA, and keeping, more importantly, all of their guns, all their rifles in hand. And it's you know, for Lux right now, they have to have armor by. They still don't have enough cash
left.
Yeah.
to fully go in here. And let's see how they decide to approach it with this instead. They're going to go somewhere else. Looks like it's going to be Arcade. They're going to check out some info, probably continue farming those orbs to, you know, add to the collection.
Yeah, I mean, that overdrive is going to be so useful for Zelina. She can get it in a pinch. ECA, 2 rounds in a row. And let's not forget, those are both flawless rounds as well. So the money is so good for the Echo squad so far. No escape from Zelina though. Runs into her teammate, and Red's able to get the spray down on her. They get the scan too onto Bari. Fluffalito, just the all-knowing eye from the other side. LXC, effectively they're stuck here. Aftershock making it tough to maneuver.
Right here.
Amaya trying to set up a crossfire with the rest of her teammates, but Rary dangerously coming up closer and closer to the billboard there. The boombots as well, and it's looking really claustrophobic already here for LXC.
Definitely ECA. They're just taking their time to get their shots, but Lux fights back.
Last lady remaining. Spike down.
Amaya,
B.
only one standing alongside Arky. Dunky on the opposite end. So our opponent couldn't line up the shot, but we saw how tough that was for LXC, and they still make it happen. Dunky spotted and found, and LXC against all odds, they win that one.
Time to take these
That
arms for a
was
spin.
an excellent response from Lux here, just winning out those fights because ECA had everything under control, everything in position here. And like you said, it was looking a little claustrophobic. You're all in the right spots, but, you know, it's still a gun game after all. And, you know, if you get shot, you die.
Yeah, I mean, if the room's small, just bust a hole in, right?
Yeah.
Where you get some screws from your aunts, you get the wood veneers, whatever it's called. You know that those reels. You know that one.
What?
No, so like Lil Jon has the 1x1 space, and then he expands it. You don't know that one?
No.
No way.
I feel like you're describing, like, are you talking about Minecraft? I am not understanding the context right now. But I understand what you're trying to say, though. You know, if you just need more space, just, you know, punch a hole in the wall. You know, just why not knock a whole
how
wall
about this?
down?
Galvanized square steel.
Really?
Okay, fine. Back to Valorant. Fluffalito.
I don't
Perfect timing and a perfect lurk there. The spike's gonna get dropped, and that's gonna slow down the pace of LXC.
I'm gonna look this up later, but Tabari, you know, clearing space through dish here. Again, getting control of site, but ECA is not going to
they're lined up.
control in. Quick.
This is what ECA wanted in the last round, and this time they execute. The map looking smaller and smaller for LXC. This has been the game plan for the defense throughout this half here, but finally they're
30
able to
seconds
execute
left
and get the advantage here in the numbers. 4v2 with less than half a minute remaining for Zelina and Arky. And speaking of Zelina, she's gonna get spotted very, very soon by this camera. They're peeing as well.
Go, go, go.
Where that tripwire is, Zelina's gonna trigger it immediately. And the spray through the box.
10 seconds
Red's
left.
able to mark that
Spike
one down.
down B.
No time left for Arky to retrieve it. It's ECA rallying near the end of this first half, Vic. And the 4th round for them is confirmed.
Yeah, that's right. This is very promising now as we head into the second half very soon. But
last round before the
at
switch.
this point, if they can get one more in the bag, I think they'll be very comfortable on the attack round. And fractures, just especially the way these comps are built, are made for the attacker side. And I'm happy to see that ECA is putting a good fight back here, and this is what they should be doing. Quack has been getting lots of really impactful kills here, and just being ready for that, not giving them any space on the site, fighting back immediately, responding immediately. This is a much better pacing coming from the side of ECA, and Lux, of course, is probably sensing that too, and discussing how they can approach this, making sure they get that 8th round in the bag, because it's going to be a lot more difficult to defend against a comp like this.
Yeah, I mean, Coach Jay calling for the timeout right now. We saw the contrast of the first few rounds from Lux compared to the latter half of this first half, right? It was a lot more coordination from Lux, but at the same time, they were allowed the space to set things up. They were given that time, they were running down the clock, but ECA has realized that if they find a small gap within the 1 minute that we usually see LXC set up for, then they're gonna find that success. We saw it just a while ago from Fluffalito. We've noticed them using Spawn a lot more for these rotations rather than going all around the map, since they just want to catch LXC in the act rather than trying to get the big backstab on them.
That's right. And Arky does have her ults now, and the question is she going to be using this to push into side or saving it for the post-plant? Xylena, nothing with a Bucky in hand. Gonna need as many orbs as possible. One more kill. She's gonna have her laser fingers ready to go, and that could be crucial for them keeping the site.
Yeah, ECA still steady here by Canteen. It's been a strong point of contention from Fluffalito, especially when she's just pinging these tripwires, trying to catch Xylena in the app. But Xylena this time able to navigate the tough last round on the attack though for LXC. Not everyone fully kitted. Fluffalito has to give up that space, but the Orbital strikes in response. And Arky and Hibari, we back away for now.
Spike down.
Hibari though, she's caught by Red. And ECA, do they push this? LXC, on the other hand, wants to be aggressive. Rolling Thunder now. Xylena getting up close and personal. That's one for her with the Bucky. She's looking for more.
I know
exactly. Angels in response. And the overdrive will meet the showstopper. Where does it get sent though? Awkward, sure. But ECA is ahead. 2 for 1 for now. Arky still on the site. Spike planted to the Donkey. Trying to go for big points there for the trade instead. Amaya though in a 1v1 versus Quack. And the orbital strike, the eye in the sky, perfect for the stall. Here it goes, forcing Quack out, but the burn damage is too much, and it's a hot ending for the first half here for LXC 8-4.
Switching sides.
Excellent use here of their utility coming from the side of Lux. It did come down, to the wire here for both of these teams. I liked what they did though. ECA there wasn't pushing back into B immediately because they knew Red had her ult there to push them out of sight to prevent that plant. But at that point, when you have your Neon here, you only needed one more kill to get her ult and clean up the rest of them. This is a great use of the Aftershock going into Canteen where Xylena could just clean it up.
Yeah, and wow, what a half we just got there. That last round, especially after the timeout, right? They've noticed there that ECA is just sticking around towards spawn. This is something that they can exploit if they have that initiator ultimate. And they got it from the breach. Arky setting it up well. The combos between Arky, Hibari, and Xylena proved to be so successful for the first, 6-7 rounds of LXC's run there in that first half. And we finally saw it there at the very end as well. So a good start for LXC. Something I noted a while ago while we were getting into this one is, for me, personally, some of these names familiar with the community, up-and-comers, finally on this stage. And it's such a big deal, right? Because I've known for these players, especially for LXC, that they've been working so hard to make it this far, to finally be on the main stage of Game Changers, to be on the Pacific Channel, wherever you guys are watching, to be in the playoffs, and to be in the same contention with the likes of Team Falcons and some of the familiar faces we'll see later on in our second series. So a good start so far, and a good first half for LXC.
Yes, this is a good first half for them, but like our desk was saying, this is not going to be a short day. I think this is still going to end up being a very close first map, and with 4 in the bag, it's not very hard for them to catch up here. But on the defense side, they're pushing out, not even allowing them to
attacker
think.
spawn.
I mean, it worked a while ago. Might as well do so again. It's 2 here for the likes of Lux GC. And LXC, they even have that spike control, so ECA, whatever they were planning, it's already caught out in the open here by the defense.
For the longest time, I thought you were saying Alexi.
Don't worry, I thought so too with the panel until I saw the acronym.
I realized LXE.
Yeah, she's in Team Falcons, unfortunately.
Yes,
they kind of won.
was yesterday.
Oh, but Dudadunky winning some of these fights. It's a double water. The peak comes out. It's up to Dudadunky now. It's just start to force the push. Arky up close. It's a 3K for Dudadunky, but it's problematic with low HP. And LXC, they read it right, and they'll win another pistol here.
Yeah, Donkey doing everything that she could at that point, but it's a really tall order to ace at that point in a one-person situation. Lux, again, winning both pistols now. Fracture is very much looking in their favor here, and I really like their first push out here. Just being really aggressive. What's defense? You know, we're gonna go in the offense every single round is the approach.
Yeah. Extremely confident, extremely proactive. Right now, it's a good opening here for the likes of LXC. Since they're gonna get that gun advantage, 2 Spectres, an Outlaw, in the hands of Xylina as well. So a full investment actually
Out of
for the
charges.
defense. Here though, the noise made by Arcade. Dudky immediately tripped up by the wire. Truly an enemy slowing her down. The 1-for-1 though, but Dudky able to get close towards tower anyway. They want to clear on the site. Rary though, just blending in by the box, and surprise, surprise! With a Cypher, can't get the kill there. Fluffalito finds her target. Spike planted, 4v3. Drone though, gets caught out. The Arky, it might be an ambitious push to come outside that smoke. It's dangerous. And speaking of Arky right now, on the other side as well, he might find openings here. Stuns there, Red again, up close with the classic. 2v2, make it 2v1! And ECA looking to try and steal this one away. And Arky has to get back to the right cover at the right time. Flash comes out, no one really accosted by it. Donkey buying time, gets the isolated angle, and a thrifty here for ECA to turn it back around.
Fantastic read by ECA. They got full tower control east into site there. Communicate. You could see that comms happening there with the Cypher trap wire early on in Arcade, communicating to the rest of our team, and getting that one Bulldog in hand, and the rest of our squad just sticking and holding their ground and getting those clean shots. Lux, you know, they're gonna have to be forced onto this eco. And I think this game, this very first map is gonna go a little bit longer than expected.
Yeah. I mean, we kind of expected it, honestly. At this point, unless anything changes, most of these series should be very close.
Yes.
In the lower bracket. I wouldn't be too surprised to see that happen for our next series, for tomorrow.
Right there.
I guess to be completely transparent, any series that doesn't have Team Falcons should be close.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. But you know what? We like to see that, right? We want to see good competition going on. Drone getting that information in
Right
B
there.
main. Oof. Rest of the squad rotating over, and they're not gonna be separated too much with only classics, one sheriff in hand.
The numbers please, and here comes the burst from ECA. Dudky now. Goes down the sights. Red with 1, but Maya with the classic of all things again. The classic has gotten too many kills already in this map alone. 2 there at least to try and make it manageable. Never mind, this Rari will fall down. Spike planted here by ECA. They even have full tower control right now. Try and catch out Hibari or Xylina. And speaking of them, creeping closer towards the side. Xylina hits a nutty shot there. Hibari as well! And he's got way too close for comfort, but ECA will be 1 up in that one. And a 6th round here for the attack.
Oh, we're seeing the difference start to decrease here, but they made it really expensive for the side of ECA. They can still buy, but classics, you know what? They still hurt. And getting these 2 here from Amaya on site, well, that proved very expensive.
Yeah, at least, right? It's not gonna be ECA snowballing on the economy, but since they won with a thrifty in the second round of the second half, they're still gonna have a full buy coming into this one. LC though, also with their own buy, Salvo sets. Immediately, that's Lux trying to confirm that they have that A main control. The smoke comes out, the Salvo as I mentioned, and then Xylina up close with the judge as well. If ECA forces this one, it might be dangerous.
Yeah, it could be really dangerous, and I do like the ideas coming from Lux here, playing a bit more boldly, just banking on this. That first kill, possibly 2 kills. Fire! Could do a lot.
Judge exposed, though. Stun comes out. Showstopper here instead. But look at the catch from Xylina. Unfortunately for her, though, there's no escape as Quack has done it again. Susan for sub, starting it off with 2. Luckily, also just creeping in from
enemy remaining.
the other side. And Looks like it is served on a silver platter. The woman from Dish has found the 3K, and ECA have made this gap only 2 rounds now.
Yeah, the gap is now just 2 rounds apart, like you were saying, and they had a good idea, but ECA knew something would be up at this point when they don't have that much cash in hand. It's probably gonna be something a little bit ratty. They caught it early on and very comfortably took control of A. And they're just gonna need to continue. The snowball is snowballing.
I mean, ECA looks so much more comfy on the attack. Most of their success in the 2 wins on this map have come from this side. And it's a big reason why they pick Fracture to begin with. Very confident approach. And look at them now. Get that orb control as well. 1 ultimate rather, ready for red. 2 of them coming closer and closer for Quack and Fluffalito. And ECA, they're gonna do it again. They're really just controlling places like main and arcade. Give them at least 2 orbs to work with in the round. And speaking of, now the Armageddon is prepped for the execute. Catch, skid. Oh, caught out by Arky. LXC will draw first blood here.
Yeah, pushing out of A site here. With their shares, catching the 1 kill. They're gonna be sandwiched here. And how are they gonna defend it and make sure they don't come in with their pistol?
1 enemy remaining.
Happening.
Spike down.
What
B.
value we're getting here from LXC, and the sheriffs throughout finding these targets. The overdrive as well as Lylina sent out. Comes out for ultimate though, but a classic looking to at least try and call that action.
30 seconds
but
left.
LXC, we've seen them win a round on defense this way already. They now have spike control, and it's up to Fluffalito to try and get them all.
It's a tall order for Fluffy. He's going to try anyway.
My ultimate is ready.
It's a good
Once
2K.
again, it's a 1v3.
10
It's
seconds
a good
left.
2K, but time is not on their side here, Vic, and the stun is perfect. Lylina's there as well with the classic and the thrifty that LXC have been looking for throughout this half. They're gonna get it to go to double digits.
The reason I really love Fracture is because it's a kind of map that rewards the bold, the confident, the people who just push, but of course with their double initiators, just executing so well here between the breach and the Tejo to flush them into the stuns. And of course, the sheriff shots just come in real sharp, and now it's a 10-7. And all hope is definitely not lost for ECA. They still have guns in hand, but Lux can feel a bit more comfortable now.
Yeah, confident too here, Vic, because the operator's out for Lylina. We've seen this opening from Lux a bunch of times in this half already. Salvo sent, smoke's there, and if you cross that line, it's Lylina who'll be your first contact. The donkey in red, looking to find the push. Smoke this space, she sees the gun barrel. The shot brings, the salvo makes it awkward for Lylina. What's the escape plan? Seems like there's a first kill, and a slide on now to keep it safe. But no, wait! Stops at the wrong moment. The donkey gets the catch, and it's only a 1-for-1 here.
Yeah, that door didn't shut quite in time. That was a pretty risky move from Lylina to look at Disher with no one to back her up. Donkey obviously ended up banking on that very crucial kill here. But they're still waiting, playing it a bit safe. They don't want to lose the same way they did in the previous round.
Yeah, ECA making sure that this site is taken for free.
Entered.
They use the smokes, keep it safe. And LXC right now looking to regroup, but watch out for this one. The flank from Rary might be big here.
Yes, this could be huge. Turns around. This timing could be everything here.
Winning, the Bari finds the pick, and the Rolling Thunder is massive! Courtesy of Arky, bounces them in the path of the Tejo, and 3 for Hibari, a final 1 for Amaya, and LXC just knocked the opposition down like dominoes there, Vic. 11-7 now.
Yeah, that was a fantastic retake from Lux. There was so much ease going into that, even with ECA having what is looked like full control of the site, and now the economy is getting a little bit dicier here. This first shot here from Lylina, the first death rather, did have not cost much. This ult was everything. It was everything.
Like, you understand if you're gonna hold in the middle of A main, you're at least gonna get a trade, right? But then suddenly, you're out in the open. Suddenly, you're in the corner. And what you doing there, ECA? LXC has just been using this utility in this game to a lot of success, really. 14 assists right now for Arky. You're seeing as well 18 kills for her. She's been the complete package for the Lux squad so far in this map.
I really like how they are coming with each other. You can really see it come through from the side of Lux of just how coordinated they are. Like you said, with their utility especially, and the way they push into the site, I can imagine why their comms is always a little bit chaotic here. But there's just a lot going on. But it's definitely paying off. Skid, though, on the breach is only one ult point away from returning with their own Rolling Thunder.
I mean, you gotta know the PH comms there, Vic. The loudest voice is the one you listen to. And that had to be Arky screaming her head. I'll be like, I'm gonna stun, I'm gonna ult. You know, in Filipino, with words that we can't say on broadcast, but in any case, right now, it's LXC still in position to try and run away with this one. The drone gets a spot and the suppress, but Xylina's still there to peek without the dash. Like she's trying to find the angle. Fluffalito does it. Go spring the trap there on the northern side. So it's 2 in the north, 1 in the south, but Xylina here stops the push of the spike at least.
Yes, that's right. They are being a little bit cautious now, knowing that the op is probably back in her hands. The drone did scan her a little bit earlier, so we've got the two of them here, the two initiators, rethinking this strategy and approaching A. Donkey here is noting the full dish control, and it's going to be up to Arky to comms to the rest of her team and make sure they don't get too much control site.
Satchel out.
Heard that super drop, and then the Donkey making noise to play up top this box. LXC, they have to check this angle. They catch Buffalito, and now they notice the raise up top. Arky though with the covering fire, and LXC now with the advantage. 3v2, unstuck, anchoring here. It's Quack though, a big threat. Stun comes out, making it tough for Xylina. Has to leap away after the shots. Trying to line up this angle. The after shot went out here, but Quack doesn't care. Now the trade comes. It's 1v1 between the breaches, but it's Skid who is looking so healthy now, and the flash is utter perfection. ECA now with 8.
Well played by ECA here, keeping their cool, keeping control of the site as much as they could here. Skid, did end up using her ult in the end to keep them out, and I'm curious now how Quack is going to end up on the Joe. I also, side note, notice that Donkey has the gun buddy for almost all the Pacific teams.
Wow.
On each of her guns. It's a different one on each of her guns. It's pretty cool.
Big fan.
Yeah.
PCB Pacific. With
right.
my favorite people, Chubby Ninja and him, I'm Quack. I don't know where they are right now though.
I don't know where they are either.
Yeah.
They're just Pacificing.
Pacificing on the Pacific Channel. And what's crazy is Amaya's there to find the two already! The lineup from LXC, they want to go for the push! And through the staircase, it's ECA looking to ascend. Rary falls, but Amaya's there to find the answer. 3 for Amaya, but right behind her again, it's ECA. One more chance though here for the Donkey. The shot from Xylina's an immediate trade! It's a quick round so far. Fluffalita though retrieving the spike. But she's low HP. Even the breeze can kill her by this point. And ECA, they're gonna force the issue by planting here on site.
Planted the spike.
Oh, a little breeze is all it's gonna take, like you said. That was insane.
Oh, the stun? But she doesn't know. She doesn't know she's stunned up her target. She's gonna go for the tap and Fluffalito! Silence is golden. And right now, she gets the prize of a round. ECA up to 9. But as you said there, Vic, they just went for the push there for LXC, and it got way too close for comfort.
That was just a complete mud fight there. But Fluffalito, you could see her face, how relieved she was, how lucky she was, as Alina didn't check the corner that she ended up stunning. But this is going to be very hard now as we go into the next round for ECA, because you know what? It's all lit up on the side of Lux here. We got 4 ults online.
I mean, yeah, Lux have the ult, sure, but the economy economy isn't the best. They have to get value with the overdrive right here, right now. The sun is good, but the line's gone. No one's shooting it for her. Orbital strike though! Pick your poison between lightning and flames! As Zylina has found the 3K skin as well, narrowly avoiding the Armageddon from up top, but there's no avoiding the lightning here. It strikes to 5, and the ace for Zylina.
All done.
Puts Lux on map
Please
points.
don't hug me.
Match point.
Oh, as we were saying about these
Gun
bolts,
here.
putting it to full use. Who needs guns? Frank,
Yeah.
I don't think anyone died
outta
to any real guns there because she ended up pulling out her ult and just frying them all with her laser
enemy
fingers.
remaining.
So, who needs them in a FPS? Like, who really needs them?
Like, pick how do you want to die? To the lightning fingers, to the airstrike, to the orbital strike. Yeah.
Yeah, we all decided to, get the electric shock there. And
Right there.
Peak Valorant, guys.
Oh,
This is
definitely.
this is what Valorant is in 2025. So,
this is Filipino Valorant. It's always crazy. And I'm here.
yeah, I don't even have Haven in the map pool, but hey, it's time again for the airstrike to come. Armageddon in play. Scans good though. Rary perfectly picking her target on Lafalito.
Spike
Requires
planted.
catching
They found my wire.
ECA off guard. Spike planted is 5v4 in the flank again from Zylina. This time's the one to watch out for.
We are watching it indeed.
Prepare for hellfire.
Only their half buys. What can they do to defend themselves against Lux?
I'm all out.
Up from Arcade. They gotta kill the shorty now. Inside the smoke, and Zylina's just on fire. No beating this girl now. And Quack with 3, sure it's a last hurrah, but LXC will be the one
Defenders
smiling
win.
in the end. 13-9 to take the first map here.
Woo! They look not as thrilled as I thought they would, but that was okay. I'm seeing a little like crazy head shaking happening there. That was quite a finale for the very first map of today. A good showing from both squads, but Lux, winning on ECA's map pick there. I think this is huge for them to start off the day.
Yeah, I mean, it was an utter statement there from Lux. We saw all around, right, that they were so corded with utility. They got value with their ultimates especially. And Zylina has been a force to be reckoned with, even though the first few rounds where she had a slower start in terms of the kills, the last few rounds especially was her finding value throughout the map. The ace with the overdrive, the operator, just getting consistent picks. It was just Lux feeling confident throughout Fracture there.
Yeah, and they were confident, honestly, throughout the entire thing. We saw blips of, bright spots coming from ECA here, and hopefully they can grow that, going into the second map here. And again, this is the lowers, so, whoever doesn't make it, that's it for them. This is going to be end of the road for split 1 for them. But we are going to have to go to our desk, who's going to break it all down in more detail. So back to you, Quack and Tayrawr.
Welcome back to the desk here, and finally we've seen game number 1, Quack. A different Quack, by the way, if you are wondering on a stream, like how did he come up so fast here on the panel desk? But what an explosive first match we got here.
Dude, yeah, it's definitely explosive. Some rounds were really, really chaotic and hard to track. I mean, kudos to our observer for like actually being able to follow it also. But yeah, I mean, like, what a way to kind of play out the whole thing. And we had the ace moment, but I think ECA also put up a bit of a fight.
That's definitely true. We've seen multiple rounds where it's gunfights after gunfights. Again, it's the aggressiveness. If there's one word to describe Lux coming into this map number 1, is that aggressiveness. And we keep talking about it, Quack, right? It's the confidence that brings a lot to the table here. Despite the disadvantage, though, I have to say, it took 4 rounds before ECA could counter back and adapt to this kind of aggressive playstyle. But despite the score being 6-1 in that first half, it seems like they could still pick up the economy coming into the rounds that we're looking.
Yeah, for sure. It's that's kind of what happens at the end of it. It's the aggression, and we saw it in the first 4 rounds for sure. Especially on the attacking side, LXC, they definitely have that confidence to just execute in sites again and again, or even kind of throw their opponents in for a bit of a loop, you know, a bit of early presence on towards A or B, and then rotate off to the other side. What happens at the start is ECA kind of over-rotate sometimes, or they're kind of passive on their defense, actually. They don't really take active control or active information outside of some lanes, but the way that they are able to fight back, and this is kind of what I do admire from both sides, is how they're able to play or make some of these decisions, because players like Quack, or for example, even Don Donkey, you know, they're kind of decisive in how they want to take back some positions. They hold certain positions, in fact, as well. And the timings with their utility, they actually find LXE on some of their little gaps and openings that they leave behind. I mean, this is what you can see as well. It's the fact that, first of all, the calling from LXE is definitely right there. Amaya, I think it was like round 18, the one with that rolling thunder that set Hibari up for the kills. It's so evident, you know, they had the rolling thunder, they held very defensive positions inside of like spawn. Actually, they weren't really peeking out too much, and it's a very clear call for a retake play. I mean, I don't know what the Pinoy comms are like on the team, but like that is definite teamwork right there, and it just sets the whole team up for a definite success. Whether it's Arky's decision making or Amaya with the calls, it's right there. But for ECA, some of those individual performances come back up. You know, Don Donkey, she had the 4K off of the showstopper into a couple more, you know, rifle kills. The last one might have gotten away, but it's definitely a lot of explosiveness from both sides.
Yeah, that's definitely true. We've seen it here already in just map number 1 out of all the possible 3 maps that we have right now. But looking at ECA, we see their top performing player here, which is Quack, that just came into the team a week before playoffs started. And this is where I revert back to what I said a while ago, the fundamental skills that we have coming into the team. It brings a lot to the table, and I have to say, Xylina was able to really come up a lot of the rounds here, especially when you have that overdrive open. Not only that, you have the support of 2 duelists, or rather 2 initiators that could stun for you. It just sets up a lot for the rest of the team.
Yeah, dude, for real. Well, this is one of the things that I do want to kind of think about as well. Xylina, you know, if not for that ace, she might have been on a different spot on the whole scoreboard as a whole. Not to like splash a little bit of water on her or to be mean or anything, she is very capable, especially when she had that op, then, you know, starting to do things a lot more. She's one of the core reasons for why the team is able to play that aggressively, especially on the defense side. They show that they know how to work the map. I mean, this is one of the things about Fracture. I learned this a couple of days back ago when I did some VOD reviewing work, and they need to push out. They always take active information on their defensive side, and she does that very well. But she does have like some of these slight moments where she overheats a little bit.
Yeah.
You know, 1v1 and I think round 20, her against Fluffalito, and she kind of slid in a little bit too far ahead. Wasn't aware that Fluffalito might have been, you know, hiding or lurking somewhere behind towards Canteen. So it's moments like that that they do need to look out for, especially moving forward to our next map.
Well, speed also comes with the definition of like less precision, right? You become too fast, you get to have lapses at least of checking corners, or even the plays where you stunned already, which was Canteen, like you were saying. So at the end of the day, we have to give it to that round where the explosiveness come in. They didn't have any guns. It was a thrifty round, if I'm not mistaken, and you have that overdrive plus the orbital strike. Like, how can you get away from this, Quack? Everything all at once, literally.
Yo, like the movie, yeah. So that's really how, you know, I think it shows that Lux, or, well, LXE have that prep work for this map. It's just really, really good. But we shall see what happens next.
Yeah, definitely true. We will see what's gonna happen next as we jump into map number 2 later on after this very short break. So please don't go away. Stay tuned for game number 2. This is Valorant Game Changers, Southeast Asia.
watch me speak. About to take over your screen. Talking bulls in 93. Talking mama, I'm on TV. Y'all know all I do is me. All I do is me. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and all I know, my money green. About to snap and make a scene. My cup off and make this free. My cup off and make them scream. Go back off for TMZ. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch. Watch me. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Money long, nothing on credit. I got style, don't catch no feelings. All this bread ain't got no lettuce. I got style, don't catch no feelings. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look, look. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look, look. Look, look. Look, look. Look, look. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Watch me. Sit back. Sit back. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back.
Welcome back, and you're still watching Valorant Game Changers Southeast Asia, day number 2 for Split 1. My name is Tayrawr. Alongside me is Hey, I'm Quack. We're heading into map number 2 here, Quack, and it's gonna be Pearl this time. And it's picked by Lux GC. With the performance coming in from game number 1, any other expectations heading into game number 2?
Ooh, well, I guess the expectation for me is needing to see a bit of a step up, I guess, from Echo Aura, from ECA, because they've shown that, like, on Fracture, while they do have, you know, that potential, they have the fragging capabilities,
yeah.
Sometimes on the map they're a little bit too passive. On a map like Pearl, that can help, but at the same time, if you're too passive, you know, for the whole map, your opponents kind of get to, like, walk all over you. So needing to find that confidence, find the right moments to possibly, you know, push out sometimes, or to bait reactions, get some further information as to whether your opponents are rotating or not, or to position yourself across the map like that, honestly. But at the same time, like, Lux, really good, right? But they gotta keep that up. You know, Xylena can't drop the ball, because if she does, if she starts to, like, get too many first stats at the same time, that's not too good for the team either.
Yeah, for Echo Aura, there's nowhere to go but up, right? And for Lux GC, they have to be keeping themselves consistent at this point to make it to a 2-0, but I don't think Echo Aura will just allow that to happen quite easily, I have to say. We've seen from map number 1, if for all the people who just watch right now as well, heading into that second half, you see some of the players, specifically like Quack, for example, Donkey, for example, also popping off already at that point, right? They're heating up, and I feel like it just takes a little bit of time, but they're gonna get there.
it's possible. And I just trying to like point that out real quick again. Quack, top frag, all right, 22 kills. The next player is Red, or Donkey, with 17, 18 kills. She's the sub.
She's the sub. 1
She
week
joined
before.
like what? 1 week before. That's crazy. Before we like do go off on like chat like, oh, why isn't she on the team full time then? You never know. Maybe she's like, a student, she's got other commitments, something like that. But you can definitely see that difference. Like, this is my analysis, by the way.
Yeah.
Look at the player cams, right? Quack's background, she's got a fan blowing in the back, dude. She's in her bedroom. Meanwhile, the LXE players, Lux GC, they're in like a PC shop or something, They got like a gaming chair with like or I don't know, maybe it's their team room or something. But they're like, they have that confidence, they have that experience that they've done this before. They know, like, they are gonna book a place. They're committed to this game. Meanwhile, for someone like Quack, or maybe some of the players on Echo Aura, excuse me, like, they are not as experienced, but they are doing this and they are capable of it. They might even have to like explain to their parents like, okay, I'm playing a competition right now, I cannot be disturbed. But you realize like how weird that is, that then your parents are like, you're doing what? You're competing in a video game? It's kind of weird. But they're here, they're still doing it, and I definitely love and admire and respect all of that.
Yeah, been there, done that, right? At some point, at some degree, for the players that we have right here, right now, like, despite being or covering at least 1 week before the tournament itself, it still boils down to the point where I know I can shoot. You have the fundamentals. You're a cracked player. You might be a ranked demon or some sort. But when you bring that to the table, heavy shooting, and it's a shooter game, what are you supposed to do, right? Especially in some of the aggressive key moments that we're looking at from Lux GC, where sometimes it gets too fast. We see some lapses of not checking corners. And I think this is one of the things that GC, or Lux GC to be specific, has to be careful about, making sure that they just don't leave those kinds of loopholes.
That's the thing though, right, Tayrawr? It's a shooter game until Lux GC throws out Orbital Overdrive.
And the Overdrive.
Armageddon for Armageddon on both sides. Oh, what is happening on the map?
No idea. Chaos upon chaos, right? With that amount of utilities, also falling from the sky as well. It comes to also making sure that you play agents that you're comfortable with, you're confident with. Might be the meta right now that we do have that double any setups looking at our teams, but at the end of the day, you have to be comfortable with what agent you're using here to completely utilize that. And I feel like for Tejo, heading into Lux, or rather into GC in general, which is Game Changers, I feel like no one could just miss out on this agent. Like, you just have to have it. What do you think?
It's really, really strong, especially
right
on
now,
a map like
right?
Fracture. Yeah, right now. It's just, we saw how, oppressive it can be sometimes. It's just having that much utility all the time, the drone, everything else, so you're able to clear out so much, or even use it for retakes, as we saw. It's a lot that you can do.
Post plants.
But for our... That's right. Yeah, there's a lot. But for our upcoming map, I am not too sure.
Oh, maybe we see a Yoru instead. Teams have been pulling up a Yoru when it comes to Pearl, but we're bound to find out. Anyway, maybe another Neon. What are your guesses here, Quack?
Well, it's definitely a little bit tough. Based on recent matches from Lux GC, at least, they have run this comp, and this is a comp that I believe Victoria, Chubby Ninja, will be very familiar with. Oh, they actually swapped it up. No, it's the same thing. Sorry, I'm looking on the wrong side. It's that double duelist, Jet Phoenix. Which team runs this? I'm gonna leave it blank. Victoria will answer that at some point. For ECA though, they didn't play this in their qualifier games, so I'm curious to see how they're gonna show their performance on this map. But looking at the composition, at least double any, there's a lot of information that they can work off of. But I do feel that quite a bit of the responsibility does fall on the shoulders of players like Fluffalito, as well as Red.
True.
The IGLing, the map control is very important here.
True, especially when it comes to controlling mid as well. As we always say, the one
Gotta put
who
those
control
alarm bots.
mid control the game, right? So it's very important for these players, especially their roles as well, to really keep tight, especially for LXC, who's starting on the defensive side as well. Not really much of a change when we're looking at their controller agents. Both uses Astra as well. The only difference we could see is that double ini versus that double duelist setup. Any changes when it comes to your predictions here, Quack, now that we've seen the agent composition? Is it still a 2-0 for you?
I think it is. I think it is. Just based on, like, you know, player mindset, player behaviors, it feels as though Lux GC has got this one.
Okay, I'm gonna be rooting for the underdogs then. Maybe we have a map 3, who knows, as we dive in and throw you straight to Pearl. Let's go, Chubby Ninja and Daks. Take us away.
Take us away, we shall. And Quack, to answer your question about who uses that comp, I almost don't want to talk about it because the last time we saw that team play Pearl, it was a 13-1, and I don't think that's the score that that Lux really wants to follow. Now, we haven't seen ECA play Pearl at all. I do favor the double duelist comp. I'm partial to it. You know, I think we just like it here in Southeast Asia. It's just fast, gets the job done. It's exciting. How are you feeling about this, Daks?
I mean, I can see the reason why you like the comp. I don't think we need to really tackle that too much by this point. But truthfully, it's fun to see it here from the side of Lux, because those are a few pocket picks that they do bring out coming into a map like Pearl, right? Especially that Phoenix when they play this double duelist, it's Hibari, who's usually your initiator player, right? Swapping over to that role. Xylena's still gonna be around on the Jet as well. But then again, on the other side, I'm excited to see for Echo Aura, right? I saw a fade a while ago. You have that extra bit of control with the Prowlers, with the Haunt, if you know the lineups. But Pearl is looking to be very exciting. I do wonder, though, if ECA can bring it back here.
I think there is a lot to be said for having a double initiator. Like you were saying, there's a lot of information that the Fade can get for the team there. And especially with having the double initiator there, they could push back against the double duelist comp of Lux. Yeah. So let's see how they approach it. But right now, how Lux has been playing this, the Desk was breaking this down as well. ECA is playing a little bit more passively and kind of more reactively, whereas Lux is just going in, getting that info, sometimes to the point where it's a little bit of an overheat, but it's been largely working out for them.
Yeah, look at them. They want to start things off hot and ready already. And they go for a quick A-main push between Hibari and Xylena. You're playing that double duelist. Look for that orb control, because that run it back is going to be essential for the long run there.
Yeah, they're double running. You said so much running, yeah. So they're going to be running it back, getting it as quickly as possible. That's going to count for a lot. And just farming those orbs, I mean, that's huge. When it comes to Valorant, I mean, especially with Lux, they've clearly shown they could have rounds not using a single
you flash Hibari! Gets the blind on many, but finds a single target. Arky, though, falling on the other side. Now ECA want to make this arc push happen, but Rary as well. Holding steady, Skid will fall. Fluffalito versus Xylena now towards the restaurant here, but the reservation is given to Fluffalito there. 3v3 after stopping the initial push.
Yes, they did, but Quack still has Spike in hand. Things are still very much controlled. Clock is ticking down. 30 seconds to go to choose where they want to confront.
30 seconds
We do
left.
have an Astra waiting on B. Hibari kind of expecting a bit of this push.
Yeah. Speaking of, it's Amaya here.
Concealment!
Jiggling around, trying to get that intel. ECA now coming her way. But with 15 seconds on the clock, they need to clear that Astra and fast. Prowler now in play.
10 seconds left.
Preventing the initial swing. Should buy some time for the plant, and unseen, unheard. The Prowler's value cannot be understated there. ECA now, numbers advantage, and that spike planted. Turret still up. Fluffalito looking to survive for as long as she can, even with 5 HP. Bari and Rary now back to back. Rary here finds her, sure, but right behind her, it's Quack looking to strike. top frag from a while ago in that last game. Now bringing ECA to a first pistol win in the series.
That's right. This is their first pistol win, and maybe that's what they need. A little bit of momentum, starting on the right foot here for ECA. And I mean, I like their approach. Again, initiator, just getting really early info, and they're kind of understanding Lux's play style now, which is just push out, even on defense. And you can see them stacking A sites, possibly to do the same thing again.
I mean, they want to do it again, right? They want to get that orb, but especially with more of those utility agents nearby. There's even Fade. He's early, just to confirm those intentions. ECA, blink of an eye, catch 1, 2, and 3. Now they're onto A site here.
Right there.
Yep. Easily on the A side, reading this team so well at this point. I don't want to die to
Bot coming back.
God knows what. Which ult from the side of Lux. Amaya here all by herself. Not much she can do at this point with just a classic in hand. And, you know, just even getting one with a classic. You know what? That's good enough. That's good enough, Amaya.
She got the big 1v1 versus the turret. One against the turret. Now one against the intact turret. Another one? Nah, not gonna happen. Everyone gets easier for ECA, but it's 2-0 now for the squad on the attack.
They think they're so...
Yep, this is what we want to see from ECA. Just keeping, not letting the other team eco them, keeping their guns in hand, and just keeping, you know, starting with a really good momentum here and not letting the previous match fluctuate too much.
Lux trying to rally on their buy round. Vic, I know you made this composition. You're the one who made sure that this comp actually existed in the history of Valorant. What do you think LXC needs to do in this one round now?
Well, now that they have guns in hand, I think their ideas are going to work. And if they come around, squeeze into that mid control, that could be very interesting. Oh, okay, they're opting to play it a little bit more conservatively, only sending out their jet. Go. Hunt.
Oh,
pays off.
All you need is one. And speaking of a one-shot, one-kill, Alina getting the first. Hibari's there, ready to receive on the other side. Didn't pop the run back though. Good luck for her. And ECA across the map, opening up more angles. So B, the anchor's found. Amaya falls yet again the same angle, and allows ECA now to angle their offense that way.
Right there.
ECA, knowing that B is under control, just making sure they don't lose any more people in silly ways. Quack covering that control. Quack is absolutely has mentioned her inspiration is Alexi from Falcon Vega, and her fragging power has been phenomenal. Her reads there, knowing where Xylina is going to be pushing, has been very crucial for the side of ECA. And let's see if they can, you know, hold down the fort here as Xylina goes for the hunt.
Something here by double doors. Quack instead with the response. 2v2, but low HP here for ECA. Xylina inside Arky. Now trying to clear out hulls as quickly as they can. Finding the angles to work with. Alina though, that one spotted. Doesn't hit the shot. Second chance.
One enemy remaining.
Third time's the charm. Player spotted. Quack instead with the 3K. Xylina responds for their own, but there's no time at all. And I guess for ECA, it's an easy B because they're gonna win a bonus from it.
That's right. That's all they needed to do. Just play for that time, and it worked out in the end. And even though they lost the first map of their map pick, they haven't shown Pearl at all yet. And it looks like they do have quite a number of tricks up their sleeves, and they look very comfortable on it at the moment.
One enemy remaining. Standing.
They're pulling these angles really well. They win out these fights towards B long especially, and from that point on, the post plant on B has been very successful with the angles. We're saying long ago, right, that they're clearing out these angles here for LXC. They need to check as much as they can. Now, LXC gets a big bunch of intel. The piece comes out courtesy of Hibari, but the firepower just isn't there with the Sheriff. And ECA still stabilized and are looking to make this push towards A main happen.
Yeah, A is their side for the taking, but their other Lux is in art. Regrouping and just letting ECA make their first mistake.
ECA, so that's the question. Aldro now gets the spot onto one. red. Wants to spike up, and Hibari able to line up a shot finally. Only 1-for-1. Amaya shows up. The donkey, making it a shooting range for her. ECA now. And 3v1 slate. Xylina trying to make flank happen here. But as the spike's planted, just Fluffalito check. A single shot from Marshall should be good enough to catch 2 of those targets. Skid the 1. Very healthy on the opposite end. And a great call for ECA on the side. Retreating now into cover. Using the nanoswarm to solve for time. They're waiting to see what Xylina's gonna do here. Picks up now. The Vandal on hand. Almost a full clip. Chance here perhaps, but Donkey will silence any of those taunts. And the 3K for her will lead to a 4th round for ECA.
Yeah, ECA decided to play a little bit safe there, surely knowing that Xylina was probably going to go for that Vandal. And it could have gotten really dangerous if Xylina did get that first kill there, but she didn't, luckily. And ECA, this is looking good. This has been promising. Tides are shifting in their favor right now. But Lux, now they can afford an op.
Yeah, they pick it up. They're one away from the Blades and the timeout as well, courtesy of Coach Jay. Gotta say though, for LXC, they're just not given the opportunity to play the double duelist the way they want to. We haven't seen the run it back yet from Hibari. They're lacking that firepower on the B side with Amaya getting caught out, and some of those weaknesses that ECA have been able to exploit, well, they're gonna look to clean up here for LXC this time.
Yeah, that's a fantastic point. And, you know, we can see a little bit of shifting here with the op moving over to B, and just like you said, putting more firepower on B, because you know what? You could just walk through smokes, and ECA knows that. And they have 2 initiators. They have so many ways to push past it.
Yeah, it's tough. Amaya, you gotta know, you know when you're playing an Astro like that, right? You're micromanaging the stars, you're also your IGL, and when the focus just isn't there completely, well, we've seen ECA take advantage of that. But it's such a good showing from Echo Aura already, right? We haven't seen this map from them in the open qualifiers, as our panel has mentioned. And so far, so good. 4 rounds in a row, 2 ultimates at the ready, especially at Nightfall in the hands of Quack here.
Xylina could get a really important first kill, but she is not holding the angle. Instead, listening for any info, pinging, coming to the rest of her squad here. Op doesn't find anything. And this gives ECA an opportunity to push forward!
Need that back.
Unreal.
Punching through the smoke.
Yeah, even
Face your fear!
Also, Hibari found out, still conservative with the run it back.
Spike down.
There, allowed to stabilize. The anchor has fallen. ECA has done it again. Just win the gunfights throughout the map. You don't even need to put that spike
I got
down.
your backs. Just,
At this
you
point,
know,
I'm seeing
from the
Lux
front.
hesitate a little bit. The fact that Xylina was not holding that angle with an op immediately, I don't know what was going on there. It looked like she was listening to something. I imagine this is coming from the side of Lux, because it did, something looked a little off there. And at this point, ECA has a really good momentum going forward, but I'm sure Lux has some ideas in their bag, and that includes being a little bit more aggressive, getting early info, and not being reactive, because that's what ECA was doing in the last map, which ended up costing them.
Yeah, I mean, Lux is lacking the confidence that we saw on Fracture, and of all people to know that, it would be Victoria. You know, telling everyone how to play Jet and Phoenix together on Pearl. Absolutely. The pioneer of the comp.
Yes, that's right. I invented it.
Yes, you did.
And I gave it to a team that looked like they needed it. And it paid off for a couple years, but not so much, you know, in the latter days. You know, with great power comes great responsibility, and
So it just means you need to cook up a new comp for the upcoming Pacific season, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
I'm already on it.
Okay.
That's why I'm watching Game Changers and seeing what's working and what's not working. But Double Duelist is just great. I think, especially with Waylay, I can't wait to see Waylay come into the Game Changers circuit as well. Obviously, we're not seeing too much of that agent for this split, but I can imagine Lux putting Waylay to a lot of good use.
I was about to say that. It's probably like a Waylay Neon comp that you're gonna make for the next season. I see it already.
Oh, you
I see
know?
the vision. Yeah.
Okay.
The inside scoop.
I know. Don't reveal too much now. We gotta save some for VCT Pacific.
Okay. Well, we'll see that in Korea. But right now, we need to see Lux get value with a double duelist as we've been talking about. And hopefully after that tech pause, everything is set and ready for them to play a bit more proactive. Speaking of, you see it immediately. Xylina alongside Hibari. Wouldn't be surprised to see Hibari pop that flash. And the swing from Xylina should be immediate. The smoke, though, is perfection. ECA now already finding the answer out to one, but Xylina is a monster! Plus found 3 with the blades, done the donkey. The one to witness it all and finally take her down. But the damage done here by LXD. The drone as well, looking to spot the donkey, but she's just holding steady, trying to punish any kind of push here from Arky and the rest.
Fluffalito returning back, trying to reach in there. On the other side, Donkey is left here to hold the fort at B, but she does have a spike. And this gives them an opportunity to regroup. And you know what? It's just very interesting. They kind of knew. Their spider senses were tingling there that Lux was going to be pushing out of somewhere. But it wasn't enough to stop them in their tracks, especially with Xylina with her Blade Storm in hand. They're moving to A, knowing that this is where the Astra is. This is the weakness in their game plan. But with only one
enemy remaining.
Oh no! Left unchecked! Amaya this time around! Able
30
to at
seconds
least
left.
get a pick to her name. And it's up to Fluffalito. No guns retrieved though here, Vic. Arky and Rary coming closer and closer towards A. And Fluffalito, she does have the lockdown available. Moving into secrets. Trying to play for cover. Alarm bot as well. And a good angle, but Rary, who goes for the tap first. Also Arky checking! And through the window! They're able to see one another. Rary in the meantime already defusing, halfway done. Lets it go. Goes for the shot. Doesn't get it. The double up though is good enough. And Lux at the end. The Thrifty is what they need to take a round.
How about that?
Yeah, Rary did say before all of this in an interview that she would take a sheriff over, an SMG. She would take a sheriff over many other guns. It's just her gun. And anyway, sheriffs don't stop with this squad, clearly.
The difference when
Let's just
Xylina's
admire
able-
this. Yes.
Yeah, right? Compared to the last round, just a sitting duck. The most literal sense.
Yes.
Oh man, that was such a good push, and you said it already. ECA was expecting it, but if you are just that sharp and you are that ready, Xylina now 6 kills on the board, rocketing herself up the scoreboard, and immediately a dart for reconnaissance to try and see if anyone's going to push there from ECA, but most of the forces of the attacking side playing into mid here.
ECA do have a lot of really
Placing
crucial
swarm
ults
grenade.
ready
Swarm
to
grenade.
go. This could help them push into a site, especially with Skid there, Spike in hand, Rolling Thunder online as they push through Art. But Lux is pretty ready for this with the crossfire.
I mean, the smoke again, keeping them guessing.
You should run.
As the nebula's gone, the lockdown. ECA Barry gone out. It's 2 for 1, make a 2 for 2. As Kid's the one to tell that tale. Yet Amaya left to try and hold off to push them to A. Has to give it the space because of that lockdown. Stun comes up. And Amaya
Spike
does
planted.
dare
You want to fight
cross
it?
through the smoke. Spike's planted. Cosmic Divide as well, to just hide those intentions away. And on the other side,
One end layer
Xylina looking for the
standing.
shot. Arky getting 2 though! Mowing down both by Link.
I need a stop.
Fluffalito all alone, left there to her own devices. Amaya picks that kill up, and
Defuse the
LXC will
spike.
get their second round.
Well, good thing for Arky there. Xylina missing that off shot, but Arky, cleaning it up a majority of that team there. Getting that second win for Lux. Well, we've got a game. Now we got a game going on. 5-2 scoreline. ECA still has 2 of their ults online. There's still a lot of damage that they can do. But at this point, how is Lux going to be continuing this momentum? We have an op back in Xylina's hand. We're gonna have a bit of a redo here. You can see the Jet preparing a B. But ECA with this timeout, this is actually a good time for a timeout here. You don't want Lux to end up snowballing. You don't want Lux to end up getting that momentum. And they know now that Lux has economy.
Yeah, I mean, ECA have been losing the points of map control that they relied on in the first 5-round streak, right? You look at towards B long, by ramp, by pillar. It's being controlled here by Lux. Mid as well being exploited now by the defense when it was relatively left unchecked by LXC. Sure, there was ambition towards art sometimes, but it wasn't as aggressive as they could with that Phoenix. Nowadays, they can go around. Despite that Cosmic Divide in that last round, it was still LXC in position on both sides of the map, so it was rendered moot by the defense.
Yeah, that's right. A lot of their initial round wins as well were waiting for like predictable moves by Lux, but Lux is playing a little bit differently now. So I imagine ECA is gonna work things a little bit differently here, expecting that op on B. The Astra smoke is probably ready so they can cross over and push the op, because once the op is out of hand, they have a lot of control over the site.
Yeah. Smoke though comes out. Oh, the Jet and the donkey gets a haircut she didn't want there at all. Xylena again. So feisty with the operator. And a pick to start with LXC. Gonna get the advantage from that one.
Yeah, huge advantage there. The timing with that shock, with the breach stun didn't come in quite in time. Oh, because you can see the haircut with the bun floating over the box there.
Yeah, it's like it's a little dumpling.
It is.
It is.
Little
it's color white.
Yeah,
You know?
little soup dumpling on her head. Ended up costing her a lot.
Unlucky.
Yes. And now,
yeah, Rari's here mid.
yeah.
Felito. Oh, she's gonna fight the turret first. Round 1.
Oh, turret survives. Oh no,
Oh,
that's
no.
not the outcome. Felito was
30
looking
seconds
for.
left.
There you go. Round 2. Round 2
Okay.
got it.
There are moments when the turret dies. I feel like it should count as a half-point kill.
Give you half an hour, but now you get 2 for them.
One
Here for
enemy
Hibari.
remaining.
A perfect flash
Spike
into a
down
third.
A.
It's all her
Flawless.
there on the A main side, and well, LXC across the map, flawlessly done to get a third round.
Where are we going this time?
Okay, Lux looks very much in control here. You absolutely cannot let that first op kill stop you in your tracks, and I don't want to see ECA becoming reactive again, especially when they're on the attacker side. Hopefully at this point they can rework things a little bit for more mid control, because B-longs can be really tough unless you can figure out how to stop that op.
I mean, Xylena has just been a force of nature. She takes the wind out of ECA's sails with that first pick, as you mentioned. And
Get out of my way!
LXC seem to shrug that off. They still have to push despite losing a player, and that was so close with the donkey. The updraft keeping her up on top. The blades out the pressure. The stun was there. She's on the position, but the shot from Xylena is unreal again. Another chance and another victory for the Jet in that bout. Planted though, and ECA at least get the post plan.
Yes, at least they have side control. That first updraft ended up moving that crosshair from Xylena, but Xylena does not survive. Quack finishes her off. Quack
Initiated.
has gotten so many kills on Xylena. It almost feels personal at this point.
She's the one who get the shutdown onto these prime targets. And now, the operator picked up here by ECA. Sorry though.
Come on,
With the
let's
push,
go!
locked out into play, run it back on the site. Oh, great for Hibari, but she
enemy
wants to be
remaining.
that contact point. There you go, there's the one. Skid now Steen up top there. And ECA looking to do for the defuse. Rary just slides in. And Lux should have enough time to get the defuse here. Close, but not quite for ECA as the defense find the 4th round.
Alright, well, Lux has definitely found the momentum on the defense side here. Figured a lot of things out, and ECA is gonna have to change up their formula a little bit here.
One enemy.
I really like the move, the swap between Jet and Amaya on the Astra. That's been proving really fruitful here, and ECA probably sensing the same thing as they shift their focus back to A and seeing what's happening here. Lux obviously feeling a bit of that energy, and
Yeah.
nearly full second side.
Yeah, 4 rounds in a row, their money has been so good as well. From what we've seen so far. Hunter's Fury now unleashed on the Donkey. Flames on the opposite end. Blaze Wall now. Keeps this space. Bari still same position. Looking to go the same. Flash comes out. The Donkey though mowing down too. Just hold W at this point. It's a slide on in with the dash. The Prowler as well.
One enemy
the catch
remaining.
on the Rary now. Fluffalito is ready to receive. ECA with W Gaming. They get the A site now.
Waiting for Lux to throw out all their util when they push out of A has been proving to be really, really impactful and helping them to secure the A site. Now, Xylena with nothing of the op in hand and a lot of ECA players to take down. This is going to be a tall order.
Oh, no.
She does. Oh, she could get the second
No
one.
way.
Ooh, no.
Second chance. Oh! It's always the second shot here, Vic. And again! No, not this time. Red won't let her reset that one. And the ECA, it makes such a big difference when they're so confident in how they play their offense there.
Oh, absolutely. When you're the last woman standing there, attention management is the big one. And, you know, she was bold. Xylena was bold to go in with nothing but an op. And a lot of players to take down. But you can see here a little bit of panic happening as they started to push her in flowers. But you know what? A 6-4 score line. This is still a good game. This is still pretty close. This could be to either side.
Yeah, for Lux, they're gonna look for more success on the attack side with the Phoenix Jets together. And as of now, ECA still have to respect the utility dumped by LXC towards A main. They give the orb. Hibari now halfway through the run it back here. But this is where ECA can strike. They get A main control back in their favor. The Prowler to make sure everything's safe. And look to angle themselves towards the site here.
Ooh, this is a very different A.
Face your
Very
fear!
little resistance coming from Lux. Only Maya.
Maya!
One enemy
Silent
remaining.
Arky's the one making all the
Spike down
noise!
A.
Arky with 3! Just coming out the smoke and finding a triple on the other side. Rary as well, waiting at the wings. And Lux's response is just loud. 5 rounds
Last
down
round
here for the
in the
defense.
half.
Arky making so many impactful multi-frags, especially on A site. And maybe this is what Lux just needed to do instead of pushing out. Let them come in because we got a plan. And that plan is Arky killing everyone.
But Lux again, just understanding the layout of the map there, right? They got A main control at the start to get the orb. They back away, look to hold towards mid, towards Arts, and realize all of ECA is basically coming out from this one angle. Going up. It's LXC with the raid. Here we go again. The Donkey, she made it work a while ago by holding W. This time she scares off Hibari from the orb. So no run it back as of yet, and it's ECA looking to work with that resource.
Oh, this is bold from ECA. They know there are a lot of people on this site, but they are going to try this out anyway. They have no stun now. They've used it on that initial push. It looks like they're waiting for Lux to just try to push them with their mega firepower, but it's not happening.
A big intel though for Xylena. The lurk all the way by spawn. Might have heard the Astra coming. Red! Oh no.
My god.
Xylena. Xylena can't do this behind enemy lines now. Assassination at its finest. Red falls. Where's the smokes now? Only gonna be up to the Donkey, but she can find the opening. And Lux! They're just holding so steady on the site. ECA just can't find any access point into this A site. Xylena once more. And she's putting the pressure now from the flank. Prowler broken. Here comes the flame though again!
remaining.
So sharp, so good!
Spike
Get
down
just runs
A.
into that one! And it's up to Fluffalito to try at least to get rid of the jet. There she goes, and there goes the half. It's 6-6 as Lux have equalized.
What
sides.
a first half. Lux bringing it back and making sure things are a little bit more even now. Xylena has definitely found her groove, especially whenever she's on the Blade Storm. She looks comfortable when the knives are out. ECA, on the other hand, they had a really good start. They had a lot of really good reads, but how are they gonna be on the second half on the defense? Are they gonna be a little bit reactive? You can't afford to do that on a map like Pearl. But you don't want to be you don't want to be too passive. Lux, with a double duelist comp, you know how they're going to do it. They're going to run it down.
And the fact that Lux have the speed to execute so quickly, right? But we got to go back to Xylena's performance here. 13 kills so far. And she really only came online by what? Round 6? She started her run with the blades. She ends the half with the blades, finding value. And she has been a star here for Lux GC throughout the series.
Yes. She absolutely has been. Quack as well on the other side is usually the one shutting Xylena down, but only after Xylena gets a lot of them. And you were pointing this out earlier in their choice of pistols, and you could just see how aggressive this team is, how confident they are, because they're just here to kill. They just want to push in. They want to kill you. We want to invest in whatever tools that will get it done the quickest, and they are full stacking the attack on A. But ECA is pushing against that barrier, and it's going to be messy. I think it's going to be a little bit messy.
Yeah, ready for the fisticuffs. I want to see a slaughter towards A main. It has been contested throughout this game, throughout that first half. And why change it coming into the second? Flash comes out after the scan. The donkey though up close with the sheriff. And a single shot is enough to make Hibari sleep. We move the action now on the other side towards Art. Red here, ready to receive. Spots a target. Red now finds one, traded by Xylena. But LXC, the one wounded after that one, it's ECA. We have the advantage in Fluffalitos who's making the contact come our way.
Yeah, a lot of trading back and forth to start things off on the second half. B side is theirs for the taking.
Found them.
Kills their killjoy. Fluffalito moves off. Here's a little bit of information now. Has a very comfortable control of B site now.
Yeah. We just saw those bullets whiz by. And Maya, eagle eye there to at least find the target. Xylena also pushing now over onto tower here. The donkey from spawn spotted now. Good chip damage. Then comes out the Dananti. Trying to swing off that back, but with low HP, he's not gonna last long enough. 2v2. Flash is good though.
One enemy
even
remaining.
caught by the siege, but watch Xylena as she's the star of the show. From the stage now to the ground. Silenced by Skid, and Skid tries to hold it, but Arky is ready to swing at the end. LXC take the pistol and will take the lead away.
ECA has only won one pistol so far this match. Lux on their third pistol win, especially starting off the second half with this. This is going to be huge for them. But ECA have done really cool things on an eco before, so let's see if they can do it again here on Pearl, here on defense. They do have the right tools to make that happen. But Lux again, gathering all their troops.
Troops, they have the guns, and not only that, saw a bit of regen shields, I believe, for one of the players here for LXC. The donkey though, back over the Sheriff of Monaco. Same results, at least gets the one before she's felled. The rest of LXC now getting the angle here to work with aiming controlled by Lux. ECA giving up that fact, tries to play from Link instead. It's 4v4, but LXC, now they pulled a few of those rotations. They're gonna look to back away. They did make some noise though, so it can just be a fake and just go back towards A again.
Yeah. They are not gonna be deterred, just moving back into A as ECA pulling off site maybe a little bit too preemptively.
I mean, fake.
Yeah.
Broken actually, but still get a few of those numbers just chipped away at the start. ECA now, what?
Spike down A.
The plan's not done. Okay, Fluffalito.
30 seconds left.
This is happening for ECA. They're getting close. They have a chance, but Rary shut down all those hopes and dreams with the Bulldog. A 3 for her, and a 2-round gap now. LXC up to 8.
Yeah, LXC winning that one out. It could have been a little bit of a close call, but yeah. Rari just making sure that is not going to be happening with her Bulldog. Now, what is ECA going to do? How they're going to respond? You can see the pings there happening. Probably attempt to push through double doors. So again, probably send out the Prowler, clear out some space, and try something a little bit different. A is not working out for them.
Yeah. They're still gonna send their utility agents at least. They'll look to get that intel. And as soon as the haunt comes out, now they know LXC is just nowhere to be seen. They hear the flash though. Cord turret, the victim again. Zaylina is red.
No chance.
Look, yeah, no chance for the turret at all. They're gonna go put the pressure though in a two-pronged attack towards B. Blaze Ball as well, making it easy for them to cross. Now they know it's up the halls, and Fluffalito will not go down without the fight. She finds her first target, but Hibari's there to at least trade her. In the end, Red now peeks out. No way to get the catch. Arky instead with a good angle. We've seen LXC use that to success before. The ECA need to be so careful where they're coming out from the museum area. Rary as well. Cornered by Link. Not trade away. Skid doing some damage to the Donkey. Catching out Arky. But LXC still being one woman up. And these trades. Stun's good. The swing out there. Hibari has found 3 in the round already. She wants support. They know Skid's coming. And 1, 2, 3. Where's the swing? Into the crossfire we go. And LXC nicely done on the bonus.
What a crossfire. 3-way crossfire. No chance there. And what I'm seeing from ECA at this point on their defense when they're going down one by one, they are walking into the site. I'm not seeing the confidence I saw earlier on this map. Where did it go? We need to see more of that from ECA because we are going to need that to counter a team that's built like this right now and gathering that momentum. A 6-9 scoreline isn't hopeless though. ECA, if they can just... I think a timeout might be warranted after this.
Yeah, ferocity from ECA. It's just lacking now compared to what we had in the first half. In case in points, the Donkey tries to swing out Zaylina. Immediate on the flick and the shots. And LXC isn't even fully committed towards speed. They leave the spike behind for now. They make that noise and put Arky in that station. The Prowler confirming their still presence, but that's intel LXC wants to give towards ECA anyway.
But Fluffalito, look at A. That is her home ground. As long as she can stay alive, there are lots of traps. And Timmy has moved to Arch. He's been so abused at Double Doors. It was time to move.
Just change the shift now. Knight at the museum with a little Timmy the turret. And Hibari on the other hand, waiting for the minefield. The flames are good! And Fluffalito was just burning until Zaylina was there to catch her and snuff her out. LXC already making it 5v2. It's been clean so far on the A execute. Green push high-low. Goodbye to you, Quack. See you in the next round. And what can Skid even do now from Flowers?
Well, Skid could ace.
Yeah, with the Sheriff.
With
6
the
bullets.
Sheriff, it would be the greatest highlight of all time. But not today. Not right now. No.
Flawless.
Yeah. Flawless by Lux, and they are very much going in the direction that they want to be heading in right now. Their economy is full. Zaylina is about to hit 20 kills on this map. Operator in her hand. Let's go back here.
Not yet.
Blaze Storms are online. That's what that's what.
It's 4 rounds in a row, and we've seen Lux in their previous series in the open qualifiers get so much success on the attacking side with this composition. We've talked about how Zaylina has just been monstrous throughout this series. Truthfully, she has been the star of the show so far. But we've also noticed that Arky, Hibari, these two players really coming up clutch with these massive multi-kills. You've noticed a while ago, Vic, that Arky especially, right? She just gets these random 2Ks, 3Ks throughout the series that suddenly swing things in favor of Lux.
Yeah, Arky has been getting a lot of those. It changes their direction that ECA is moving in, and it looks like the round's going to be theirs until Arky does something like that. And now with that timeout and kind of recollecting itself and changing the strategy up a bit, that also gave Lux the opportunity to also change how they're going to be approaching this.
Yeah, a bit of conversation there with Coach Suki.
I'll find you.
And hopefully it's allowed ECA enough to breathe, get back into the thick of things. They're looking for a round here. in the second half. And they need to stop the crowd that is coming towards B. Xylena alongside Hibari. Ready to make the push happen versus Skid. Flash is going to be paramount to success. Turbo's there. Dash in 2 can all control. And Skid tries to spray through the smoke. Here we go again. Another flash, another victim. The blaze ball from Hibari. A utility piece we don't talk about too much. Used to clear out these corners and allow the position towards the side to be easier.
This is what we want to see coming out from Hibari. When you're going to be playing Phoenix on this map, these are the kind of pushes you need to be doing. You need to be flashing them in their faces around every one of those corners, getting as much space as possible. Xylena
enemy
remaining. The rest of the mess here.
What a
Yeah, there's one for everyone.
This is how you prove yourself
Alex
ready.
C, it's a flawless victory again. And you said it, just... We saw a masterclass there from Xylena. It's simple. You put the smoke up. You force the wider swing out, you track your target, and with 21 kills to her name, she's had what? She's had minimum 20 kills in this series so far. 20 in Fracture a while ago, 21 as we're talking about it. She's on pace to maybe hit 45, 50 overall in the series, and look at the economy, look at the guns. LFC have it all in hand.
ECA might just need to take a step back. I'm seeing them making a lot of mistakes too. Mistakes I'm sure they normally don't make. When you are on the second map after losing the first one, I can imagine the tension gets a little bit higher and you just make these little slip-ups you normally wouldn't do. And just recollecting themselves now to make sure you don't do things like walk into a one-way jet smoke to trade. These are the kind of things you need to clean up to get control of the situation again.
Yeah, it's just way too tough. You know the stakes right now. It's your first entry into the playoffs. Immediately in the lower bracket. 1 life in your run here. Stage 1. And the Cosmic Divide will mask the intentions of LFC. Stuns there too. LFC is getting stalled. It doesn't matter as they're busting through every single doorway. Quack falls in the hand of Arky. Spikes planted and fluffily at the nose. There's presence on the other side, but where is it? What do they do? What's the position? LXC, ECA need to figure it out the hard way.
Yeah, this is going to be a tall order for ECA. Not a lot of firepower, not a ton of utility to work with, but Donkey taken down.
What can happen? Yeah, Donkey, he gets one. What? ECA! When all hope was lost, they just said the prayer and stuck the defuse until they got away with it. We thought that LXC had it. The element of mystery was in the attacking side's favor. And then suddenly, ECA just strolled in and defused the spike.
Yeah, at that point, sometimes, you know, they say pros don't fake, but sometimes also you're like, look, at this point I got nothing else to lose. Let's just pray. Let's just pray that this is gonna work. And it worked out, so good for them. But you're gonna need something a little bit more than that to carry forward and to gather another win.
I think LXC was back hard from what I saw on the map. But okay, they're just gonna shrug it off here, Vic.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter what happened in the last round. We get to it. Hibari. Yep. Good.
Yeah, Hibari being inside of there, even though we had one of the players sees Hibari covering her teammates really well, and this is looking strong for Lux. Saving.
Get out of my way!
Pushing tight. What can Donkey do?
Been in control of the second half throughout this map.
Block in sight.
One enemy remaining.
Donkey! Well, she's just done in this round. Xylena, immediate execution. It's the standard fanfare between the Phoenix and the Jet. 1, 2. Where's the curveball?
Fluffily.
There's the first target. Who do you die to? Who do you pick to shoot at that point there? And Hibari's 3K says it all. It's series point here for LXC.
Yeah, LXC completely turned things around, you know, especially in the second half here. That one win, that one defuse coming from ECA was a bit a luck. And as we were saying, we're going to need a lot more than luck to bring it forward, to bring this into an overtime. This is going to be really tough. But you know what? We've seen crazier things in this game, so who really knows?
Look, it's only 5 rounds, right?
It's only 5 rounds. They have all their ults.
Yeah.
It's not an orbital strike and a neon ult, but you could do things with this. This is a lot of info you could be getting.
Yeah, it's a last hope for ECA though, and it's really looking tough. The Bulldog, the Stinger, the Force buy at this point, with the scraps that you've had.
And Lux,
ECA. Yeah, I mean,
it's so rich right now. They could afford a couple of round losses.
Yeah, they have rounds to give. I think by this point, even if they lose, what, 3 or 4 rounds in a row, they're still gonna have money. And then again, they want to finish it off right now, right here. Quack, back in with Prowler here to get the catch onto Rary at least. Gives the intel, shattered by the kill, and then the gun key. Looking to find a push, maybe get some value, but still to no avail. The pressure from LXC is too much. He fights under duress. Not only that, it's time for the blend back. Nightfall the response. The second life is already gone. Skid for the shutdown. A second chance though, and it's plan B with the lockdown.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, resorting to plan B now. Bari didn't get any kills with her ult, but they got so much information, and now they're forced to be flushed out. And you're right, they're going to be using everything they possibly can because they want to end it.
Yeah, time though running out. LC needs to put that spike down and fast. It's 1 for 1 here. And Xylina yet again at the front, the tip of the spear. Rary though looking so sharp. Arky's in position. And LXC is looking likely to be their victory here. It's 3v1 though. Fluffalito. Use of a Vandal now. No chance though. Versus Xylina again. And LXC get the sweep going 2-0 in favor of the all Pinoy squad. And they move on to the next round of the lower brackets.
What a win for the Pinoy squad, as you're saying. Lux just performing really well here and just having a lot of really interesting ideas, a lot of bold ideas, and I love to see it. These are the kind of teams that make it really far in Game Changers and make it to the end even. So I'm really liking their confidence. I like even when they don't have guns. It doesn't matter. Just use your util to your best ability. They're obviously communicating really well, and whatever hypes them up, even if it's Kendrick Lamar, I mean, it's working.
Whatever comes, whatever music, it seems like for Lux GC, if they have that energy, right? Energy, just so important. It was such a big difference there, Vic, when we noticed how the first few rounds went, right? With Echo doing an incredible job going on their own streak. But as soon as that Blade Storm round happened from Xylina, it just, everything completely changed. You could feel the wind shift in favor of Lux GC and Echo Aura. It was a good effort. We had some incredible stars also to watch out there. Well, we saw especially Quack, who has been the talk of the town, doing another good game in that last map. But hey, what a series. So guys, we're going to go over to the panel though to break down that last map and the last map of the first series. We'll see you guys on the other side there.
The Pinoy squad is here and they're moving forward when it comes to the brackets here. Back to the panel, Tayrawr and Quack on the desk right now, guys. Game number 1 or series number 1 is done, and I think, Quack, you were right. It was a clean 2-0.
Well, yeah, I mean, you were kind of rooting for the underdog. We were kind of hoping that maybe we would see it. I think the first half definitely does give you that slight hope, right? But then the second half came about, and then you just saw how, I don't know if it's like just aggression or the confidence, dominance, whatever it is. But yeah, the dominance, you know, the way that Lux GC just repeatedly hit places, you know, that's what gave them that win.
I mean, we started off really good on the side of ECA here. At some point, if I can remember correctly, it was a 4-0 during that start. But it seemed like at that point where Xylina was able to come up with the Blade Storm and just prove that she is the duelist of the team. She can make the plays. And then the next round, she starts to have that operator. I feel like this was the pivotal point of the entire game that made just basically made them come back to the scoreline.
It really is. I mean, it starts off, you know, with typical LXE fashion. They did go a little bit too aggressive at times. I think they started to push out a lot, and we saw that in this round of everything. But at some point, you know, after Coach J called in that timeout, they started to figure out how to layer their offenses with a bit more utility and further things to bolster their offenses. With, like, for example, Xylina getting that little moment with the Blade Storm. You know, it's not just her alone. You've got Hibari around the corner throwing a bit of a flash, and then also the star placed by Maya. Things like that enable Xylina to get into that space, to get that moment where her opponents are then stunned up. You know, all she's got to do at that point is just kind of click. And at that point, the game clicks for her as well, because Hibari started to hold A main very effectively. And as you saw in the second half as well, I mean, off being picked up, the way that they continued to push and aggress into so many of these corners. I think there was like one kill specifically from Xylina against Donkey towards the back of B Halls. Like, it's not even a heads-up tool. She already knew Donkey's probably somewhere in this spot. She's been here before. I'm gonna be ready if I see her on my screen. And within like a fraction of a second, Xylina clicks away. And that's that kind of mentality, that kind of strategy that you need to have going into games like these.
I mean, you see it on the screens as well. It's 13-7 when it comes to this second map that we are looking at. But I do want to reel back in onto Hibari as well, or Hibari, looking confident on that second half. You mentioned already, it's just not Xylina making the plays here. It's the setups coming in from Hibari that actually creates that play. That wall from the Phoenix each and every time, and waiting for that curveball to just come in before she pops up and position herself around the map. It just creates this kind of chaos that ECA is not sure how to take on, and they just leave themselves not knowing where to come in or what time or what kind of timing they would need to really take that round back.
It's quite complex, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you have so many of these hits. Hibari, the timing, the flashes, the way that she uses them. Even with the Blaze Wall, for example. I mean, it's just so heavy-handed and hard-hitting so many times. When we look at how, like, for example, LXC hits the A site, it's a lot of layers. They go in for, you know, most teams might go like 1-4 split. One player lurks possibly towards mid, then 4 down A main. But not LXC. They got that 1-2-2. Some players will go into control art, and that prevents Echo R from rotating back over. Meanwhile, you know, the rest of them are hitting everywhere. Sometimes Arky is lurking down mid. It's a lot of layers to their offenses, and Echo Aura, you know, it's just kind of catching up to that at times. But that said, still, the fragging power is definitely there. But out on top of everything, Xylina definitely stepped up. She had the highest frags of everyone today.
Yeah, she was definitely locked in here, Quack. Like, literally locked in. Whatever the team does and sets up for her, she has that 100% confidence to go through it. And even if she dies, at least the site is open, right? But at the end of the day, she's the MVP. She got the kill. She got the entry. She sets up basically the entire team with the help of the other, or the rest of the teammates here, bringing in a very clean 2-0 to the rest of the team. Now they're moving in this lower bracket. I think they're facing up against PPQ,
Power,
if I'm
PPQ,
not...
yeah.
right, exactly.
Precision, power...
Quickness. Yeah. Exactly. It's the 3-letter kind of teams that has something in them, some flavor, some spice. Plus, aside from that, Samfire is also on that team as well. So I'm quite excited to see these two teams play it up when it comes to the lower brackets. But nonetheless, we're going to be interviewing them later on as well. But aside from Hibari and also the Jet that we were looking at, Xylina, who else do you think really stood up here and really stepped up coming into this series?
Well, it's definitely not going to be easy to pinpoint a single player. The moment you said that, I was like,
let me check up the list.
Dude.
I think all
I mean, the
of
list,
them.
but when I went through the list, it's like all of them. Arky, you know, was lurking. But then you can't, like, just leave out the calling, right? Amaya, she might not be getting a lot of kills, but some of the mastermind behind these rounds, it's her work.
Yeah, that's true.
So it's
it's the setups, right? And we see like a specific round even where I think it was just before the first half ended, where Xylina was just lurking around the map, flanking them on the defense and basically assassinating the Astro. It's just red, and that was basically over. They were just waiting for the util to be finished and they would go for the entry, but because of that same reasoning, they just couldn't. It's just not enough smokes on the map. It's just not enough coverage for the rest of the team here as well. So I do agree. Everyone stepped up at this point. And for the side of ECA, I mean, it's a lower bracket, right,
No.
Quack? We're not going to be seeing them moving forward, but nonetheless, we see new players like Quack.
Dude, yes. Quack was there. Donkey was there as well.
Yeah.
Actually, one of the rounds where Fluffalito snuck the defuse, that one round in the second half that ECA picked up. I mean, it's lovely to see these new names. And I think they definitely do have potential. I mean, right now, it's a lot of that raw, fragging capabilities. But being able to refine and sharpen that into, more tacticality, more complexity with how they're able to then work around maps like Pearl, for example, definitely could give them, more appearances in further Game Changers tournaments.
I also do like the changes when it comes to the agents that they play, right? We've seen a Neon come up. We've seen a Jet this time from Xylina, for example. So it's now more options for the rest of the teams as well. But I do think our interview is ready. So let's head up and see if we can hear Rari here on the desk. And let's have a little bit of a talk with her. Hello, Rari. Can you hear us?
Oh, yes, I can hear you.
Oh, yes. Perfect then, perfect. But now that you finally won here in the lower bracket, moving forward against PPQ, is there any other team that you're really looking forward to meeting up in this kind of bracket?
Actually, in the whole tournament, we're just aiming to go up against Ascend and Falcon.
Ascend or Falcon? Any of the two?
Yep.
Oh, any of the two, Quack.
Yeah, I mean, those are the teams with the Filipino players, and of course Alexi as well. So I could see that. happening. But that said, though, I mean, judging by your team's performance today, it's a lot of great executes and a lot of plays where you guys are able to, just kind of crack the code at some point. Can you kind of inform us into how the team formulates these answers, or how you guys actually even communicate? Because I think it seems pretty interesting based on the interview answers that we have.
Yeah, actually, with our team, it's very unique because our IGL Amaya, she just spreads out this play in her mind, and then she leaves it to us on how to move around the map. Like, it's up to us how we would control every area of a certain map. Like, for example, the fracture, she would just call, okay, you take this, you pinch this, and then we do our thing. And then that makes us unique as a team, because we're very we're very confident with our play styles and our aims, and then our setups, especially Amaya. We trust her so much that we follow everything she says.
In addition to the Kendrick Lamar stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
By the way, Quack apparently didn't know what it was.
Whoa.
Now you have to show us the dance today, Rari. Is that okay?
No, actually, it's Hibari and Xylina's.
I see the
performance.
culprits. The culprits. But I do see already that Rari here is more of the calm one in the team, right, Quack? And Rari, I think the team needs that as well, a good neutralizer. Anyway, is there anyone you want to thank or give your shout outs to? This is the perfect time to do so.
Oh yeah, I would like to thank my boyfriend, my number one supporter, of course, and then my family. They've been supporting me since the Swiss, and then of course our organization, the Lux, our coach, our managers, and then everyone that supported us and who keeps on supporting us. I mean, we love you guys so much. Everything means a lot to us, and that's all. And thank you guys. Thank you for watching.
Oh, she closed the show here, Quack, already. Thank you so much, Rari. It's just so weird that we can both speak Tagalog but chose to speak in English just for everyone to finally listen into. But thank you so much for joining us here in the panel. And we're excited to see you on your next set of matches. And maybe in the upper bracket. Who knows?
Hopefully.
We'll see you guys there. For sure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I like the calmness here, Quack.
Yeah.
She really brings the calmness out of everything. Now I'm excited to interview Hibari at some point.
Yeah.
I have to see the dance, right?
Dance. Yeah,
we have to see
sure,
the hype women, as we call it, in this time around. But nonetheless, I do think we also do have an interview set up for the next team as well. We're just waiting on that. But what an interview. Imagine your team captain, we say Daks, just tells you to please go B site and just hold this. Will you follow?
Yeah. I mean, well, if it's Daks, I don't know. I question like, wait, why do you want me to? Are you just telling me to die first and then you're gonna do something? I'm kidding, but you know, it's that definitely is a lot of trust between all of these like Lux GC players.
Yeah, it's just like a relationship at this point, right? You have to build that trust. It's a foundation, especially for a team like this consisting of 5 players, right? Trust is very important, and if you have that for your IGL, it could just really bring a lot to the table. You trust every decision making coming up, and at that point, it also comes in two-way kind of street, right? Your IGL basically trusts you as well to hold and just do whatever you want as long as you follow this specific minute detail that she gives out to you.
Direction.
Yeah, exactly. Nonetheless, we do have another interview here on your screens. I think it's one of another Quack on the panel. We have 2 Quacks here on the panel, so let's see if we can hear Quack.
Quack and Quack.
Okay. All right, we're just waiting for Quack later on. I think you have to set up another camera for you. There you go. Oh, perfect.
Oh my God, she's got it.
Perfect.
Look at the tablet.
Hi, Alexi. It's just the other way around. But nonetheless, hello, Quack. 2 Quacks on stream right now.
Hello.
We just want to have a quick talk with you since this is basically your first Game Changers, right? And you stepped in 1 week before the playoffs in this team. How did that come up? Like, how did that happen?
My coach actually gave me a position in Echo Aura, and she told me that they needed one more to play in Split 1. So I told her, okay, I'm just gonna try my best. Why not? Because I was given an opportunity, and we took it.
She was fragging, Quack.
Yeah, she really was. I mean, from that first game, the second one even as well. I mean, some of the key moments definitely came from your fade and everything, your Tayrawr as well. But yeah, I mean, we're kind of curious, if you are kind of like sort of last minute subbed in. What was it like, your dynamic with the whole team? Was there a bit of an adjustment period or anything like that?
Honestly, I think we blended in quite well. Everyone's vibe was, on point. Oh, sorry, I got a call.
Oh,
but
it's
I think
quacking.
but I think, overall, it wasn't hard. And I think we did pretty well considering that I just joined and I just met them. So thank you to my teammates. Yeah.
Nice.
Very big words as well. Big thanks to her teammates. But other than that, we are happy to have 2 Quacks here on the stream. Do you want to say your thanks to anyone, your shout outs to anyone? This is the perfect time, Quack.
Hi, Alexi.
Yeah.
I don't know if you're watching this, but I'm a big fan.
She probably is.
And I hope that one day I'll be able to be at the top with you. And then to my teammates and my friends, thank you for your support. And then for Tash Bunny, if you're watching this.
Oh no.
Did
it freeze?
Oh, it froze.
Sorry.
It froze. Okay,
okay, continue. If Tash was watching this, what was your message?
Oh, sorry. I said, hi Tash. Hi Kakak. I'm so happy that I was able to follow your footsteps and spread the Malaysian pride into Valorant scene. And I'm sorry I couldn't advance, but we tried our best, and I hope that we can talk next time.
Oh, that's sweet.
There you have it. Thank you so much, Quack. And maybe next time we see you there at the top as well against Alexi. Who knows, right? But thank you for joining us here, and see you again next time. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Okay, bye.
Oh my god.
I thought it was part of the plan, Quack. Like, hi, Tash.
It
If
has
you're
to
watching this, yeah, we're all frozen at this point. We're just smiling at you. But that was nice, you know? You see, this type of scenario in the community as well. Like, players show up, and finally, like, you have someone who looks up to you. And maybe at some point, at some degree, they're together at the top.
I mean, yeah, you know, we've seen this type of sort of story in like other, you know, like all of VCT, like what was it, like Chichu or someone, and you meet tens, or Foxy9 meeting tens. But here in this community for Game Changers, I think this means something as well. Like, it's a little bit serendipitous, and you know, she's definitely a huge fan. And if there is that day that will come when Quack plays against Alexi,
I will wait.
What a story that would be.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
That's a storyline. I have to write that up at this point, right? But nonetheless, that is just series 1 for today. That means we have another set of series here, another set of teams coming up right on the screens later on. But right now, we're just gonna go in a very short break. When we come back, it's gonna be the last series of the day, and it's still gonna be us joining you guys, so don't go away. Valorant Game Changers Southeast Asia will be right back.
Y'all sit back and watch me speak. About to take over your screen. Talking bulls in 93. Talking mom, I'm on TV. Y'all know all I do is me. All I do is me. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and all I know, my money green. About to snap and make a scene. My cup off and make this free. My cup off and make them scream. Go back off for TMZ. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch. Watch me. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Money long, nothing on credit. I got style, don't catch no feelings. All this bread, ain't got no lettuce. I got style, don't catch no feelings. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got
back. You're still watching Valorant Game Changers Southeast Asia. My name is Tayrawr. Alongside me, it's Hey, I'm Quack. And we are finally on our second and last series of the day. Some familiar names this time around, Quack.
Loads of familiar names, actually. Not just in terms of the players, but teams
But
a
also
little
the
bit
orgs.
as well, right?
Yeah.
And that's where I don't know what the story is, but it's a little bit interesting because some of them used to play for the org that's on the other side.
I know. It's gonna be an interesting matchup, right? Against these two orgs, against these two teams that we have. It's Full Sense Catz versus Mad Army. And both teams actually represent the Thailand specifically.
When you said Full Sense Catz, I was like waiting to hear the Sapphire part.
I know.
But
like,
it's Catz.
It's
so,
Catz. I mean, we
different
had
percent.
Zipto before as well, which was like a cat. I think it has to be a cat. There has to be a cat every year, right?
We do have a cat logo, but that was yesterday.
Oh, see, it's all about cats when it comes to Game Changers. But we mentioned already, it's pretty familiar names for the players as well. We're seeing Baby TZ play again. We're seeing the prominent players, actually, maybe even top 3, 4 coming into majority of the splits that we're looking at here. Anyway, these are the two teams, Full Sense and again Mad Army. And we were trying to say how to pronounce the words or how to pronounce their names a while ago, right? Mad Army has
Okay.
Ginny, Muffin, Elisa, Baby TZ, and Felsi. How about the other team here, Quack? You can do this.
Whoa, wait. What is this? I was like, okay, you went with the easy one first. You're going to do the next one.
Exactly.
And then you're just like, okay, Quack.
Okay, Quack, now the next team.
I'm going to give it a shot, I guess.
You can do this.
According to the sheet that we have, it's Yume, I suppose. Which, I don't know, is it like dream in Japanese? Maybe. There's Angelofe, or just Angela, maybe, for short form. We got Viz. And the Filipino on the team, Iliana?
Iliana,
Right?
yeah.
Okay, there we go. And the last one, oh god.
Shipfire.
Shipfire?
You got it.
Shipfire.
You got it, Quack.
Okay.
Perfect.
Yes! I did somewhat okay for the first time in my life.
Just a quick update though for everyone who's watching. Well, as we can see, Quack just got followed by Alexi. So we see something happening here already.
Oh my god, that's
Her
lovely.
Twitter banner even changed already with the interview that we had. So a lot of things happened in the previous, 10 minutes? But there's going to be a lot of action
More.
heading into this next series, though. Do you think this is going to be a tight scoreline more of compared to the first series we had?
It's gonna be a bloodbath.
It's going to be a
Tears are gonna
bloodbath.
be shed. Scars are gonna be formed. I don't know where I'm going with this. It's definitely gonna be a little bit tighter, I would imagine. I mean, just their standings alone were relatively close.
Yeah, but this time it's a completely different story, right? You have multiple hundreds of VODs out there as well to see how the playstyle is for the rest of the players as well. Especially for the players that played here since the very conception of FSL Game Changers.
Yeah.
Right? So,
Since the
any
beginning.
players that you would say to look out for all the people who are watching or just tuned in basically here in Game Changers?
Where do I even begin?
It's a long list.
I'm sure you would have some as well. I think, okay, you know what? I'll leave the more bigger names to you. But for Full Sense Catz, who I think they were also like just recently picked up by Full Sense because from the group stage they were named We Love Cats. So
Okay.
I don't know. But from that team, I believe Angela is one of the players to keep our eyes on. I remember, maybe way back then, she was playing like the Neon. She was incredibly sharpened. She had the movement mechanics down pat. I don't know if she's still gonna be the Neon this time, but definitely one of those players that you want to keep your eyes on.
I do want to keep my eyes peeled for our little Pipino, which is Eliana, right there on the team as well, right? So, aside from that, when it comes to big names here on the other side, which is Mad Army, we have players like Muffin,
Dude,
Ginny.
yeah.
Like, where do I even begin, right? The list
They've
just
been to China and
goes
back.
on. Exactly. Multiple international tournaments. On site as well, LAN events as well. So they
were the first team to they were the first team to represent Pacific at the huge international
exactly
Game Changers tournament. 'Cause they took that alter
Championship.
ego.
Exactly. So it's a long list of really tenured team members. Not only that, but exceptional players as well. And with that kind of experience and bringing it on the table here against Full Sense Catz, how does that even like replicate? How does that even like come out for?
It's a very perplexing question to say the least. I really do not know. I mean, I just imagining it alone, because Baby TZ did take like a bit of a breather. You know, some of them went their separate ways a little bit, but now they are back. So that is, a bit of an environment or a bit of a dynamic going on for that team as well. I wonder how it all kind of gels back together. Is it as simple as just kind of like getting back on a bike and riding it? I do not know. But if it is, then back then, Ginny was that, mastermind IGL, calling the shots for the team. Muffin was landing shots. Baby TZ was opping as a sentinel. Like, that was the team to watch. So I just imagine if they are back to that performance, it's not going to be an easy fight for Full Sense Catz.
Yeah, that's the question, right? Can they make it back to the peak yet again here in Game Changers? Here in Split 1 to be specific, but we're looking at the map Veto already. Split, Fracture, and Lotus as our third map here. Full Sense taking the lead here when it comes to Split. Looking at this kind of map picks and selection right now, thoughts on this, Quack?
I was just taking a look at it. I'm not too sure exactly, because again, it's been a while since they've all come together. And at the same time, there isn't a lot of data to go off of, but just judging by what they're picking and then how they're going to play it, I feel that Split is kind of one of those maps that you are just hoping to bank on. It's, sure, bangers on Split, but it's also a bit of that like comfort because you've played it that many times before. So hopefully that's kind of how they will be able to start things off. But after that, it's so hard to say.
Yeah, that's definitely true. Like, whoever gets game number 1 here has the upper hand. Not only that, but the confidence itself, right? It just boosts the team to maybe like getting the second game as well. But it's time for the predictions. We've seen the maps, not yet the agents though. But looking at it, who are you going for here in this series, Quack?
I'm playing it safe today. Most times I might like go for something wild, but I feel like today, it's like a blast from the past. We're seeing these familiar names. I gotta go with Mad Army.
Mad Army for Quack here. I have to agree. I missed seeing Ginny and everyone else together in one team, right? And I do think I have to go on a safer side here as well, but we'll be happy to be proven wrong here on the desk yet again. Who knows, right? But so far, we have that 100% win rate, success rate in our predictions. Let's see how things would turn out here on Series 2. 2-1 or 2-0?
Ooh, 2-1.
2-1
for
this
one,
time.
2-1. Yeah.
I would say 2-0.
Really?
Yeah, I would say 2-0. I just want to give that shock moment, like at this point. Like, I know it's 2-1, but I want a 2-0. I want to see some team popped off,
Pop off, yeah. Back then, like 2023, 2022, 2-1. I mean, 2-0 probably.
But now.
But today, I feel like there's gonna be a bit of, an adjustment period. I feel like maybe they won't really expect too much from Full Sense Catz, and that's where they might get surprised. So that's why I'm saying 2-1.
Okay, understandable. But for me, I just want to be different at this point. I just want to go for a 2-0. Maybe Mad Army takes it away. But how about you, chat? To everyone who's watching right now, please comment in. Who are you rooting for? And who's your predictions as well? But nonetheless, do you think we're going to see any pocket picks when it comes to the agents? Or we're going to be looking at the same agents that we usually see in Split?
That's a good question.
Maybe a Neon.
Actually, again,
a
not
Yoru.
too sure.
Please.
I don't know. I don't know. I mean, there is a chance that they could go for that, but I am seeing, I do feel like the Teo is going to be a bit of a trend. I mean, currently that is what it is.
Yeah. Teo is definitely a trend here, and nonetheless, we're gonna see him on the screen here on Split. It's gonna be used by Full Sense in the hands of course, we have Liliana actually. And looking at the agent select, it's the double Innie plus the double Innie on the other side as well.
Double Innie on the other side, but it's also double controller. So that's kind of what I'm keeping my eyes on as well, because there's a lot that you could potentially do with the Viper toxic screen, the Viper wall. And Baby TZ's the one operating that. She is going to be that sort of pseudo sentinel. So you're going to be able to mentally condition your opponents at times. You're able to hide behind the utility a lot at times as well. And that's kind of what Full Sense, I think, would need to work against. So needing to kind of read and figure that out. But I do feel there is still a very good opportunity for them to strike that down, because you have the Teo. There's like so much that you could do to flush Viper out of her little ready corners.
Yeah, that's true. And also, not other than that, we do like seeing that Viper Omen combination when it comes to playing around the smokes, right? That pseudo sentinel lifestyle basically, and just not allowing players to come in without being decayed for a majority of the HP that they have. But also, I've seen multiple teams find a counter strat when it comes to these kinds of smokes. It's been a while since we had that double smoke agents here in this map, but let's see how things will fall into the hands of the two teams that we have for today. It's the second series, it's game number 1, and we're heading to Split, and taking us into the action is gonna be Chubby Ninja and Daks. Please take it away.
Thank you so much, Tayrawr and Quack. And it looks like we are going back to Thailand. As Tash mentioned yesterday, we got old Full Sense facing off against new Full Sense. And I think this is an amazing way to end today's matches, seeing these two teams. And they're very familiar with each other. And I'm sure it's the same over in the Philippines. A lot of players are familiar with each other. They've definitely competed against each other, played with each other on the same team as well. But I'm really liking to see the old Full Sense Mad Army, the return of Ginny and Muffin back to our region. They're playing on ALG during Game Changers China, and I'm happy to see them back here.
Yeah, and I agree with you, because it's old Full Sense Sapphire basically versus the new Full Sense, which is Full Sense Catz. I think also they have Alyssa within the roster, who was part of the team that ALG beat in GC China. It was Killer Angel Girls who made it the finals, the runner-up to that ALG squad that you mentioned. So there's so many learned lessons here for Mad Army outside of the region, right? We've seen them be greats within C for so long. Muffin, Genie, Baby TZ also finally reuniting them. We've seen also Felchek within that roster. I do believe they're playing with Kit Kat though, who's also a very familiar face to Ginny and Co. So it's always rooted back to been playing with Ginny, been playing with the likes of Muffin. There's that synergy here for Mad Army, but on the other side, Full Sense Catz there, Vic. It's crazy to think that they've had some of the most impressive stats within the open qualifiers. Yume especially, the highest ACS rated player from those 6 series that they were able to play.
Yeah, I think we've seen a lot of impressive plays come from individual players from both sides. So this is why this is for sure going to be a banger match. And we're starting, of course, with a banger map of Split. And Full Sense has reworked their comp every single time they play this map, and I don't know, this could be it. Maybe this is the day they figured out the comp that really works for them. They've changed out they put in the Sky, replacing the Breach, still going for that double initiator here, and hopefully it works out, because it hasn't been working out for them too great on this particular map.
I mean, yeah, when their Full Sense was Full Sense Catz, or We Love Catz within the open qualifier, this has been effectively a comp that they play the Sky, the Tejo together.
They tried double
on the other hand.
Yeah.
Just for Mad Army, it's some classics really. Muffin on the Raze, Ginny on Breach. It's a sight to see, especially if you, as our panels mentioned, if you've been watching Game Changers see Game Changers Pacific for so long already. Familiar roles for familiar faces. And mid now contested here by the likes of Full Sense.
My camera is destroyed.
Yeah, they are repositioning into B main though, leaving mid control back in the hands of Mad Army, who have not been fully activated yet. Oh my gosh, they're all down to half. And they're just being taken down through the smoke.
Yeah, KitKat, ever since she
30
came into
seconds
the
left.
more active roster, since round 3 of the qualifiers, doing work. 2 for her on the whole cast garage. Goodbye on the other hand. With the pick. Biz though finds the value. Full Sense Catz making MY
remaining.
work for it. And Ilyana making sure that this is possible for Full Sense. Ginny, the only one standing on the opposite end.
10 seconds
Right,
left.
your captain.
One
looking
enemy
down
remaining.
now. Slip by balls. Ginny's ready, but Ilyana's better. And Full Sense Catz will take the pistol.
I have to say, Full Sense plays a lot better outside of the smokes. They're just getting hit blindly through the smoke. So this is a much better outcome for them so far, starting with that first pistol win on this map. They picked this map. It's so interesting. They've got something right for
Yeah, I
today.
mean, it's a map that they've been perfect in the open qualifiers, Vic. Honestly, it's been very, very successful for them. Interesting enough, these two teams did face off against each other in the open qualifiers, with MY taking it 2-1. But what really surprised me was how different the map pool was. They haven't fought against each other on these 3 maps. It was, I believe, Haven, Abyss, and Bind back in the open qualifier. Now it's Split, Fracture, as well as Locust.
Where are you?
Such a big shift, different looks for these teams right now. Haunt comes out, Yumi wants to start things off strong. The boom bomb. Since they have the guns, they're gonna go for the first one to inside here.
Grenade! Fully into A site right now.
Spike
Full Sense
planted.
has taken full control. Of course, with guns in hand.
One
Ilyana, the
enemy
Spectre's
remaining.
good! And the spray down with a fadeaway. It's already a double kill for Ilyana. Shorty's out though, baby easy. Finding value at least. Live Army. It's not too happy for them on the Eagle. Catz kept and ready. Good execute onto A. And a second round for Full Sense here.
Yeah, easy winnings for Full Sense. But let's see, now we're going to round 3. Mad Army are loading up. Full rifle buys. And to defend the site a little bit better this time.
Yeah, we've been talking about Full Sense Catz, right? That this squad, relatively new faces though. New to the scene. A new stand-up player in Yume, but Angelov as well as Ilyana. A bit of history behind those players as well. I remember Ilyana from Tayrawr for a while, from Mommy's Kittens from last year of C-Split 1, if I remember correctly. So it is a bit of that experience here for Full Sense Catz. Speaking of on the bonus, they send the drone out. They look to put a bit of pressure here against Ginny, as well as the heaven take of Alyssa.
And Full Sense now getting a good read on this, repositioning elsewhere. Their Omen helping them get control over mid. It looks like it's going to be a B hit.
Comes out. Pulls its Catz. Slow and steady pace still. The garage though. Cleaned up by Shipby. It's a good pick on to take that down. Up in response in time. And Mad Army have been trying to clear this fight for quite a while in this game already. Even though HL's good. Shipby again with a second. And on to B. We proceed. Ginny finding value. One down from hell. There you go.
30 seconds
Good
left.
for one. Again. Just these double kills from Full Sense, tearing apart Mad Army one by
enemy
bit.
remaining.
Alyssa on the other side
Spike
though.
planted.
She's found a double of her own. Looking to find the clutch. 1v1 here. Ilyana creeping her way. Alyssa gets the read and gets the takedown. 3 for Alyssa. And a round well needed by Mad Army here.
Definitely a round needed by them, but still,
Clutch.
this round came really damn close. It was very expensive, very costly for the side of Mad Army. And still, going into the next round, round 4, things could still be a little bit even here in terms of their economy. So let's see if Mad Army can keep it up and defend the sites effectively from full sense.
Mad Army though, they lost a lot of guns in that last round. They'll look to at least pick it up from there, but Alyssa, we said her experience also within the Game Changers China region, very effective alongside what the likes of Muffin and Ginny have done in the past. Let's not forget, even our panel mentioned it, initial reps of Pacific way back when within that Sapphire roster became the reps of Game Changers China in the most recent championship in Berlin. And Mad Army, many veterans. Drone right now gets the spot suppressed into vents. Muffin still wanting the challenge, but Full Sense will back away from it.
It's a really good point. You know, with those two, Ginny and Muffin, having so much LAN experience, being on the big stage, not once, twice, the past 2 years. I mean, that counts for a lot, and I'm sure the pool playing against the team like Full Sense is going to count for a lot.
Even though, rolled by the seas. The airstrike flies, gets control at least. Here for Full Sense. MY move away from screens, but Spike planted. Angela setting up the Trailblazer 2. And we've seen here for the likes of Full Sense, they don't commit all their utility during the execute. Here comes Shipfire right now with a swing. And it's been effective for Full Sense to just double up towards ramps. 4v3 for now. Angela Faye has to back away here. Nice shot.
One enemy remaining.
From up top. Viz again with a spray from heaven. And the 3K for the Cypher will confirm it. 3-1 in favor of Full Sense.
Yeah, Viz just keeping her cool throughout all of that and collecting all the kills as they just pour into sight from screens there. Mad Army is now on the back foot once more on an eco.
Yeah.
And at this point, we can see why Full Sense has been fairly comfortable on this map so far, considering their dominant run against the other teams.
Yeah, I gotta agree with you. How many rounds have Full Sense given in this map during the open qualifiers? The most, 5 in one of their matches. Full Sense Catz now. Here we go again. Yume eventually getting Kit Kat, but Baby TC's there for the trade. Now with the judge in hand, but a single bullet might not be enough. One meaty shot, not gonna happen. Viz instead. Beautifully done with the headshot there. Full Sense Catz, the clear up for B has been so comprehensive so far.
I like a lot of Viz's movement and space taking across the site, and her flank control here. It's gonna be really tough for that army to get in there. Full Sense is looking like I'll find you another round. Alyssa continues to find these heads.
Take them! Alyssa's done it before. Can she do it again? Though here from Mad Army. Nightfall now confirms one's presence with Viz on the other side. Wins the effectively solo fights in Full Sense now with a fourth.
What a rock Viz has been so far for the squad. We're still early on in the map. I don't want to, get too excited about this, but very promising coming from the Sentinel.
Where is it?
And Viz has also taken care of shot calling duties from time to time alongside Angela Faye. Very effective plays here from Full Sense. It just feels like they have such a good read on what Mad Army wants to do right now. If you see Vic, right? They're playing especially towards the garage, towards main. They put the pressure onto Muffin, who's at 26 HP. Low again, can't contest for long. And with no healers on their side, they're not the ones running the sky here. She has to back away and play safe.
No more meddling.
Yeah, they're forced and they know exactly what they're doing here. There's not much they can do to stop them in their tracks. Muffin down. Low in the health. Why not pick up an Orban while we're at it?
Drone comes out. It's her intel. Muffin. On the other hand, quick little boom bot and ship fire. Try and get the catch going here. So Full Sense first lurk didn't pan out towards A game.
Where are you?
This time here at mid, trying to put any pressure draw some defenders away, but Mad Army, such a responsible team. They always handle the pressure, and Baby TZ shows it how it's done. It's 2 for Baby TZ, but Shipfy again responds with a double of her own. 2v3 though, onto A. Full Sense trying to hustle. Ileana leading the charge. Muffin makes noise, but into the loving arms of KitKat. KitKat gets awkward. Paranoia though still gets connection. Shorty up close. Ileana somehow wins that fight. And Full Sense given a lifeline to put that spike down.
Enemy remaining.
A wild Muffin appears.
Enemy remaining.
Can't put the spike
Spike
down.
down,
Shipfy
A.
with 3. It's utter chaos into the round. Shipfy now with a blind of her own. But with 4 seconds, she needs to kill and fast. Does she get it at the nick of time? No, it's Muffin who's still alive. Mad Army at the brink. They get a second round.
I like what Muffin did there. I was holding my breath a little bit. Like, my God. But Muffin decided to push out and take that fight. Just make sure she wasn't leaving Fate into the remaining arms.
One enemy remaining. Standing.
Of that.
One enemy remaining.
That round got wild.
It did. It did.
Like,
Especially
what?
that rotate onto A. I was like, all right, they got a good plan. Until Alyssa, you know, almost stopped them in their tracks there. It looks like.
Yeah, it was. And you kind of get it from Mad Army too. KitKat was waiting. Muffin makes that noise, forces the attention the other way. But hey, it was close. I guess the only problem though for Mad Army is the fact that the 2 rounds they've taken, right, have been way too close for comfort. Alyssa's clutch for that 3rd round. Muffin there in that 6th round, which means their economy effectively in tatters despite them at least winning that last round there.
Yeah, that's a fantastic point. Full Sense now joining Full Sense as the cat-loving team. Ileana is not Thai. She doesn't speak Thai. So I do wonder how they comms. Is it in Thai or have they all switched to English?
I think our info sheet said that they speak English, but when sometimes I wouldn't be surprised, right? When sometimes it gets really heated,
You default back
they start speaking Thai, and then Ileana's just like whatever yes is in Thai. In any case, Yumi though looking for value, showstopper sense early on, so at least dissuade the Viper's Pit. But this Baby TZ knows exactly how to play mid, safe in vents, but Yumi still with a clear towards B anyway. It's a suggestion, not a deterrent. And Full Sense just clearing the Viper's Pits with honestly Heaven in their clutches now. Then showstopper up close by Muffin. Muffin somehow alive, and Muffin gets 2 for her troubles as Ileana clears out Baby TZ. So chaos again, but because of Muffin's effort, Spike in the hands of MY. Shipfy has to retrieve it with them from the shadows. There we go. So back to B we have it.
Ileana still roaming through mid there, trying to hunt for a kill. They kind of missed each other. She's really far away. So it's gonna be up to Visit Shipfy, defend this site. So Alyssa and Muffin continue hunting for kills.
One enemy remaining.
Position. Alyssa finds the last kill there.
Missiles away.
Has gotten 3. And now it's up to Ileana from up top. So site's cleared, but Heaven isn't. Ileana buying time with the salvo. 1 away from the ultimate. And Ileana, careful. Very, very careful with the drop. The airstrike now to force Muffin out. Time running out here. Bullet might be enough. The Boombot also gets the intel! And Muffin, a mastermind with the 4K even! Well done and well played. Muffin does it again for MY.
Brilliant plays from Muffin from start to end of this round. Every single one of these fights, she has big-brained it, outdueled them, and you can just see how much experience she has under her belt there and how just brilliantly she's captured this round. Full kudos to her. Bringing it up to 3 points.
This is why Muffin has just been touted to be one of the best duelists. That comes from the region, can play effectively anything, can play in the front, and the way she's been using her utility, it's just a masterclass of what value you can get from the race. The Boombot being bounced by the satchel, knowing that it's gonna be a big distraction with the low HP states. Full Sense now. Seeing the veterans on the other side rally back.
This is proving to be a really close game so far on this first map of Split. We'll remember that mid control. Now it is getting a little messy here.
first. Yume though, the jumping exposes her attention. Shells were just there to execute the spot. Share shots being ringed over full sense. Damage done against Mad Army. The fact of the matter is, this hold by mid has been steady from Mad Army. And now that full sense wanted to challenge it, Mad Army happy to play against them. Play the bench, play into heaven. Poison Cloud also to stop any more action from occurring. And full sense will have to give it up.
They do, but it is Viz still alive together with their IGL.
30 seconds left.
20 seconds left on the clock.
One enemy remaining.
TG's ready for it though.
Yeah, not too much to run into baby TD just like that. Mad Army, it was a tough start there, Vic, but now they've rallied and they've equalized the numbers.
Yeah, this is proving to be a really close match. Again, these players are very familiar with each other over in Thailand.
One enemy remaining.
Not the first time
It's
that they faced off against each other, right?
It's not. I'm pretty sure we're gonna have a bit of a revenge arc possibly happening here, but I know. I'm really glad Tayrawr, our host for today, just wants a 2-0. You know what? That's like a hot take when it comes as far as talent goes. Everyone's usually like, you want to give like. She's like, nah, it's gonna be a 2-0. But I wonder.
I'm with you. I'm with you.
I've
2-0,
got your
3-0.
trail.
But that's a handshake deal for us here. But then again, small gap, maybe no Seekers into play. As full sense have already removed Alyssa from the equation, and without Heaven presence and Heaven pressure rather, full sense clearly getting that A site with rarely any opposition really. Muffin, Boombots, Yana now trying to play it safe, but the rolling thunder towards the side. Ginny setting it up for Muffin to take them down, and Muffin's double gets them towards the spike. Baby TZ's last kill will secure and show us that Mad Army have taken the lead.
Oh, yes, they have. And you can see how scary Muffin and Ginny are and why they've qualified to the regional finals, regional event all the time. Masterclass coming in. It's you could just see it all come together now.
One enemy remaining.
And just how well these two work together. Like you were saying, Ginny was, the way Ginny was setting up Muffin to take those kills.
Look, come on, it's from the start. The chemistry for these two players have been unmatched, honestly, throughout the scene. Perhaps the only other chemistry that is similar to them are the players that came from the likes of Sipto, the ones in Team Falcon now. But Muffin, has the push, has the shot, and not only that, the showstopper is stowed away. A first pick on the Shipfy, and Shipfy has been a big threat here from the Full Sense side. She's been good at getting these sudden double, triple kills for Full Sense. Now she's out of the equation.
She has. And it looks like Mad Army is reconsidering this. We've got a really deep lurk happening here, but it is a dangerous zone for Viz.
And this is how it feels when the tide suits turn in favor of Mad Army. They have the 2-woman advantage. You got Full Sense coming closer and closer to the again. One with the firepower, but Catz spray is just solid. 2 easy targets. The setup again from Ginny is unparalleled.
Yeah.
And Mad Army is looking happy now with 6. Effectively, how many rounds in a row was it? Like 4 or 5? 5 rounds in a row.
Rounds. 5 very convincing rounds. Whether it's an eco, whether they all got guns, but Ginny has been, again, setting up really well on the side of A here. They're obviously calming really well and coordinating each of these hits. It's really neat. I really like it. It's not just full firepower here. These are really well coordinated. Ginny's just been in IGL for so long. Even before Game Changers, you know, just so many years of experience under her belt.
Honestly, the pioneer for mixed competition way back when before Game Changers. Alyssa go on the other hand. Alyssa! How brave was that? Just dropping in the face of adversity and still getting away with the kill anyway. Mad Army mean business. Now they find the 2-man advantage. And this But we'll have to back out. Baby TZ has just had control of mid for throughout this game here.
Yeah. At this point, Full Sense is not sensing it fully from Mad Army. Mad Army want to keep it dominant, and right now they are on an absolute roll. If Full Sense, they want to win this round. Their economy is really pushed to the limit right now.
Not enough.
25 points, as you mentioned, or else there'll be scraps coming into the last round of their offense. 4, just okay on a map like Split at least. Baby TZ though, happy to stay steady. She moved away from Vex anyway, but Muffin, the ultimate deterrent is firepower. No escape. Muffin sends the showstopper. Alyssa still dragging out the line in this round, and it's flawlessly done by Mad Army here. 7-4, but this, you said
Last
it a while
round
ago,
before the
way
switch.
Mad Army have been playing now in the second half of this first half, convincing.
Yeah, extremely clean, very well executed. You could just see how clean each of these coordinated plays are. I'm trying to find other words for coordinated, but they are, and I really like to see it. This is the kind of team play that we don't want to see just today, but in the future. I'm pretty sure they want to go back to the international stage one more time, and this is the level that they need to be working at.
Yeah, it's crazy to think here from Mad Army. They're in the lower bracket here, but this is how the stats panned out. I think effectively, from what I remember from the open qualifiers, Full Sense is here because of Mad Army's win versus 4-5 in their last match there. So it's crazy to think that they meet each other again. The familiarity, as we mentioned a while ago. The Kit Kats, 2 guns at the ready here, Vic. Up in one hand, the Vandal in the other. Look for a time for it.
Can't decide which gun it's gonna be. And understandably, it could be a really fast push coming up.
Spike down mid.
Muffin decides to take control back into her own hands here, taking down 2 at mid. Leaving Full Sense once again, trying to figure out what to do, how to approach B, but we've got the op ready. Viz.
Oh, no. Fire! Pretty fragile here, Full Sense. They don't want to fall behind. They look to find the push anyway. The advance from Yuma is shut down by Baby TZ. Mad Army's in control.
Down B.
With the Nightfall even, it just adds icing to this cake. Mad Army making it 8-4 to end the half.
Switching
And
sides.
the rally has been unreal from them after, what, that 6th round there.
Time is flying on Split. If I was Mad Army right now, I would be quite delighted with just how well things are flowing right now. These are not heroic plays. This is just well thought out plans to defend against Full Sense, and Full Sense is just falling straight into it. Muffin is taking a lot of control, not being reactive, just pushing out in those right moments to take those kills. Now, going into the second half, of course, Full Sense, we want to see what they have in their book here. They've changed their comp so many times now. Surely there's a reason they've opted for the Sky instead. Probably going to be pushing out with that dog for some extra info, working there almost as an extra man or animal for their squad.
I mean, they're the cats of the scene right now, right? Every single game changer seed that we've had, we need a team that reps the cats.
Yeah, they really like cats and game changers.
Yeah.
Yeah, I dig it. Technically, the dog is a cat. It's a marsupial, but you know, it's a tiger. Which is sort of a cat, you know?
Actually,
it's a Tasmanian tiger, but it's actually not a tiger, but a marsupial. So where does that sit for Angela? I don't know, but they are the cats team, and they really like cats.
Yeah. Well, they're going to want more rounds here coming into their defense, though. And for what we've seen so far, it's been tough for the likes of Angela, for the likes of Viz, Yum as well. Been shut down when usually she's the one dragging out of her mind in the previous series here for Full Sense Catz. They're on defense now. They look to hold in triplicate towards mid. And B site actually relatively open beyond that tripwire. If Mad Army gets a sniff of how this defense is set up, they're going to be able to burst through, and they have the confidence given that they have Ginny nearby anyway.
That's right. But it's really no way to know that the site. And Ileana is ready for it, getting a really critical first kill on Muffin, who has been huge for this squad and getting a lot of multi-kills. Angela getting the second one. Things are falling into their favor right now. Full sense.
Big surprise with a double up there. Mad Army knows there's a small window of timing.
Out of
Charge
charges.
into their peak. But no, full sense. Very patient, well-disciplined in this round. Pain Chill Slob, Yume avoiding the aftershock too. And while Alyssa and Kit Kat are looking to play control from Ali, the Haunt into play too. It's Yume now up close. Ginny might not see this one coming. Plays across the
One
box,
enemy remaining.
Over the full sense about the 2 more picks. And it's as clean as can be for Full Sense Catz. So they bounce back, they take this pistol.
Flawless.
As I said, it's just flawless here.
Yeah, that was a great idea. 3 of them stacking into mid. They had all the info that they needed to with that trap wire. And Ileana there with the Taeho, a lot of control, a lot of long distance utility that she could work with. Although she did end up just pegging Muff in the head with a pistol, so she didn't need that so much. But it did stop the rest of the Mad Army squad from trading for Muffin. And, you know, that was the beginning of the dominoes starting to fall for Mad V. But you know what? That was just a pistol round, first round on the second half. Let's see how Mad V decides to approach this pistol round. This eco round.
I gotta say, though, Full Sense very quick on the reactions. And as you said, right? As soon as Ileana peeks from heaven, it just kind of falls apart for Mad Army. Now they look to go for the push. Shipfi, this time, happy to play first contact. And the jump peek spots out Shipfi. Full Sense now knows that Mad Army are nearby. Bulldog in hand. Anti-eco looking relatively strong here for Full Sense Catz. The smoke also making it tough to go for the push anyway. And Mad Army just looking for a pick, perhaps on the lurk. Baby TZ. An angle, yes, but against the judge. I think you're what? Unbelievable.
Judge what? The judge is sat down with the sheriff. Mid control. It's gonna be contested again. Oh.
Yeah, it's tough.
Yeah.
Yume comes on out there. Muffin falls, and while Kit Katz at least makes the trade happen. Mad Army now. Hustle with Suicide! Fizz got ready at the right time, and Fizz
30 seconds left.
needed that
Spike down
immensely
A.
for Full Sense's success, because Baby TZ has caused so much chaos already. Kit Kat also nowhere close with the From the Shadows, so they need to pick up that spike manually here, Vic. And not only that, time is running out. This is an angle that Fizz isn't watching for now. She might hear it coming, but no, she gets shot in the back. But can anyone come close? That's the real question. No, there's no way you can make it to a site in time. And Full Sense. Wait, get got!
Oh,
What?
oh no, that must hurt. That's gotta hurt for Full Sense. Oh my god.
Oh.
TZ and the sheriff though. My god, that woman is a devil with a sheriff in her hands.
That has to hurt for Full Sense.
Yeah, I empathize so deeply with that pain that must be happening. It's like all you need to do is play for the time. But you know what? You gotta give kudos to Kit Kat. Kit Kat knew that as well and decided to just go for it and roll that dice. And it ended up working out.
Yeah, just a second to spare, and there you have it. Mad Army, amidst all the chaos there, win an eco round. And the shoe on the other foot, Full Sense right now. The one on the eco win. Apparently the sheriffs are all you need for Full Sense Catz. Just play for thrifties.
Yeah.
Screw the buy.
One,
Don't
two,
need
three.
that. Yeah.
One for each of them.
So
Sheriffs are
What?
a scary thing. I swear. In Valorant, it's sometimes all you need.
Scout destroyed.
well, we've seen unbelievable things in the past few rounds. And I expect more unbelievable moments as we go into the rest of this one. Ginny creeping up closer and closer alongside Alyssa. The Initiators, the only ones left here. They do at least have the spike on hand, but Shipfi
One enemy remaining.
and the pistols, man. Vic, what do you do when thrifties are all you need in the series?
What a thrifty. Well done by Full Sense. The sheriff kills. Those 3 sheriff kills. By each of the 3 members holding a sheriff. Oh. That worked out so well. Full Sense is making this very competitive for Mad Army. I don't know if we're going to get that 2-0 after all. Or even if it's a 2-0, it's...
I am everywhere.
It's going to be a close one.
Yeah. I expect the series to be contested. The last time these two teams faced off, it was Mad Army taking it 2-1 against the Cat Squad. In a Full Sense now. They have gotten the advantage back. We're back to seeing another team on a pseudo-eco here for Mad Army. They have one Vandal, one Guardian to work with. Maybe TZ been effective with it so far. Viz, on the other hand, trip bars placed.
There.
Just try and draw a line against Mad Army. Hear it now. Ping it. They'll break the utility, and the paint shells also to clear the corner, but Full Sense wisely backing out of heaven, playing onto the site instead.
Yeah, moving into site instead. But Mad Army opting for this Rams and Heaven control could work really well into their favor. You see Muffin gearing up to satchel into site. This first kill, really important, and she's right through.
They use the firepower they have to hold in all steady. Paranoia comes on through. Yuma just sees Baby TZ drop in front of her. And KitKat all alone.
30
He tried
seconds
to hold the lurk. But then again, Full Sense. They were prepped, they were ready. And they knew they could get away with that angle. KitKat now gets a spike, wants to kill. She gets one more kill from down from the tripwire, just slowing her down to a crawl. And Viz gets the catch out in the open. 7-9 here. Seems like for Full Sense, they're effectively stabilizing here in the second half.
Yeah, definitely. And Viz being able to upgrade her gun as well in the process. Moving into the 7-9 score line, creeping closer and closer, catching up on this defense round. All right, well, much needed timeout from Mad Army. Again, with so much experience on both squads, but especially Mad Army, I can imagine here now a lot of this discussion is going to be how they are going to be approaching this more effectively, how they are losing to a lot of dry peaks actually to duels. That coordination we saw in the first half, especially in that huge win streak that we're seeing, it's starting to fall apart a little bit here.
Yeah.
It's a little bit of reactiveness. They're going into an autopilot mode, and that's a very dangerous mode, and it's very easy to fall into that way of thinking, especially when you have so many rounds won. So now it's time to recollect yourself and remember that things could easily swing the other way.
Yeah, you can feel it, right? Mad Army, the execute itself has been slipping away from them, and Full Sense is the one who's found the calm within the chaos. That last round especially, some great repositions here from Full Sense Catz. They understand what Mad Army's trying to play for, what they're investing, their utility, what kind of angles that they want. And again, Full Sense Catz, they're willing to give it up because their eyes on the prize, on those sights. Muffin now, ready to lead the charge. Similar approach here, but Full Sense has another wrench in the plans as KitKat just walks into the op there. Yumi gets one, the sniper the distraction, and Yume is not done yet! Showstopper Sense, but Muffin doesn't care! She dares, she wins, she gets two of her own, and on to A, MY go.
This is what really works when Muffin gets those kills, when Muffin knows, look, I'm the better shot. I'm gonna win this duel. And she does. She gets up in their faces. But I do like how Full Sense, having the sniper trap wires for the info, pulling out and letting them just come into the site.
It was well perpetuated there by Full Sense. Job's not done. It's 3v3 though, and on to the site we go. Prowler now trying to clear the corner. First contact here for Muffin. Angela Faye though, the spray is solid. A double for her, and Full Sense now one round away from tying it up.
Their post plant, their retakes are great. They're fantastic. Whatever it is, they picked this map because their defense is very comfortable. They figured it out. With Viz here, I think she is so critical. Having those trap wires, just switching between the B and the A side, and leaving a lot of it largely open, while the rest of them stack. Especially in mid, that mid control is so important for Full Sense because all the info that they need to retake A or B it's been sufficient. They have a game plan for that as long as they do not allow Mad B to take mid.
Yeah, and just the script's been flipped, right? It's Mad Army the one who will have to effectively look for these hero plays, especially from what we've seen from Muffin. The execute themselves, the plans are full set.
I'll find you.
Still can't get enough how is for Yuma's sake. And here comes now the salvos to try and slow down the showstopper. Muffin gets the clear of the site though. Full sense Catz, all of them just sticking around towards spawn right now, willing to play the retake game here.
Yeah, and why not? It's been working out so well for them, hasn't it?
There.
With a
Face your fear!
It's not Shirazi, but the pits are up. And they do have stingers.
Grenade!
Rifle comes through too from Mad Army. Full sense willing to wait things out, but Yuma somehow, someway, the Angel's perfectly placed to catch out Jenny. Shorty on hand though, the op's not easy to play within this retake. He falls, but the rest of Full sense have come to collect. And Angela Faye, another case where she gets a good kill there. Breaks the hearts of Mad Army again. 9-9 now, Full sense have equalized things.
My goodness. Mad Army, you know, yes. The Viper's pit was up, and yes, they were on a half buy. Some were fully ecoing there. But Full sense, time and time again, has completely mastered the post-plant retake. And this is why. They just give them the site. Muffin, this point, pulling out that showstopper early on in the site, found nobody because Full sense is just waiting for all their troops to come together. Like, let's hang on. Let's let them go into the standard positions. We know exactly what we're going to do to take the site back.
Yeah, just looking back at their results here on this map. 29 one round on the defense, only 7 losses. Flying trades along the way, ship by though, still keeping it stable. But the boat has been rocked. And Full sense Catz, they try to contest towards mid. Mad Army takes advantage and goes towards A here.
Yes. Repositioning back on A again. 3v3 situation, but
Toxins going up.
Muffin's still alive and Muffin hasn't gone this time. But Yumi...
Makes a big difference.
Yes.
Yeah.
But Yumi is also up. Probably gonna have to split it with an op. Just one little mistake from Mad Army is all it's gonna take for Yumi to take advantage of this.
Yeah, Muffin swings in, but Yumi gets a shot to her head anyway.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Right moment, but Yumi stops on Baby Teasy there, and we're left to a 1v1 here.
I diffuse things in my sleep.
Let's try and get this at least halfway to have a chance. Time's running out. The swing comes out. Yumi with the kill, and it's gonna be close after she gets a 3K, but it's not close enough. Mad Army buying enough time, and will still keep the lead here.
Keeping a lead by a hair. On this one, Full sense lost that, but you know what? I don't think they're going to be too worried right now. But Mad B very much needed that win. Full sense was getting a little bit too much momentum there. Shrinking way too many rounds in a row. Their economy, they were getting rich in the bank. But now things are a little bit better for Mad Army, keeping this competitive. We are inching towards an overtime.
I wouldn't be surprised, and with the level of play these two teams have shown very close to one another. Mad Army looking to secure perhaps an orb here for Ginny. 1 away from the Rolling Thunder, Kit Kat 2. And a map like Split especially, the From the Shadows, a good backup plan. But on the other side, Viz has been a stable point on A here. Camera sets, going at the tripwire as well. To perhaps run into someone like Baby Teasy. But the rest of Mad Army now coming as a whole force to play towards A. Screens up. Nissa and the rest. Ooh. It's been a very quiet defense here for Full sense, but Mad Army will look to execute here.
Definitely. Viz is opting to stay on site this time, but if they take Viz down, this is going to be huge for Mad Army to get proper control of the site.
Grenade!
Wait for timing. Still catch the orb, but out in the open. Jenny perhaps later on. Muffin though has fallen. Listen now with the trade.
30 seconds
Mad Army inching closer and closer towards that side. Kit Kat already using the From the Shadows to confirm it. Spike being planted.
Spike planted.
Ginny instead. Here by Rams to double up alongside Baby TZ. But full sense, know that plan, know that angle, and Yume able to just find a small inch to work with. Showstopper set flying. And Yume gets the jewel for her trouble so far. Time ticking away though. And it's still Mad Army around the corner, around the bed, into the smoke we go. And KitKat able to surprise ship by. KitKat, a smoke criminal, a master inside. This is her dome, and this is her territory. 3 for KitKats. No breaks at all. Mad Army get another round.
All the smokes. This was KitKat's world. Defending that bomb. 11 in the bag now. This was a really shaky second half for Mad Army, but they figured a lot of things out. KitKat making sure that was secured. I like how the showstopper came out. Baby TZ. That's kind of what it takes to take her down.
True.
She is a scary one.
Yeah, just
top bragging on her team at the moment.
And remember the history of Baby TZ, right? One of the best sentinels within this region. Her days within Full Sense Sapphire, within that Sapphire roster. Boba as well for quite a while. A small break until she returned with Ginny. With, of course, Muffin in this year for Mad Army. So,
yeah,
it's been a solid effort from Mad Army for the past few rounds here, Vic. And so far, they're just getting closer and closer to trying finishing off the job.
Oh, yeah. And it's interesting because they are opting for the timeout now. But Full Sense is sensing something. Pinging a bit on A main. Mad Army is definitely pulling one out of the strat book, making sure they can secure the match point.
Yes. Maybe a point to be made also for Mad Army, right? Against their former org, technically. But here comes the Prowler now. Honestly, an eco here for Full Sense, but it just doesn't matter. The Sheriffs have just been so good throughout this game. And Angela Faye just adds one more to the tally. 2 Guardians also in hand, Yume and Shippai the ones holding on to it. But Mad Army, they're trying to push into B, where we see Viz awaiting for them.
Getting all the info that they need. And like you said, Sheriffs are also all they need.
Viz is tripwire. Trying to get the catch onto Muffin's entry. But they heard it coming. Paranoia is good as well. Yume though from up top. Still gets one before she's spelled. The Mad Army in control of east side now. Left with 3v3.
All missiles away.
Spikes can be planted.
Drone going out.
By Ilyana though. Cancels the initial plan, so it buys a bit of time here. Sense Catz.
2 suppressed.
Oh, so much info with that drone.
Spike planted.
They have everything that they need.
Off your feet!
Oh, returning. Thunder. No.
Now we know, and now Angela sneaks in to still silence one more. Got caught busy setting up the smoke. But as we said, Ginny, bought enough time and space with the Rolling Thunder.
One enemy remaining.
Back here, Baby TZ though, and Ginny, hand in hand. It's still synergetic, and well, Mad Army
Match point
for them.
Yeah, bring it back to the match point. This was everything, and probably why they had that timeout. Even though they were collecting those wins. Well, the second half was really important with this team on a half buy, an eco buy, to go down.
Yeah. Mad Army, as a whole, they really just felt the pressure from Full Sense. As soon as Full Sense Catz tied up the score, Mad Army really tightened those belts. Just focused on how they've been playing these executes, and when it comes to the post-plant, some great individual calls to give them the advantage. Full Sense though this time, they draw first blood. Very ambitious push into Ramen. They get so much control of mid, and they get a pick because of it.
Yeah, great push out from mid, very bold, but they did go there safely with the 3 members there getting a really important kill on Mad Army. Their controller, the smokes for their entry into sight. Bird catches nothing.
Toxin screen down.
Holding positions here as Baby TZ It's about to.
She's in a menace.
Yeah.
Like Rams has been Baby TZ's domain, no matter what side she's on. And Mad Army relying on that lurk to provide that pressure, but back to mid we go for Muffin and the rest. Angela Faye backing into heaven. They have
30 seconds left.
This timing.
Some instincts to check garage, but without the scan from the flash, without that intel, Biz actually getting to catch up to Baby TZ. Heaven though seated here to MY. Ilyana still priming the salvo along the way.
Enemy remaining.
Jenny thinking it's too
Spike
safe.
down,
Not
B.
against Yume. A double for
10
the
seconds
raise.
left.
Spike out to the open also. And Muffin tries her best. She's denied by Yume on the other side. 10 to 12 full sets. Not out of this one yet.
Yeah, definitely not. This is very much, again, just inching towards, or crawling towards an overtime at this point. Yumi really clean kills there, just holding the right angle. Full sense pushing out, getting that first kill at mid was huge for them. Timing there against Biz on A side was also a huge advantage for Full Sense. And Full Sense knowing they've got a chance now. Let's not screw this up.
And a timeout just to secure some of those emotions, make sure everything is all set for a 2-round streak they need to force that overtime. But we talked about Yume a little bit at the start of the series, how she had the highest ACS coming into this playoffs from the open qualifiers, but her stats don't lie. Highest average damage per round, highest kill per round, first kill per round, also within the top 5 alongside her KD. She has just been a star in the making here for Full Sense Catz. And especially against such a veteran roster like Mad Army, right? Effectively, players that have represented not just Thailand, but the whole region for so long in Game Changers. And you're the one up top with 23 kills. Yume has been really showing up for the squad.
Definitely. This is very promising for the future of Full Sense, whatever the outcome of today's match might be. Two of the players, Ileana and Angelo, one away.
Once again, causing a bit of that chip damage.
I must wait a moment.
Sense though,
They found my work.
Filthy setup is looking stifling. Ultra Far's invested. Now the one by Garage is gone. And Mad Army, after the timeout called by Full Sense, they just look to play the eco into this round. 4 sheriffs, a single guardian, of course, in the hands of the lurking Baby TZ. If she can get a kill towards a chance perhaps here for Mad Army, but the rest of the team, into mid they go, put the pressure on to Shipfire and the rest.
No need for Full Sense to die to a sheriff.
Shadows
Play
traveling.
back, as they always have. Let them come into sight, come into their traps. Shipfire!
That's one for Shipfire, at least. Kit Kat though gets straight going. While there's noise made into mid, that could be the timing for Baby TZ. As perhaps, but Yumi sees her coming. Well read by Full Sense.
30 seconds left.
Watch Mad Army, they're going to look to force the issue from the shadows into B. They now expose Viz's position lead. Here comes the haunt.
Spike
Down
down,
though
B.
Ilyana sprays from the other side of heaven. Viz scanned up. Alyssa trying to get the angle going, but just so tough. Spike being planted.
One enemy
Gun in
remaining.
hand. The push comes to shove. Viz though will shut back.
One enemy
now,
remaining.
Alyssa! Insane! Insanity! And victory from the Thrifty! Alyssa, how have you done it for Mad Army? What a way to win! And what's a way for Mad Army to start the series off with?
Absolutely. Mad Army, the sheriffs in town, finishing it off with a 3K with the sheriff. Unbelievable. But this first game, watching the two Thai squads compete against each other has been absolutely on fire. It's been crazy how sharp a lot of these players are, how eco rounds are not to be trifled with at all.
Yeah? I mean, they could...
And Full Sense really nearly pushed that to the overtime. But I have to say, Mad Army had a lot of good ideas, a lot of coordination. Overall, I think that veteran experience, and while they're all both experienced, that veteran experience being on the international stage has really just kind of had that extra edge, I would say. And you could see moments of that really come through on Split.
I'm just shaking after the last
Isn't that
round.
crazy?
Arm.
You're like, oh, all right, we're gonna go into we're gonna get closer to that overtime. It's like, nope, nope. She had enough and she wanted to move on to map 2.
I mean, the flicks were unreal, guys. But we need to calm down after that one. And alongside us, who were astounded by that last play, we'll go over to the panel with Tayrawr as well as Quack. Guys, what do you think about that last one there?
What do you mean, calm down?
Yeah, right?
Who calms down after that win? After that specific round of a win as well, Quack?
Yeah, that's the way you end the map, is by getting sheriff shots. Like, oh my god. There's like not much to analyze at that point.
Oh my goodness. I mean, I had such a long list of notes at this point, but after that round, after that map win, I just couldn't. I couldn't compose myself. But what a game that these two teams brought us here. This game number 1, Quack. Muffin really showed up and stepped up here. I mean, I'm not shocked at this point, but other parts of the map were also covered by Baby TZ. But in the middle of it, it was sort of a little bit of a lapses as well coming in from Mad Army, but they picked it up.
Yeah, I mean, that's the whole thing. It's just so much going on at any given point of the map, and that's why it's these two teams that we do want to watch. I mean, everyone had their moment, right? But I do believe Muffin had a little bit more. I mean, she was just a little bit more consistent in how she was able to use her toolkit, you know, whether it's the blast packs or the paint shells or the showstoppers that she brings up. She just comes in and she finds these little 2K, 3K moments for herself, and those were the ones that really put Mad Army on top at the end of the first half. That's it though. That was just the first half. Second half was when Full Sense started to fight back.
Yeah, we see them take up rounds, even making it to an even score line here. And up to a point where basically Mad Army didn't have the economy or had that eco gap and made it a lot more difficult for Mad Army right here, especially on those retake scenarios as well, Quack.
Yeah, it's a lot of these retakes for sure. I mean, you're seeing how it happens at some points. Yume is pretty darn fond of using her blast packs as well, especially out towards the A site from heaven. She kind of sneaks behind Baby TZ or even Kit Kat at times. You know, they have their smokes up, or, you know, as Vic loves to say, Shirazi's pits. Those Viper's pits are up, but Yume gets behind them because of her blast packs. But that said, at some point, Mad Army also, you know, flipped the switch on that. Kit Kat started to engulf the site with her own smoke. She played inside of it really well, really carefully, had that 3K clutch. It's a lot of these moments. I think by far, though, apart from the statistics, I mean, it just shows you how close the entire fight was. Full Sense does come ahead with some of the first kills, but my favorite round was like round 7. It was like Viper's pit from Mad Army defending mid. Full Sense tries to pull some attention away, and then all of a sudden Muffin comes back from stairs with a showstopper. The spike was trapped on B heaven because of it, and Muffin just like 180 turns, flicks around, and from there she groups up with Alyssa, turns a 4v5 into a win. It's things like that that really make you admire both sides so much, but at the end of it, the one that comes out on top are the ones with slightly more experience, and that's going to be, of course, Mad Army and the MVP of the team, Baby TZ.
Yeah, like I mentioned a while ago, Muffin was definitely a Muffin show, right? At the start of the rounds, and even on those explosive moments that we just mentioned, but covering the tracks, especially after all the chaos that's been happening, it's actually Baby TZ with this Viper. Multiple times we've seen Full Sense try to at least get a coverage, a map advantage when it comes to mid control, but Baby TZ just doesn't allow that. She just allows so much space for the entirety of Mad Army here, especially with the wall setup, even on their attacking.
Yeah, on the attack, you know, she was heading up ramp, lurking at times. Sometimes she does get caught, though. So there are these, like, little moments, and I do believe that that is why the scoreline became this close. But then, down to it at the end of the day, it's like, you have a lot of these moments, sure, where the mind games are being played back and forth. Maybe there are some, like, slight mistakes here or there. But the team that didn't shake as much was Mad Army, and we saw that with how that final round happens. You know, some teams you start to lose it a little bit and you start to shake, but not Mad Army. No.
But I have to give it the full sense as well. They played
True.
like they weren't scared. They were not fearful of how Mad Army and their aggressiveness is or was at that game. But they still have another game to play. It's game number 2. It's a different map. Maybe it's time for Full Sense to recover here. But right now, guys, we're just going to go in a very short break. And when we come back, we're going to find things if it's going to be a 2-0 or is it going to be a 2-1. So stick around.
Y'all sit back and watch me speak. About to take over your screen. Talking bulls in 93. Talking mom, I'm on TV. Y'all know all I do is me. All I do is me. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and all I know, my money green. About to snap and make a scene. My cup off and make this free. My cup off and make them scream. Go back off for TMZ. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch. Watch me. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Money long, nothing on credit. I got style, don't catch no feelings. All this bread ain't got no lettuce. I got style, don't catch no feelings. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look, look. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look, 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 look. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Watch me. Sit back. Sit back. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back.
Welcome back to the panel. My name is Tayrawr. Alongside me is Quack, and it's still day number 2 here of the Valorant Game Changers Southeast Asia. We're in for a treat, folks. It's game number 2 with Full Sense Catz versus Mad Army. We've seen an outstanding performance from both teams, actually, during map number 1. Heading into map number 2 here, Quack, what are your expectations? It's Fracture.
Oh my god. I don't know. I can't. Yeah, it's just pure chaos. I mean, the first one was already that close. Maybe a little bit more decisive from Mad Army once they figured things out, especially from that first half. But when you look at a map like Fracture, especially with the recent stats that you had from both teams have only played it once in the group stage. They do have their own preferences and tendencies, though, and what we can expect at the very least is going to be that firepower, that huge duel between both duelists. I mean, we saw a preview of that already on Split, right? Muffin versus Yumi.
Yeah, it was a quick sneak peek, as we call it, of what they can offer coming into map number 2. But you mentioned already, they've only played this once in the group stage with a different team as well, or against, rather, a different team. They played against For Fun, for example, and they won 2-1, 13-5 on this map, Fracture. And they have players, tenured players like Aluka, Yumi, Ivory as well, that's been there for long and game changers. But other than that, it's also very, what do you call it? Like, competitive in these two teams, right? Daks mentioned it a while ago. It's a different kind of map pool that we're looking at that they usually pick. And this time, it's Fracture, a little bit smaller. And aside from that, they have to be careful around the lurks.
Yes, that's the thing. It's a little bit smaller, compact. Lurks are definitely a thing, especially when teams go for that sort of like 1-4 early push and leaving that one player on that lurk. You always need to be careful around things like that, and that's kind of why I do still lean closer towards Mad Army. I just feel like we've seen so much of Ginny. She's a proven entity in how she is able to read maps and work her team around maps like this. But again, it is still like 4 separate lanes. Even though you might have someone on the lurk, if it's not going to be the right spot, if your opponents, especially the IGL of Full Sense Catz, which is Angela, if she is able to kind of pick the right lane to push out on the defense, you know, that's where you can really start to pinch your opponents in certain spots and find that win that way.
Even if you try to find and shut down maybe some of the players that are really like holding on to the sites, like Baby TZ, for example, it already leaves a lot of space, a lot of gaps when it comes to the team. So I'm quite excited how Full Sense will take this game number 2, especially after that loss. But like I mentioned a while ago, and if to the people who are watching right now, I feel like for Full Sense, they're ready to take on the action. They're used to it as well. They can react quite fast, and we've seen that during game number 1. What else can they actually add into the mix here coming into game number 2? As we basically know already, 2 Thai teams representing Thai teams, basically 2 very explosive teams as well. What is there?
I don't know. I think I don't want to see like crazy, you know, sheriff moments. I want to see something smart. I mean, yeah, we welcome those for sure. You know, it's still going to be fun to watch if it does happen. But I want to see like that kind of masterclass, how you IGL your way to victory on a map like this. Because if you are able to show that, then that really tells a lot about how you have grown as a team, as a player, in fact, or as an IGL, you know. For Angela, you know, she used to be a duelist. Now she's onto this IGL role. It's definitely a bit of a journey, I believe. Meanwhile, for Ginny, like she's been doing this since day
so
1,
long, forever,
right? So there is definitely kind of that duel back and forth here. But if Angela is able to kind of, you know, steel herself, figure that out, and lead that team to that victory that they're so looking for, that could be something right there. But at the same time, we have our agent comps right here.
Ooh, we do have our agent compositions, and as chaotic as game number 1 was, we're looking at a Neon in the hands of Muffin here, and a double initiator in the hands of Ginny and Alyssa as well.
That's right. 2 initiators on both sides. It's a little bit different, you know. KO for the breach. And the duelists as well. So, yeah, you know, maybe it's some of the flashes or the fault lines. I do wonder what Genie is trying to go for, especially with the KO. You might think that a breach with the fault line has a little bit more synergy, but you know, that's not the biggest thing in the world either. I think the thing that I want to focus more on would be how the Cypher players lurk or control spots on the map.
Yeah, especially those quick kills coming in and even the pickoffs. It's very important. We see how important it was during game number 1 as well. But we're bound to see what's gonna happen, right? Is it gonna be a 2-0? Is it gonna be a 2-1? Let's see what the casters think. So Chubby Ninja, Vic, and Daks, please take us to the game.
Thank you so much, Tayrawr and Quack. There were so many cats in Game Changers. I felt we need some puppy representation here. And also, I just wanted to show Roger how Thai girls play, and they are fierce. They're freaking good. So I needed him to see how good they were, and that's why he's joining us a bit. Fracture. I'm so glad we're going to Fracture, Daks. Like I said in the last match, I freaking love Fracture. It's just a fun map. It's just so crazy. And we got 2 crazy teams today.
Roger looks so friendly though, despite one of our teams repping the Catz today. So shoutouts to him. Look at him.
Have any comments?
So cute. Any third caster comments? Roger, hello.
He's more of an observer. Just
shy type.
Definitely. I mean, he saw the share of kills though. He did see the last 3 that Alyssa did, and he's shell-shocked. I don't know. We're gonna see. Yeah, we might see more of it in Fracture now. And I think it's really interesting. Oh wow, there's noises in my mouth. I think with the we're seeing more of the Joe on both sides, but with the difference with the KO and the breach, very interesting. Quack kind of touched upon it. Instead of getting that breach stun, which is huge together with the Taeho and your duelist, I guess Jinny's opted for the flash and the suppression, and I think this can be really huge. I imagine they have some set plays together with their Neon and why they've decided to go that route.
Yeah, looking for suppressed value, right? Well, Roger is our visual. We are the voice here. And as of now, Mad Army is just 1 away from taking the series and eliminating Full Sense Catz. As our panel has mentioned though, both teams have played this map once in their open qualifier run and have found similar compositions to what they ran in the open qualifier. Making running in, it's Yume already drawing first blood. Jinny, whatever plan you had, it's gone for now. Fizz though,
Spike down,
like
B. One enemy remaining.
Catz the pinch unreal. Baby TZ, only one standing. Always watch out for her on the lurk, but this time she's all alone here.
All alone, but Viz is down to 22 HP and Shipfi. You're guarding the spike right now, but you only need 2 bullets technically to take them both down. So, Baby TZ, she's capable of it. So I'm not really gonna say this is gonna go one way or the other yet. She's collecting all the orbs. Might as well get the free orbs while you're at it. Yeah. Why not?
That's pretty smart actually. There are 4 orbs on a map like this. See what you can get here. Camera placed another orb. And how many left? Like 3? That's in the first round? In this economy? Baby TZ making wonders happen, but right now she might be unseen, unheard, and no one's looking her way.
I must wait a moment.
Crate, the only thing protecting.
No.
30 seconds
right
left.
now.
Because she just...
The camera. Oh no, it exposes her intentions. In full sense now. Turn all around. Smoke's there, but Baby TZ, as you've said, can do it all. A 3K clutch to win out the pistol round. Mad Army. It's how they finished off the last map there, Vic.
It is. You know what? I was saying, no, you're giving your position away with the camera, but that's what she wanted. She was like, you know what? Come out and fight me. Come out and fight me, because I got this. And she did. She absolutely fished them out and just 2 bullets. That's it. Bam, bam. So clean, Baby TZ. And you're right, that's how they finished off the last map and starting off this one in a very similar fashion. Go, go, go!
There was already some good keys to success there for Full Sense. One thing to note, Yume outclassing the likes of Muffin in first kills in that last map, 6-2. Now, she got that first kill a while ago, and Full Sense pace, as we said, always good. But 4-1 split has been the call for Mad Army. You can always leave Baby TZ alone to find some success. And speaking of, the push from Arcade, how did they not even see each other? Jinny, though, has what's going on, sprays down Yume already, avoids the stun, and it doesn't matter if Angela cuts off her retreat because she can win the fight anyway. 5v2, Full Sense, what can we even do here?
Well, there's one sheriff, so, you know, things can happen.
Yeah,
maybe. And it is Viz. Viz is part of Forest of her own. But this is a tall order, and it's likely we're gonna be going into the next round. Unless miracles can happen here.
All missiles away.
Any exits? Any exits in the chat? Yeah? No?
Nah. Looks like not even. But it's okay. Structure. Things can change.
So while this all happened, because of everything that happened in the pistol round, Baby TZ now is over.
Yes. All that orb farming.
Yeah.
Actually, that's another thing, Fracture. Really crucial, right? Just pick up all those orbs. Pick up all the orbs as soon as possible.
I know Easter's coming close, but I don't think you collect orbs like eggs like that, you know?
Well, when you're collecting eggs, no one's shooting you, so that's probably difference number one. It's a little bit more innocent. It's not chocolate filled, unfortunately.
Well, it's ultimate filled. Maybe.
It is ultimate filled. True. True.
You know, maybe people will be more into Easter if people were shooting at you when you collected eggs, you know?
Oh, it would be really thrilling. Like getting like
Exciting.
Nerf blasters and, you know.
Sounds like a thing to do in Pacific. In any case now, we're still here Game Changers. And
Yeah, you got me thinking actually. I'm like, this is a great party idea.
I got you, don't worry.
Yeah, thanks.
Ideas for free on broadcast.
I like it.
I got you back.
Thanks.
I got you back. Yeah. But Full Sense do need to get back in the rhythm of things. It's a 3-2 split. And especially here towards Rope, Angela, our panel has mentioned, really trying to fit in IGL role that Ginny's been accustomed to for so long. Split again, allowing MY to constantly push onto the A side. Safety from height. TZ and Spike can get planted here.
Yeah, Spike comfortably planted, but Full Sense, one thing they're good at is post-plant retakes. At least they've displayed that over on Split. Gathering their troops.
Utility first?
Yeah.
The utility burst there onto Kit Kat.
I know exactly
One enemy remaining.
Mad Army looking nasty! And even Baby TZ at the end, but Muffin the star of the show of that round and a bonus win for Mad Army now.
What I really like about Ginny being on the KO as well is that with Full Sense trying to do that retake and seeing especially the style of how they like to retake, gathering all their troops, getting all their utility into hand. The KO easily stops that, besides getting the information. It stops a lot of the utility from making that much, especially when time is ticking on the clock. And Mad Army is looking very comfortable right now. Very much not too long ago on Split.
Yeah, I mean, this was the map that brought them to the playoffs in the first place. That win against For Fun, and especially a perfect second half on the attacking side. Now they start on the attack. It's the same kind of output here from Mad Army. Yume checks the corner, very cheeky from Yume.
One enemy
Another
remaining.
first blood for her. The rest of her team will fall flats, and Oriana only a witness to the kill feed. So Mad Army, unless a miracle happens, that A side is free, and this should be another round for them.
Yeah. Pretty much the case. Ileana, at this point, is just gonna have to, you know, help
Planted.
get some exit frags. Try to deplete the resources a little bit on the side of Mad Army. But this is gonna be tough.
Yeah. I mean, the trades have been so good from Mad Army. They expect the push from Full Sense anyway. Ileana now spotted. Muffin gets the intel. And here we go again. Mad Army. The name says it all. They play like an army. They play like a unit. And they're always making sure that there's someone there at least for the trade. It's one good way to counter out the antics of Yume and the rest. And while Yume has been solid at getting her one at the very start of these rounds, still not gonna pan out for Full Sense if Mad Army are there to get 1, 2, 3, and 4 along the way. So speaking of fours, it's a 4th round here, and Mad Army looking to run away at the start here.
The desk was talking about a 2-0 scoreline to possibly end the day. Very much like yesterday. And it looks like their predictions may come true. They are the expert analysts after all.
That's true.
What are we, just yappers? Just yapping.
We're just here to talk over a game.
Yeah.
Sometimes about it.
Sometimes.
Sometimes not.
Sometimes not. I'm still on the Easter egg hunting idea.
Yeah. I think it's gonna be great.
With
plan,
water guns.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of Thailand, around Easter in April is Songkran, right? So the water festival. Hey, we got something going on here. I hope that's what Full Sense is discussing in this timeout right now. It's like, guys, this is not going as planned, but if you heard the cast, we could hunt for Easter eggs while, celebrating Songkran. So
they have a water party already. You get 2 of them?
Yeah.
That's wild.
Yeah.
That'd
be great.
I wouldn't mind that.
I would invite, I would love to invite both Thai teams. Ileana too. Come on over from the Philippines. Invite Dodona back from NA. Join us in Thailand.
Yeah. I guess this was the one thing Masters Bangkok missed. Unlucky.
Yeah.
Valorant's happening, and after that timeout,
Look at them
I
just
think
swinging
Full
on the
Sense-
ropes.
Yeah.
They're just having fun too.
I mean, they've always taken the north side. You've seen from Mad Army, the push into arcade has been the bulk of their forces. Now they go for the dish push. Eliana ready to receive. And I guess one thing Full Sense have here is the saving grace. Besides the gun buys, are 2 ultimates coming their way. Yuma especially, 1 away from the showstopper. Muffin now, eager to go for the push into drop. But this time around, Baby TZ holding Angela rather than trying to find a push himself. Slide comes in. Muffin now looking for the stun. Gets the catch on Angela, but this again! Always the rear gunner and finds double of her own. Ginny at least catches a Cypher. Completely gone from the side. Mad Army now. Thrown though. Can't be broken in time. But intel given still, and Full Sense now knows that this is going to be commit to A.
I like how you pointed out Baby TZ holding that flank initial rotation, but deciding to support her team back on site. Watching the team.
Flash out!
She got the 1, but Alyssa does find Ileana in response. Gone! They line up for her, but Shipai still alive! Here we go, 1 more bullet to do it! And even though Full Sense cast got close, it's still Mad Army with the win.
A lot closer that time for Full Sense. You can see what they were trying to do there, but it wasn't quite enough here on Fracture, which is Mad Army's map pick.
Yeah.
And everything is in order for this team right now. They're looking very comfortable, swinging from the ropes like we saw right before the timeout ended. This is how you could tell they're comfortable, they're confident. And you can see why.
Mad Army.
Go, go, go!
The lessons learned versus for fun. They're applying it so much against Full Sense Catz here. And the execution is so sound. They throw out the knife though, and Muffin carries the lack of presence here, Big. So Full Sense, a different plan. They want to go for the flank again. Drop though. Position to watch out for in the eco. And Muffin gets a sniff of it. The stun comes out. Full Sense hold steady for now and give up the site.
Yes, this is very much Full Sense tactic. Get from sight. Don't lose in numbers. And the numbers battle, but it might end up costing them to continue to play this way, especially on a map like Fracture, especially when it's so easy for TZ to just come up right behind you.
Give them that space. Baby TZ is there to take it. It's free real estate. And Mad Army are building hotels in Boardwalk by this point. Angelofi at least gets a catch onto Baby TZ. A gun to be picked up. Vandal from up top.
1 enemy remaining.
Steady by Sad Ginny as well. Same case. Angela is up to her. The IGL trying to do it all to no avail. And Mad Army are unrelenting. It's 6 rounds now on the attack.
Yeah, easy, clean. 6 rounds so far. 1 or 2 rounds have been a little close. Full Sense almost pocketing it here, but it's getting really dicey. When you got 6 rounds, you need to come up against. It's doable. It's absolutely doable, but the next 3 rounds, they're really gonna need to win a couple to get a little bit more comfortable here. Yeah, 4 ults online. Full Sense. 4 very effective ults, and we saw what happens when a lot of ults are online on the map. Just earlier today.
When you get stuck, especially by spawn rights, it's just raining hellfire throughout. The Full Sense, gotta agree with you, Vic. They need to stop the bleeding and fast. They can't afford to give Mad Army More of these rounds here just in the first half alone. Let's go! Smoking in behind. Thunder to try and get the catch. KitKat left behind for now. Separated by the orbital strike. The rest of Mad Army though want to reinforce the rear. And KitKat left unchecked. But Angela still gets the kill anyway. Showstopper now set. You've been fighting to the spot. Full sense. Now it's 2. Make that 3 as Shift-Fi even gets the catch onto Baby TZ. And the ultimate medley looking successful for Full Sense here for now. Eventually though, Mad Army make their way onto the site. Shift-Fi, do or die! Shift-Fi will deny Muffin's presence. Another easy kill thanks to the stun. And there you go, Full Sense does everything they can to get around.
Absolutely worth it to throw everything at it to get that first round. And honestly, when you have that 0, the egg there on the scoreboard, whether it's a number of kills or number of rounds won, it really weighs on you mentally as you go through round by round. So I think it was absolutely worth pulling out every single ult to get that first win in the bag. Because now they know they can do it.
Yep. It's a big confidence boost. And you called it there, Vic, perfectly. You're just like, you know, they have ultimates. We saw it before. Here you go. A bit of deja vu.
I mean, when you see sticky rice, you think mango,
All missiles
right?
away.
You know it's got to be a combination that's going to happen next.
Oh, it's not coconut. I didn't know that.
Sticky rice? Well, I guess coconut sticky rice. That's what I think when I see sticky rice. I think mangoes.
You think mangoes?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, you're right. Don't worry. Oh, no. Awkward. Oh, Angela! That's nasty!
Oh,
you know,
here we go.
You know those coloring books where you connect the dots?
Yeah. Yeah.
She did that.
She did.
On Sands. One more. Can't find it through the door, but damage has been done here. Big 4v2 for now. Paint Shells also to open up the doorway. MY playing into cover, but a spike out in the open, and Angela Faye, well, she's looking absolutely on point here.
Oh, yeah. That last round win has given them a new vigor coming into it. And like you said, she stayed between the lines there, connected all the dots over at the door. They're gonna fight it again, and Angela's ready for it.
Oh, the flank also. Viz might
One
be left
enemy
unchecked. There you go. Viz
bring
is
in the
easy.
bully bags?
Angela Faye, the star of the round. A 4K for the breach, and that positivity from winning a round a while ago. Now enough to boost them to a second one here.
That's right. Things are looking a little bit more favorable. The skies are clearing a little bit for Full Sense. Fantastic gunplay here from Angela. Like you said, she is the star of this round. Who's going to be the star of this next round coming in? The Joe ult is online. And you know what happens when the Joe is online.
Satchel out.
It gets nutty.
Highway to the danger zone there real quick. I too watched Top Gun back in the day.
Fully smoked.
I bet, you know what? I bet Quack doesn't know what Top Gun is.
I probably watched the second one.
Maybe.
I
I don't know.
I'll give it to him.
His knowledge.
Yeah. Well, look, his latest post. Well, a latest post with him. I saw him with Inside Out, so that's one thing. Maybe TZ though. In there again. Angela Faye now will fall, and that's by the ropes, by the way. So this time, played well by Baby TZ. Catching Full Sense in the act. Bucket as well. From up top again, and the angles from Mad Army on this A execute is just so effective. Full Sense have no space to breathe, nowhere to work with it. It might just be a safe call if Human falls.
Down, buddy.
That's right. Taking things back into control. Mad Army is not going to let Full Sense get too much of a momentum here to turn things around. Opting to save their rifles.
Yeah.
Understandably.
Yeah.
When you're going up against a full squad, full rifle, full utility team of Mad Army. Yeah, that's something you just want to save up for. And it's okay, you know. 3 rounds is, if you get 3 rounds, going to the next one, it's alright. It's
something.
Right.
Yeah. But 7-2 is looking very overwhelming here for him, especially on that A execute. I think Sans has been the position of power here for Mad Army. They're so effective of getting control of that angle, play against drop, play into rope, play on top of the box if possible. And one of the biggest successes here for FulSense Catz was the round from Angela, where she stopped Mad Army from playing into stands, from getting that door control. So perhaps something FulSense wants to contest into the next few rounds. Pressure though on to B, and the arcade push that we saw the Strat starting off the action with Mad Army. They're trying to do it again, but a 3-2
Launching
split
smoke.
Ginny alongside Baby TZ, and a suppress on Ship Fight 2.
Yeah. Effective suppress there.
Spike
Keeping her
down.
stuck in her spot with no control to stop them from flooding in. Again, you can see why Ginny's opted for the KO instead. Info now on the rest of FulSense, where Ileana is standing. Baby TZ going for the hunt.
Bugs up, and Alyssa the one gives her a punch to the face. Ileana falls, advantage now to Mad Army. Yumedo leads onto the side. Angela can't have a similar cross like her. And leads a tap onto the spike. Yumedo letting it go. Wants the contact point against Ginny immediately. Cybercation also massive intentions. Ginny still stuck in the corner here. And Alyssa now finding Yume. Angela still not done. Time though running out.
Shut up and let me work.
Baby TZ toying with her. And using that time as well. Angela Faye gets halfway, but there's no way against Baby TZ. 8-2 here for Mad Army.
I can't see them yet.
What a scoreline. That one came a lot closer again. We're seeing baby steps. Maybe not Baby TZ steps, but baby steps coming from FulSense. The rounds are getting closer and closer. But now they're gonna equip themselves with an operator. Is that gonna be enough to stop them though? Mad Army, because they're doing a lot more than just raw firepower. They're pushing to site. They're so, again, very well coordinated as a squad. Getting early info, rotating, swinging sites quickly when they know the site is stacked. But anyway, FulSense like to play pretty far back on the defense and tend to give the site away on A.
You are powerless.
Main control though, but Express doesn't catch a Cypher. I believe it did. So now, the tripwires they were using there from Viz to try and dissuade the push. Mad Army sees them, just deactivates. And on the other side of the map, it's still Baby TZ doing the same thing in a different area code. Same victim too. Shift by. Why don't you sit down after that one? Rolling Thunder into play. Viz right now looking to make the push happen from door, but the suppress again makes it so hard for FulSense to play these angles. The flash is good. Swing comes on out. Muffin ready to execute. Viz will fall. Ginny as well from the opposite end. And the operator, the hope for FulSense. I don't think it's gonna save any prayer for them. No hope, no kills. It's a flawless instead from Mad Army.
Yeah, clean and flawless. And honestly, if I was FulSense, I would be so annoyed by Baby TZ. You know, that ready, like that's just holding the rotation every single time. And you think they learn, but at this point, I think there's just so much going on. There's so much comms going on. You think surely TZ's not gonna do it again, but TZ is there and she's waiting. And she got her kill again.
Yo, if we had lifetime awards in this region, Baby TZ wins the lurker one for sure.
Heck yeah. Heck yeah.
Year after year, split after split of just becoming the nightmare of any solo player. Like, hey, I'm here. Hey. But this time, it's a little bit different. She does come along with the rest of MY for a little bit. Yeah. But left behind to play the anti-lurk. Tayrawr though still. By Sword, by Muffin. Angela can't stand a chance against her. And Mad Army just waltzing their way in again. 5v3 fragment, also preventing anyone from pushing outside the smoke. Very safe cross here from Mad Army.
There. We're seeing, you know, more. It's just continued domination from Mad Army right now. Full control. This could be another flawless round as long as the game stays true. Yume collects a kill, so it's not going to be a flawless round after all, but still, a lot to ask for.
Here. Yeah, he's a solid shot.
One enemy
remaining. That angle, Baby TZ as well has come to collect. She can also be a team player. This is one instance out of 12, and Jordan up close. Here comes Muffin 2. Pick your poison. Where do you look? I guess you just see the death screen. And 10-2 here, Vic.
Switching sides.
Overwhelming first half, courtesy of Mad Army.
Oh yes, extremely overwhelming. And of course TZ is going to change things up. You can't stay in the same, you know, flag position, little camp position all the time. They're gonna find you at some point after dying how many times in a row to that. You gotta move with your team to show that you can also just be aggressive and fight face to face, which TZ has shown so many times over the years that she can absolutely do both.
No, Vic, that's the one. And then she's back to playing solo.
Oh, there she is. She's back there.
I mean, she does have Kit Kat alongside.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh,
I must be.
but-
I wonder. It's just what an interesting strategy, just to do that and have it be so effective. I'm sure this is not going to keep carrying forth. You know, throughout the year. There's some.
I'm gonna stop you there.
Okay.
You say that, but I look at 2024. I look at 2023. I look at 2022. Yeah.
Okay. Well, keep it up, TZ. I guess then. Surely after so many times and so many. Okay. We'll see. We'll see how the rest of the split goes. We're gonna see how split 2 goes. And we're gonna, you know, talk about this again end of the year.
Yeah, of course. But for Full Sense, that is a rough start for their potential last map here. They need to get this win to stay in the competition, right? Let's not forget eliminations. This is the lower bracket, and for Full Sense Catz, they finally get picked up by Full Sense coming into the playoffs. They have shown what they can do, especially with the lethality of units. The scoreline not in their favor. The arcade executes. Where to start the action with the smoke. Will not scare off the Rays for now. Play the drone. They know there's space to work. Human now gets onto the site, and Mad Army seems to play it instead. Vizto overrun, and it looks like Mad Army want to continue their attacking ways here.
Spike planted.
Charge through arcade instead into a split retake of the site. I'm liking this approach, dividing the attention of Full Sense to check every single angle.
Down you go.
An angle from Shipify with a please Muffin gets caught. Shipify with another.
One enemy remaining.
Doubles a while ago. Now she gets a triple here, and it's up to Baby TZ, the one-man army, but there's no way against Angelope there. At the end of the day, it's Full Sense to win a much-needed pistol and at least a start here in the second half to work with.
That's right. It's a long road ahead, but it's a road. The road isn't blocked, so Angela, again, keeping them in the game
Down you
a
go.
bit longer. This is gonna be very interesting now. With the breach, it's just gonna be a lot more effective now on the attack side for Full Sense to get control of this site and also keep Mad Army out. I keep wanting to say Malaysia. This is MY.
That's true. That's true. I mean, we did see Malaysian Quack a while ago.
Yeah, we did see Malaysian Quack.
Yeah.
And we saw, was it Filipino Fluffy? Well, I guess there are 2 Filipinos now.
Satchel out.
Anyway.
And there you go. Oh!
Yep.
Seems like there's still life in MY though. Making it easy. And Alyssa! 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 You gotta stop doing this against Full Sense! But Shifai standing tall and proud. Three for her. Looks for a 4th, but Baby TC making this contentious. The Molly to try and force the angle here. The Radiant Shield as well, keeping her topped up. And Shifai's clutch will keep Full Sense afloat, but that got way too dangerous again, thanks to the efforts there of that classic.
Alyssa! I'm still on that. Oh my gosh. She was it again with the classic. Imagine if she had a sheriff. Oh, things could have been
Satchel out.
okay. Satchel out. But this is looking good for Full Sense. Winning the eco, the anti-eco there.
Goner.
Spike down A.
Taken down.
Again, as you said, this is an elimination day for two teams. And they want to bring this to the third map. It's possible. There's a big difference in the scoreline here, but it's absolutely possible as they inch forward with another round in hand. But of course, Mad Army, full buys now.
Yeah, that's the thing, full sense. It is doable, but you can see the damage done thanks to Alyssa Wright. There's two sheriffs, firepower, favor of Mad Army here. And they do due diligence to at least clear out Arcade. Nuisance to pivot on the side. Here comes the Tripwire and Baby easy. It's easy markings for easy targets. Two from the smoke even. The Tripwire getting absolute value. Not only that,
Smoke's down.
Mad Army have a pinch ready. Muffin now and Alyssa clear out that facility. Kit got through the wall even. Tripwire falls. Baby Easy's good for 3. And Mad Army casualties are only a solo. 11-4 and 2 more. They move to the next round. This is looking perilous for Full Sense Caps.
Yeah, this is dire now for the Catz. Full Sense Catz. That's what we've been informed. It's Catz.
Get ready. I go fast.
I like that. It's like Catz.
On the Z.
Yeah, it's like Catz, but with the zing. Catz. But yes, things are dire now. This info, these trap wires. TZ is not on the lurk anymore, but she is still a thorn in their side. No matter where she is, what she's doing, what role she's on. And a much needed timeout from Full Sense. You know, pulling everything out from the playbook. Desperate measures here. Shipfi having an orbital strike. Possibly to save this post-plant situation.
Yeah, I don't think she's just a thorn on their side, Vic. I think she's the whole damn stem.
Yeah.
At this rate, 20 kills in this game alone. 21 a while ago. We gave her the MVP award for good reason. And she has really shown that just the reunion, really, with that Sapphire core, right? We've known how incredible she's been, even when she separated to play into Boba. But now, the synergy is unreal. She's able to still play that game that we know that she's really good at, amplified by, of course, the experience Muffin, Ginny, and Alyssa have gotten overseas in the China region. And as of right now, Mad Army, they're showing why they're veterans of the SEA scene here, and a scoreline like this is a demonstration of what they can really do.
Absolutely. And to that point about being in the China region for a while, getting that exposure to other regions is also huge in your experience book. And they're pushing out of Arcade right now. They just want to end this fast.
Yeah, Full Sense were the ones trying to do that a while ago. Mad Army showed them how it's done to catch a lurker. Spike, also so far away. The Tripwire's around the area. And Yumi can't navigate the way. They want Baby TC. She's not gonna go down without a fight, though. Yumi's trade makes it 3v4 at least. Clears out the Tripwires from this space. But the door is still the danger zone here. Sense through it. Muffin will unleash her fury. Hits for the trade, but Ginny's there again. Usual partner in crime, and a usual result here for Mad Army. Series points awaits as they'll make it to 12.
Defuse the spike.
Oh, we are at match point, baby. Mad Army.
Team
Ace.
Mad.
Well, actually not that mad. They're looking kind of happy. It should be happy. I guess Happy Army is not as intimidating.
Match point.
Mad Army.
So.
It's not very frightening. It should be. They're definitely doing this with a smile. I wish I could see their player hands, you know? I'm pretty sure there's a lot of chill happening on this team right now. Everything is just very much under control by the squad. And, you know, as we were saying before, all the action was happening. Again, having all this overseas experience for two key players, Muffin and Ginny over at ALG in China, bringing just more and more experience to bring back to the region. Just being really comfortable, bringing new ideas with facing that squads you're very familiar with.
That's a KG, right? But Muffin now wants to at least find the pick. Shipfi's the one who's the victim. The tougher Full Sense now that all their smoke's gone. The orbital strike as well, which they had in tow, could have been useful coming into this round here. So Mad Army willing to take that to the last labyrinth made by Baby TZ. She has been the boss of this area. And they need to use the Rolling Thunder just to dissuade the angle she's spraying from. Yume now with the clear onto the site. We go for full sense.
I like how Yume is pushing here, trying to get as much space as possible. This is still really tough with the gun disadvantage on the squad. Numbers disadvantage, gun disadvantage. She has a corpse, so she has all the info that she needs.
Stacked against them, and Yuki can't handle the pressure. Mad Army, they found the angle now. They still see a bit of action courtesy of Visco. The response, the double up is strong. Ilyana Classic tried to go for it, but Baby TZ shows her how it's done. And Mad Army, they're able to beat down the Catz again. Full sense, they tried their best, but it was Mad Army's day today to get the sweep 2-0.
2-0, our analyst desk called it. It was likely going to be a 2-0, but full sense on that first map of Split, it was really close. But Fracture, this was the map pick for Mad Army. You could see why, how much in control they were throughout all of that. You can see all their experience come through in the end, and just smooth winnings. This is a very promising future and run for the Mad Army squad.
Yeah, I mean, the prestige of the players in this roster, right? The best that they can eke out from their experience overseas and in the past, it just comes up whenever they need it the most. Baby TZ's lurks, the coordination between Ginny alongside Muffin, come on, Alyssa's pistols, Kit Kat as well has found a suitable role for her within this roster. Everything is just clicking from Mad Army, and you can see how decisive it's been. I do feel also that last round of the first game, right, it sent ripples to really shake Full Sense their core here in the second, and Mad Army, they take advantage of it there, Vic.
Oh yeah, they did. I mean, that was a really exciting match throughout today. 2 matches that were very exciting, and Daks, it's been an absolute pleasure casting with you today, our first time together. But you know what? We do have analysts to break down all the action that just happened between the 2 squads and Ilyana. Of course, shout out to our single Filipino player who knows some Thai, Daks. But yeah, shall we go back to the desk? Let's go back to the desk.
Thank you so much, Vic and Daks. There you have it. The second series finally done. Quack, I told you it was going to be a 2-0. I just wanted to be different.
Yeah. I gotta, like, to clear everything up, it's not the desk, it's just Tayrawr. Tayrawr's the one to say it's gonna be 2-0. I was kind of hoping for maybe a 2-1, but man, that was a lot quicker than expected on Fracture.
That's definitely true. I mean, we've seen game number 1, and we were thinking maybe this could go to map number 3. We're seeing a little bit of a back and forth there, but heading into map number 2, where this map is picked by Mad Army, they showed utter and complete dominance.
Yeah, I mean, so many of the times. I actually do have one round that I do want to bring up for the side of Full Sense. Catz? I guess so. Yeah, they actually had a pretty good round, and I think that was mostly won due to Angela. Like, a lot of the early rounds were these pushes from Mad Army, Baby TZ with incredible moments and some lurks, and, well, Clutch was just awesome. Cherry on top. But at some point, Full Sense start to read their patterns. It's always this sort of like 4-1 split, you know, majority pushes in towards A main. Full Sense starts the round by denying that early control by sending out the salvos, and from there they take that space and they actually send the stealth drone out, and because of that stealth drone they got a little bit of information. Then Angela, as the breach, decides to send out the Rolling Thunder, and because of that they manage to sandwich Mad Army in towards that tree area where Angela's able to get a heads-up duel. Her teammates get further kills as well. Of course, not to mention, I mean, that little 3K that Angela had from the top of rafters as well was really, really awesome. But it's, you know, those moments are few and far between, Tayrawr, because the next round is where we see Mad Army come back in with adjustments, right? Early on, it was that sort of like A main push. They decide to swap that up. They went north side instead. They actually read the timing and the push from Full Sense. And it's through these little adjustments where we keep seeing Mad Army stay ahead of the game. From that little adjustment, they decide, okay, we know what Full Sense is about to do. They're trying to pinch us. Let's rotate back towards south side spawn and launch the assault from Sands, from A main. It's things like these that really give them that edge up on a lot of the other teams, especially on a map like Fracture. And speaking of that, I also noticed their comp is actually somewhat similar to EDG's comp, even the way that they play it at times. The only difference is the KO and the breach.
Yeah, even the KO that surprised us, basically seeing it on this map, knowing that maybe breach has a better, combination
Like
with
reach.
Deho.
Yeah.
Just doesn't work. It's just different when it's in the hands of Mad Army here. They were able to really capitalize on suppressing majority of the times or majority of the players here of Full Sense. Not other than that, but it helps a lot during the situations where you are basically smoke or some of the enemies are smoke and you're still not sure of how many people are waiting towards B main, for example, in a retake situation. And they were able to just capitalize on these types of utility. I have not even talked about the tripwires here of Baby TZ on some of those rounds.
Right? That was a very clear round of that in the second half, especially. Full Sense were like starting to, I don't want to say it, but like almost grasping at straws. Like it's Yume really just trying to create that space in the sites for her team. But when you're just like throwing caution to the wind like that, running straight into sites, Baby TZ's got the site laden with traps. It was very clear as day. They walk into her trip. Baby TZ's hiding inside of like maybe it's Ship5 smoke actually from like Canteen, for example. She gets the outline. That's like a free kill right there. She even gets a secondary one by like kind of spray transferring over a little bit. It's so many moments like that. The trips, the flanks on top of it all, the lurks. She was doing so much in this entire series.
I'm not surprised she's the MVP yet again on map number 2 with 23 kills on her pocket as well. And that's aside for having that first 5 kills, that attacking side, the lurks, the rat plays that we've seen from Baby TZ, the good holds on the defending. It's a very much deserving win here for the side of Mad Army. Not other than that, a very deserving MVP for Baby TZ as well. I do have to note here, Quack, that when it comes to denying the space for the side of Full Sense Catz here, they did that completely. I have to also acknowledge the angle isolation that Mad Army took and brought into this game as well.
Yeah, that's very true. I mean, it's like a lot of these tiny details where Mad Army clearly shows a little bit more experience. All the players, especially. Because like you mentioned, right, it's the way you kind of position yourself on the map or isolating angles, even slicing the pie, as it were. You don't like leave yourself exposed to too much. Whereas Full Sense, definitely capable, but there are these moments where you do see some of these slight little gaps where Mad Army are then able to exploit them and find easy picks that way.
Yeah, I feel like for Full Sense, they could definitely still put up with the gunfight scenario, but you have that post-plant problem where there's still multiple players that could play post-plant from afar the map or on the side skirts of the map. So it was a lot. It was a very dominating win here from the side of Mad Army. So I'm actually pretty excited to talk to some of the players here of Mad Army. And we're just waiting for them actually right now. But in this series, it was a very clean 2-0 as well. Aside from Baby TZ, we mentioned her already multiple times. She's the MVP for 2 times as well. Are there any other specific players that really stood out to you here, or we've talked about them already?
I think we kind of have talked about them. I mean, Muffin was definitely a standout from the first map on Split,
true.
Right? I think Alyssa was pretty cool as well. I mean, she had that little like
shots.
Classic. Yeah.
The classic triple kill, if I'm not mistaken,
Yes.
right? It's something that really surprises you. It's something that you wouldn't expect, but it just happens. It's game changers, right? But I think our interview is ready to go, and I think we're talking with KitKat WC here from Mad Army. So let's pull her up. Hello, KitKat.
Hello.
How does it feel to have the gang back together in action?
I feel it's good.
Very good. Very good. Yeah.
I'm very shy.
Oh, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. But aside from that, how does it feel to win against, of course, Full Sense here with a clean 2-0?
We feel so good because I'm a substitute. I'm not a player. I just come instead feel safe. So I feel good for no practice and come and play.
Oh, they feel good here, Quack. I mean, she's a sub, but she definitely showed up.
Yeah, he's still really king mug, even though he came in like last minute. That's time for like really good. But yeah. If I have any question, how do you feel about playing against the next team, or how would the team feel about playing against the next team, Lilacs?
Yeah, of course we very relaxed for playing. We just keep it funny, keep energy up, don't feel mad for each other. So it's be good. Then.
I mean, the next game that's coming up. How do you feel about the next opponent? Sorry.
It's okay. I don't know because there are another team just be my friends too. So I try to shoot her maybe.
Try to shoot your friend. Okay.
That's what I love about Game Changers, right? It's a small community. Everyone plays with everyone. But KitKat, maybe you want to say thank you to the fans as well. I'm seeing so much Thai fans on the chat here on Twitch. Maybe you want to say something to them.
I can say in Thai?
Yeah, no worries about it. Just make sure it's okay in broadcast.
ขอบคุณทุกคนที่เชียร์นะคะ Thank you for cheering up us. Thank you. I don't know.
Thank you so much, KitKat. And how do you say thank you in Thai again?
ขอบคุณค่ะ
Khap Khun Ka. Am I saying it correctly? Khap Khun Ka. Thank you so much, KitKat. Bye bye. Thank you.
Thank you.
Love those player interviews, Quack. Imagine shooting heads in game, clutching some plays, going crazy in Fracture, and just being shy in the interviews, you know? Cute.
It's definitely a bit of a contrast, but you know, that's just like really unique, I think. You know, sometimes we have like mad testosterone and then there's like toxic trash talk. Sometimes it's Alexi screaming her lungs out.
Exactly. And sometimes it's just a neutralizer for the team, like Rari a while ago. And then we have someone like KitKat. So everything is nice and dandy when it comes here to Game Changers. But again, that was the 2 series matches that we've watched for today. What's your favorite part so far, Quack, before we close the show?
Ooh, favorite part.
First series, second series.
I think my favorite part is Chubby Ninja and Daks talking about Easter.
Yeah. And us basically teaching you the song and reminding you where it came from, right?
Well, yeah.
Good times. Good times when it comes here in Valorant Game Changers. But we do have some matches to come up in the next days as well, right? So we do have a next set of talents to join you on the next days here. But we are looking at a very clean score here on the second series. Congratulations to the teams that moves forward here in the bracket. I'm not quite sure if we're going to see the brackets actually anytime soon, but nonetheless, we do have the brackets coming up. That's perfect. So we can see the next set of matches. Any specific series you're excited to see here, Quack?
Ooh, well, I mean, I think everyone definitely is excited for the Falcons game, whenever that is. But the one that I was kind of keeping my eye on, or sort of talking about, so LLX, or it's Lilacs, they're a Thai team, so it's Mad Army against yet another Thai team. But Lilacs it's basically like relax in a Thai accent. So that's kind of the joke there. But I am kind of excited to see how, you know, yet another like duel between Thai teams is going to play out.
I mean, for Mad Army, they said they're not mad, right? So a lot of contrast when it comes to the teams here, but I'm definitely excited to see the upper brackets here with FLC and Ascend. I feel like that's gonna be another bloodbath kind of maps that we're looking at there. But nonetheless, there's still some players and teams that has to climb down from the lower bracket up to the top here. And nonetheless, for the next set of matches, there's not going to be a schedule tomorrow. But, of course, for the next set of matches, we do have our social media as well to stay tuned on when are we going to be live. But nonetheless, it's going to be on the next days here. And it's going to be LXC versus BBQ and MY versus LLX. There we have it. We've seen the brackets here and game changers. I'm just excited for this entirety of the season. I feel like there's a little top 2 in my mind already coming into this season. Not gonna share it yet, but I just want to see how everything turns out.
Yeah, I'm very sure that one of your top 2 teams is not Team Falcons Vega
No,
at all.
no. They're not. They're not.
I mean, you never know. Honestly, you never know. But it would be a very, very exciting story if, like one of the teams, maybe from the lower bracket, or maybe Ascent gets knocked out, but then they come back up to challenge Falcons Vega again. That is always going to be fun. It's been great to see some of the newer names as well. Like, we just had Quack, who is so, like, adorable and wholesome, and now she's, like, fangirling all over Alexi.
I know, right? Crack players, but on the interview, just thinking everyone just being cute as well. But that's just Valorant Game Changer Southeast Asia for you guys. It was a very, very fun day. Not only that, very action-packed day as well. And to everyone who's watching, thank you so much for staying with us here. Again, we're gonna see you on the next days. And my name is Tayrawr. Alongside me, it's Hey, I'm Quack. And see you guys soon.
Just don't let it fade. Don't let go
This is your moment, turn away, feel the pain. It's your fate, celebrate. We gotta stay awake.
Sunrise, blooming afterlife. Daylight, dawn comes as a surprise.